makes Kent's situation slightly more problematic. They're, in terms of points, they're not too far off challenging, just 4 points off the qualification places. But in terms of run rate, that could be an issue going forward. We're watching Leicestershire take the field. They won the toss and chose to bat first. And if you wanted a bit of encouragement, up until the Wednesday, it was the side that batted last in all of Kent's fixtures that won. That streak came to an end. Sorry, but we were here last week when Kent had a very good win against Nottinghamshire. And just 48 hours before that, Kent beat Somerset. Now it looks like we're going to get Grant Stewart to open the bowling. And Steve Eskenazi is going to take the strike. So I'm going to hand over to Molly for this first over from the City end.
Yeah, it was a good toss to win, isn't it? I think whenever you play at Beckenham, usually you'd say that it's going to be a road, a batting wicket. Obviously, the visitors today win that toss and decide to have a bat. So Grant Stewart has the ball in hand to take the first ball here of today's play. Slipping a gully in then as Stewart starts his run. That's a leave there. First ball, thought about it, pulled away last minute.
Bit of encouragement from the fielders, geeing him up for that first delivery.
Yeah, you'd think here, power play, big part of the game. You're going to want to get a couple of early wickets, especially here at Beckenham where we know that the pitch is pretty true. Stewart again then, as he makes his way in. And again, a bit of back of a length played away. No run yet then.
Leicestershire played here maybe 2 or 3 years ago in this competition. They had a pretty good win. I forget the exact margin. Say up until recently, Kent have had, it's not necessarily a great run at Beckenham. They had a very good win here last week.
Stewart comes in with his third ball of the over. And again, it's an outside edge, but a very good stop there.
Yeah, not any real danger in that one, I thought, was there from Eskenazi. He seemed to be in control of it.
He seems to be playing the ball very late. He sort of comes away from the shot, tries to take away his hands. As I've mentioned, there's a first slip and a gully there.
Almost like a Bell Drummond-like shot.
Yeah. There's a rather large gap between Sam Northeast and Twanda Miyeye, so maybe looking to guide it through that area. Again, back of a length from Stewart, just played away. It's a good start here for Kent.
Yeah, Harry Finch in, looking like a coiled spring. And that one was fielded by, I'm just trying to work out which fielder that was actually that picked that one up. Finch is prowling at point, backward point sort of area.
All keepers tend to be electric fielders. Just want the ball all of the time. So Stewart bowls. Again, shorter. Just sort of played, tried to whip it away, but got quite big on him quickly.
Yeah, he looked fairly discomforted by that one, Eskenazi, as if he wasn't expecting it to rear up quite as steeply as it did. So he's a player that we've obviously seen a lot of. Was with Middlesex for a while. Now at Leicestershire.
Stewart then comes in for the last ball of his over. Back of a length again. Tried to be whipped away on the onside, but didn't quite time it. So, end of the first over. So, maiden there from Stewart then. So, Kent setting the tone early. And you think it's going to be Matt Quinn as he makes his way up from the boundary to probably take the first over from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, this is only Matt Quinn's second list day appearance of the season. Played here last week against Nottinghamshire, part of that tight victory that Kent had. He was possibly slightly unlucky with his figures. He should have had a wicket in his first over when he was really inexplicably the victim of a drop by Ekach Singh. Ekach was trying to catch it over his shoulder, but he made his ground and he didn't quite get there. So Quinn is in to Patel. And that's a short pitch one, goes by at head height, but nothing to concern the umpires, just signalling one for the over rather than anything else. And ball is returned to Quinn, who is about to start his second run-up. No runs so far.
You'd think initially, I mean, it's very early observation, back of a length seems to be the ploy here from the two Kent Quicks.
Yeah, and as long as you don't go too far over the top when you're trying it, there did seem to be a bit of a problem at the Oval on Wednesday. Here's Quinn in again over the wicket, and Patel just leaves that one. Goes through to Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. But you're right, it does seem to be a deliberate ploy so far, and so far it's working. Not any runs either off the bat or in terms of extras so far.
I think here at Beckenham, more than most grounds, if you do go too full, you're going to be punished. And with how quick the outfield's looking, I think that's probably in the back of the Kent bowlers' minds.
It could well be. Here's Quinnan again. Distinctive run-up that he has. That one is just prodded by Patel, and there's no run. So this year, it doesn't seem to have been quite the bowler's graveyard that it has been in the past. And the outfield, as you mentioned, it's absolutely parched here. I mean, it was bad last week. And of course, we've had another week here in southeast London, or Kent if you prefer, and where there's been so little rain, if any, I think.
Yeah.
As Quinn is back to his mark. A little bit fuller, and it just fended back by Patel. And there's no run. Quinn sort of dived slightly to his left to try and pick that one up.
Yeah, you can just see the green is very much sort of on the square on the wickets, that the ground staff have been working hard. But all the outfield, yeah, it's looking pretty dry, like most places at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say most of Kent, where I'm based in Maidstone, we've not had any serious rain in months. Quinn back to his mark on this parched outfield. In again for the fifth ball of the over. That one is fended. I think that's going to be the first run off the bat for the leg side. Daniel Bell-Drummond will pick that up. There's an awkward bounce out there. So he reads it correctly. And there were one or two misfields here last week as fielders were struggling a little bit with some of the, just the odd sort of tuft of grass in the wrong place.
I think where it's so dry as well, the diving and sliding just becomes a tad more dangerous. So I think that's probably in the back of the fielders' minds. You can't blame them.
I think it's probably in the front of their minds, to be honest. It's, yeah, I can remember there was, I think it was a case yesterday. I think Tunbridge were playing at Braintree on a different sport. But their manager, I thought they won 4-0. He said the pitch was too dangerous. Thought the game shouldn't have gone ahead. So Quinn comes in again for the final ball of the over. And that one is going to be prodded out onto the offside. It's fielded by Jaden Denley, and there's no run. So I suppose cricket's a very different sport to football. I don't think we're ever in a territory where we're going to get a game called off because the outfield's too dry. But it's almost subcontinental at the moment, the state of the outfield here.
I think for batters though, you'd want to cash in. If you bat deep here and bat long, the runs are going to be piling on for you. I think any batter that comes to Beckenham has that in the front of their mind. They want to get in, get a score. It's one of the places that you feel you could probably do it at. So I'm sure Eskenazi and Patel are going to be trying to cash in with them benefits today. As Stewart is in, and again slightly back of a length, played into the offside. But Finch there, he's quick across the ground, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's rapid, coming in from wherever he fields.
He's that quick, you almost forget that he is a keeper. That's a compliment to him, of course, but...
I suppose he's a sort of late career keeper, isn't he? He's reinvented himself a couple of years ago.
Stewart then. Again, back of a length, back onto the offside. Of the top part of the bat, that's come off. It seems like Stewart's bowling obviously a bit of a heavier ball as well, just from what you can see here. Back of a length, heavier ball. Maybe not coming off the bat as true as I'd like at the moment.
I think they probably, having seen some of the scores in this tournament, they're probably quite happy to wait it out.
Again, Fuller, and that's whipped away hard. And that's going to be the first boundary of the day. It's a strong looking shot there. Too full there by Stewart. Punished.
Yeah, first boundary of the morning coming from Patel. They're just going to have a quick look at that one on the replay. It's Stewart, as you say, a little bit fuller, and Patel timed that perfectly through cover, and Leicestershire move on to 5 without loss in the third over.
That's what I was saying here. If you just get too full, there's no margin for error whatsoever. So Stewart then looking to reply to Patel, and again a much better delivery. That's just defended away.
Classic forward defensive, if you like, that one from Patel, who just rehearses it again. See, normally when you see players rehearsing their shots, it's when they've just done something they possibly regret. But on this occasion, there was absolutely nothing wrong with that one from Patel.
It's the control, isn't it? A measure of his innings. Stewart pulled away, and that is going to go all the way as well. So the first maximum of the day, also brought to us by Rishi Patel. Too short that time. He's been punished. So
that looked almost effortless, didn't it?
Just picked it up.
Patel, the way that he just didn't really need any power with it, did he? He just seemed to sort of flick it around a backward square area. And to say, our commentary position, we do have to issue a bit of a disclaimer. Never quite sure if there's a fielder down there. But that didn't get near a fielder.
So last ball then of the over, as Stewart bowls Fuller, left alone this time by Patel, and that should be the end of the over. So Leicestershire are 11 without loss then.
That's a good comeback from Stewart after he got whacked for 6 from the previous delivery. It's the best over by a distance for Leicestershire so far. They move on to 11 without loss. Just looking at the replay of that last delivery, it sort of swung away a little bit from Patel. Maybe just a set of stumps or so, maybe one stump. And we're going to have Matt Quinn back again from the Beckenham end.
It does come back to your point though. Back of a length is brilliant, but if you go too short, that's going to happen.
Yeah. There's Quinn, and that one is left alone by Eskenazi. Just goes outside his off stump, and Benjamin takes that one comfortably down the offside. Because it's tempting the batter to hook, isn't it? If you keep going at this particular stage of the game, hooking is possibly not a bad option. There's a lot of the leg side that's pretty much undefended.
You got a deep third, haven't you? Out on the boundary.
Deep third, and apart from that, there's nothing at all on this side on the boundary. As Quinn comes in from the Beckenham end, that one's a little bit fuller. That'll be steered. They'll get certainly 2 for that. Might get 4, and I think they will get 4 here. Jaden Denley chasing after that one. As you were talking about that outfield, seems even quicker than it did last week.
That was a push. That wasn't even a full strike of the bat, if you'd like. He split the fielder perfectly. I think Jaden Denley giving chase, but even a slide on a very very dry outfield, I don't think would bring that back in.
Yeah, and there's the risk involved in sliding as well. Sometimes it's not worth it. Here's Quinn in from the Beckenham end again. And that one, again, is left alone by Eskenazi. That was fairly wide of his off stump. It was sort of decent enough length. And there's no run, so the score remains Leicestershire 15 for no wicket. After 3.3 overs, Eskenazi on 4 is the batter on strike. Patel is on 11.
So yeah, I can see a deep third and a deep fine as well, just in front of that ad board. The player blended in.
Yeah, that's anything over the top on the leg side. It's going to be runs here. Quinn comes in. That one is fended by Eskenazi, fielded by Sam Northeast, and there's no run. Just reflecting on the defeat at the Oval on Wednesday, Kent have basically won all of their home games so far this season, and they've lost all of their away games. They need to win both of their remaining games to stand a realistic chance of getting through in this competition. I felt the Oval was a classic case of Surrey made around about 285, and that gives you a chance in any form of cricket. Certainly that this day, Quinn comes in. I think if you were chasing in a fourth innings of a 4-day game, I'm not sure how confident you'd feel chasing 285. Obviously, depends on the circumstances. The Oval is one of the more batter-friendly wickets, but it was just a question of the Kent top order never really got going. A few of them made starts, a few 20s in there, but nobody really pushed on. It was only really Jaden, Denley and Ekansh Singh that put on any kind of a partnership. Quinn comes in from the Beckenham end, and that one is just sort of fended towards a gully area where Harry Finch seems to be patrolling, and there's no run at the end of the over. 15 without loss.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think also you're speaking about two of the younger players. Ekansh Singh this year has had a good year. It's been good to see him in all the formats that he's played as well. Obviously watched him coming through them ranks as a couple of years ago when the team found themselves very much rebuilding, especially with the younger talent. So it's nice to see this year him sort of come into his own and make a statement, really.
Jaden Denley batted very well, I thought, on Wednesday. There was just a sort of spell. When they came in, I thought we really didn't stand a great chance. And just while they were there and going well, there was just that little bit of hope just for the duration of that partnership.
So for now then, Stewart will continue. And again, a thick outside edge, but it will go straight down to Matt Quinn, who is just in front of us here. That's probably the first shot that we've seen. Wasn't a loose shot, but out of the realm of being quite contained.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was 100% in control of it, but as you say, when you've got no fielder in that kind of area, normally you'd have a slip cord and a gully, but there's very little risk involved in playing that sort of shot.
It's one of the largest gaps on the field anyway. So Stewart, again, he's found that same area, just guiding it between Tawanda Mayeye and Harry Finch as well at point.
Just looked like he had a bit more control over that last one as well.
More deliberate, wasn't it? So Mayeye has come out of first slip and gone wider, and northeast has been removed from that region as well. So the gaps become more square of the wicket as Stewart is in and bowls shorter, and that's been pulled away off the back foot and a good stop by, is that Ekansh Singh?
It's Ekansh Singh there, yeah.
So I get a couple, but he's definitely stopped a boundary there. Diving to his left.
Yeah, it seemed to hit him in the chest, Ekansh Singh, but he got enough on it that probably cut that down. Certainly would have got close to the boundary.
Yeah.
But it's slightly up the hill here, isn't it, this boundary? It's very difficult to see. It's certainly not as pronounced as Canterbury.
It was hit hard as well. Stewart again. Back of a length, and that's just, again, defends off the back foot, but straight to Finch at point. Yeah, that stop as well. He was going to his left on a very dry outfield, so he's done well to stop it and get up unmarked as well.
Yeah, he had a good game here last week. Took 4 for 40. Took wickets at important times, and also was quite instrumental in not getting over 300.
And defended away by Patel. It's a better area from Stewart. Not given as much width that time. It's one of these wickets, isn't it? I think if you just, like I said earlier, more comfortable you just feel that there's runs available all around the ground.
And there's no need to rush either in this format. It's not like the Blast where you're under pressure from the off.
Stewart, I think that's driven, but straight to cover for no run. And that is the end of the over then. So at the end of the over, Leicestershire 19 for no loss. It's a good over there from Kent. But you are right. I think people forget how much time there actually is in 50 over cricket.
Yeah, I know one or two Surrey supporters that we were talking to on Wednesday were saying that they felt they hadn't batted well enough. They'd left runs out there. They hadn't paced their innings properly. And that was partly down to the success of the way that Kent dragged it back, which they've done very well throughout this tournament. Whenever Kent have won so far this season, they've reeled teams in. Quinn comes into bowl from the Beckenham end. And that one is just left alone outside of off stump. Yeah, every game that they've won, certainly Northants were poised Canterbury to make a really big score. They were about 210 for 3 with 10 overs left, and they were basically skittled from that point onwards, down to about 250. And Somerset, I know Lewis Goldsworthy talking after that game said he felt that they'd left at least 20 out there. So Quinn back at his mark. That one's shorter, that's hooked. I think that one's going to be 4. Doesn't quite have enough on it to go to the boundary, but that, I think the expressions don't bowl there, isn't it?
It is. It was just too short, and it was almost, he just hit that perfectly square. I mentioned the over previously, there was no one out there, so it's a pretty safe shot for the batter in the end.
Yeah, I think maybe it's not a sort of purist's cricket shot, if you like, but saying the state of the field, as you say, there's no risk in playing a shot like that. Let's see what Quinn can come back with. One sort of steered back to backward point. I think that's Harry Finch down there, judging by the body language, the whip of the throw. And there's no run.
The margin is small, but the difference between back of a length and short is it's a small margin, but it's a very big difference.
It is. It's a harsh game for bowlers. It's maybe not quite as harsh as the Blast is, where if you get your calculations wrong by even a fraction, you go for big runs. But Quinn goes back to his mark. 3 balls in the over remaining. And again, it's an odd sort of shot, that one, isn't it? It's steered.
Yeah. A bit of like a flick of the wrist as well, I think.
He's not got any runs for it, so Quinn will be happy from that point of view. 2.4 overs for 9 runs so far. Leicestershire 23 without loss. I think the crowd is possibly slightly down from last week. Although it is fairly early here. Gates open 10 o'clock this morning. Big crowd outside. Quinn into bowl. And that will be fended away on the offside and there'll be no run. Joey Everson will field. Joey Everson, of course, had a loan spell with Leicestershire after that fairly well documented Blast tournament where he was retired out, having scored 5 from 12 at Lords. But he's back temporarily. He's off to Sussex at the end of the season. But I think it's a sign of the esteem in which he is held by people at Kent that he is playing today, because it's not always the case with players who've agreed deals elsewhere. As Quinn comes into bowl. And that one again is fended. That sort of shot that he tries to play Bell Drummond-like down through. Well, imagine he knew that there was a fielder down there. There's no risk of getting out. He's just not going to get a run to it, is he?
And it's a shot that you think, as you've mentioned, is low risk, but the area is pretty well covered. So it isn't going to be a scoring shot. But, you know, Kent have accounted for that and played towards it. So it is going to be Stewart then to continue from the city end. I love that we call it the city end, because if the trees weren't in front of us, you could see the outline of the city of London. So Stewart then into Patel, and that's whipped away. It's too short, and it's going to be 4. He played that beautifully on the up, over the inner ring. It's raced away here at Beckenham.
Yeah, that was an elegant shot there. Fully in control of that one. Field just for a second from the angle that we were at. I wondered if it might go near backward point, but absolutely no danger of that.
I do get the reasoning why we're not going to go too full, but you think that was too short with too much width. And that is Fuller. And he's out. Caught behind. Diving effort from Benjamin. Dismisses Patel for 18. So a very good follow-up there from Grant Stewart to see Kent's first wicket.
Yeah, good comeback from Stewart after that previous delivery. He's nicked that one behind. To say from here, I didn't really hear a noise, so I was slightly surprised. But I think it is the industrial scale headphones that we are wearing that possibly made that slightly muter. And Patel has to go after an elegant run and ball innings, 18 from 18.
I think Kent needed that. I wouldn't say Leicestershire are running away as it stands, but they're building a nice foundation and a couple of overs of maybe some too short stuff with a few boundaries. I think it's going to put some energy back out there in the field.
Well, I think you always need early wickets. The problem that we had at the Oval on Wednesday was that although Surrey didn't get away with it at the end, they didn't have to deal with any kind of early wickets, so they had wickets in hand throughout. And that just gives you a platform. It's pretty much been a feature of every game we've seen. It's probably one of the, without having the scores in front of me, I suspect that might be the earliest that Kent have taken a wicket so far in this tournament. There might be an exception. We'll have a look around, see if anybody can help us with the stats at some point. Just waiting to see who the incoming batter is. It looks like it's the number 88.
Is it Tom Scriven?
Tom Scriven.
Tom Scriven.
You may have heard the voice of Kent cricket, Steve Watts, announcing that. He's in the hut with us today.
Very recognisable voice as
Distinctive voice. Gravelly voice. The sound of Cranbrook. We've got the whole of Kent covered here. We've got East Kent, Mid Kent, Metropolitan Kent in the commentary box today. Full range of accents. We're digressing slightly. Grant has got 4 left in the over.
He does. So he's in to bowl to the new batter. And again, that's Fuller. But just driven for no run to Singh at cover. I mean, it's one of these situations. If you're coming in at 3 this early here at Beckenham, you're not going to be too disappointed. You've got a whole afternoon to have a bat on a wicket that most people want to have a go on.
There's an Alistair Cook story that will follow this delivery. After that,
Stewart to Scriven again. Again, that's more back of a length, but better directed there from Stewart into the body of Scriven.
Yeah, as you say, Alistair Cook was talking about early in his career. He got out very early in his innings. And Graham Gooch just took him to one side and said, well, I think you left some runs out there today, mate. And the guy that came in afterwards, I forget his name, made about 200 or something like that. And when he got out finally, Gooch just looked at Cook and said, they're your runs.
And that is just driven up to mid-off for no run. It's always it's a tough game sometimes, cricket.
Mentally, one of the toughest. But I think part of I would have thought the toughest thing is to field for 6 hours in heat like this. I know we're not going to be fielding for 6 hours today because you're only going to get one innings, but I'd say that in a 4-day game, certainly had a few games at Kent in recent years where I felt very sorry for the fielding sides.
And again, that's Fuller. This time, stump to stump, as they would say, and that is the end of the over. So Leicestershire are 27 for 1. Stewart taking that valuable first Kent wicket then.
Yeah, breakthrough that Kent very much needed coming. So Rishi Patel caught behind 18 off exactly 18 balls. Matt Quinn is going to continue from the Beckenham end. And Quinn hasn't been bad so far. It's 3 overs at exactly 3. Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over, actually, because it's still saying it's 3.5. So, hoping that wasn't a 5-ball over. Quinn comes in anyway. And that'll be steered. That's a very... we've seen this shot about 3 or 4 times in the last over from Matt Quinn. No run from it. It's that they keep trying it and it's not quite working for them.
Yeah, they've stemmed that gap quite quickly and quite early. I'm surprised that Eskenazi is still trying to attempt to get his runs through there. I mean, maybe Quinn's not offering too much more, but when you've got Mayeye there that's also catching, so if he mistimes it as well, there is a potential of being out.
There's Quinn again. That one's short. That one's hooked. That should be 6, I think. And it bounces about a yard over the rope. Absolutely nothing wrong with that one from Eskenazi. In control of that from the moment he saw it.
I mean, then you would think, is there value of taking away your fine leg to put them out at deep square? Nothing's actually truly gone down to that region as of yet, because if Quinn isn't bowling short, he's bowling on full stump.
Yeah, it certainly didn't work for him on that last delivery. Comes in again to Eskenazi. Let's see if he's got a comeback. That one's fuller. That one is steered towards point where it's fielded by Jaden Denley. And there's no run, so a good comeback from the bowler's point of view. No runs from it. Leicestershire currently 33 for 1. The man out was Rishi Patel, who was caught behind off Grant Stewart for 18.
I mean, after the power play, I'd be interested to see where Kent will go. Will they continue with their seam both ends, or will you see an early Matt Parkinson appearance?
Yeah, it's always an option as Quinn comes in. That one is going to get 4, I think. Nice little cut through backward point area. And that is 4 more to Eskenazi. And Leicestershire move on to 37 for 1.
That's the shot that he really wants, isn't it? Playing it late, guiding it through.
It's possibly the one he's been thinking about while he's been playing all these rehearsals, and that's come off for Eskenazi. He moves on to 19.
What you can say is it flew through.
Yeah, it absolutely did.
Didn't hang around, did it?
It's an indication of how the outfield is going to be this afternoon. Here's Quinn again. That one is fuller, and that one's a better delivery from Quinn. All Eskenazi can do with that one is just fend it off, and there's no run. Dot ball there.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of, as soon as a power play's done, just try your hand at spinner. Sometimes people will say, "No, Molly, what are you thinking?" But it's never a bad shout, especially on hot days like this as well, where you can feel that, you know.
Like Joe Denley used to open the bowling for
Exactly.
Kent in the blast. So Quinn comes in for the final ball of the over, and there'll be no run off that one. So another dot ball to finish with. And after 8 overs, the score is 37 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's cricket that I played, but spin was always turned to probably a lot earlier than people sometimes think or would like. It's not to say that happened today whatsoever. You know, Val Drummond may have a plan. He has got a plan, but hot days like this as well, dry outfields, flat wickets.
So it's not that long since you were playing, is it? It's only the start of the season that you decided to give up, is it?
Yeah, start of the season I decided to play no more, but maybe that's the difference in sort of women's cricket and men's cricket. The spinners in women's cricket I turned to a lot earlier. But for now, it will be Grant Stewart, and that's clipped away on the onside. It won't go all the way, but Scriven will pick up a couple for his troubles. A lot fuller and straighter from Stewart. Yeah, I'm just looking through the Kent team and the bowlers that will probably make an appearance today. Obviously, we've mentioned Parkinson and Jaden Denley, but you've got Ekansh Singh as well that will turn his arm over. Potentially a Joey Everson at some point as well. Not short of bowlers for sure. So Stewart again. And again, that is shorter, but that's guided away straight to point, where Harry Finch is there.
We said that a few times this morning already.
Yeah. So again, you've got Harry Finch at point. You've got Sam Northeast. It's like a wider gully, and Mayeye has gone back into more of a conventional first slip again. This is to the new bat of Scriven. again, that's a lot fuller and straighter. Maybe a bit of movement as well.
Yeah, it just seems to loop up uncomfortably off Scriven's bat. No close fielder in. Would have been straight down a short leg's throat.
It would.
But it's not a fielding position you see too often in this format.
And as you've said that, but yeah, he's left first slip and going to go, I would say,
to exactly where the ball landed in the previous delivery.
So you'd think a similar plan here then for Stewart. And again, it is full and straight, attacking them stumps. You'd think the field might change to Eskenazi just because of that sort of more of that dab late cut shot.
Yeah, Scriven only on 2 is inevitably going to be feeling nervous at this stage of his innings.
Stewart's in, and again, straighter and fuller off the pads, but they won't get a run as Jaden Denley makes his way round to collect that. Yeah, every batter was different. Is it they get the 1 run and the nerves settle? Was it they have to get more than 10? I think for me, as long as I didn't get a first baller, I was pretty happy.
Yeah, I was happy to get into double figures when I played, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, first ball's it's a hard one, isn't it? And that's whipped off the legs beautifully, but it will go straight to Joey Everson. So it won't be a boundary, it will just be a single. Again, you have to apologise. We lose sight of the ball as it just goes out of our range here in the tent.
Yeah, a bit of neck flexing there as we tried to work out if there was a fielder anywhere near it. So at the end of that over, 40 for 1. Leicestershire, 9 overs bowled so far, so 1 over of the power play remaining. So looks like we're going to have a bowling change here.
Change of bowling for Kent, the Beckenham end number 5, Ekansh Singh.
And it is going to be Ekansh Singh who is going to bowl from the Beckenham end. So named because it is closest to the centre of Beckenham. Liam Knight, who's going to be joining us very shortly, has just pointed out that Ekansh Singh is on a Beckenham hat-trick because the last 2 balls that he bowled at the back end of the Nottinghamshire innings were both wickets. So in he comes, facing Scriven. And that one is just fended off by Scriven. So no chance of a Beckenham hat-trick for Ekansh Singh here. Score stays on 40 for 1. Scriven remains on 3. Is that a thing? You get a hat-trick from in different matches?
2 games carried over. I mean, it's
you've taken 3 wickets in 3 deliveries, haven't you? If you do that, but I'm not sure if maybe people out there listening will know better than we do. Here's Ekansh Singh in again. That one is again sort of fended off by Scriven, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run.
He has been an exciting player to watch this year, though, like I mentioned earlier. Sort of coming into his own this year with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, he was absolutely electric in that game against Somerset. 40 runs coming from 20 deliveries. And here last week, he took 4 for 40, including those 2 wickets off the last 2 balls that we've just been talking about. And he did a pretty good knock at the Oval as well. It was not the ideal match situation, but he put a pretty good partnership with Jaden Denley. He's back to his mark. That one is pulled. They're going to get 2 for that, I think. But there is a fielder down there on the boundary. And we'll come back for a second. Good fielding down there by Grant Stewart. Believe that was just a 2. Stewart down there at backward square. Well, there's a bit of atmosphere here. A bit of a shout. Leicestershire la 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 has gone up from a small knot of fans. We've got a bit of a delay here for something or other. We've got 3 balls left in the over. there's a problem with the wicket, and Daniel Bell-Drummond has come over to the ground staff. He said, "Have you got a hammer?" Matt Quinn was looking at this run-up when he was bowling. Ekant Singh has obviously seen something that he doesn't like, and we're going to have a bit of a delay here. So ground staff are coming on with looks like a sort of pile driver, if you like.
So obviously, how many 3 balls left before the power play comes to an end?
Yeah.
Who do you think the happier team is at the end of this then?
I'd say it's fairly even. From a Leicestershire point of view, you're going to be happy that they haven't only taken 1 wicket. From a Kent point of view, the run rate at the moment is only 4.4, which is not outrageous on a wicket like this. And the ground staff is absolutely hammering at that wicket. So there's something that's happened. Must be right where the bowler's foot lands.
If it's sort of crumbled potentially, it's very dry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sort of do feel for the bowlers having to sort of put their planting foot in that area. But the ground staff here are pretty on it.
Yes, they have won awards here. The ground staff at Beckenham. It's out ground of the year, I think, a couple of years ago, and then they were runners-up earlier. Well, it was for last season, I think. Probably something to keep in mind. I know that a lot of people were unhappy, understandably, when we had that day of play lost earlier this season, but it was just not really anybody's fault. And the ground staff here, as we say, have won awards. So just the sort of thing that happens every now and again. As Ekant is going to bowl the 4th ball of the over. Into Scriven, and Scriven will hook that behind him. It should find Grant Stewart on the boundary, so they're only going to get 1 for that, a pull shot rather than a hook shot. And as Stewart fields it on the bounce, hurls it back in. 1 run added to the score, 43 for 1, and Eskenazi is back on strike.
Yeah, that was the first one that's probably ventured straight to that sort of deep, fine leg fielder.
Ekant is back to his mark, comes in again. 2 balls remaining in the over. And that one is driven. They're going to get 1 for this. It's a chancy single. There's a throw in from, I think it was Jaden Denley.
Joey?
Might have been Joey Everson, actually. Yep, you're right. Joey Everson there, cover. Whether it would have been out if he'd hit directly, it's very difficult for us to tell from this angle. Certainly they were getting a hurry on.
Probably the first chance has been legitimately probably of a wicket in play if you want to open play.
Ekant again, final ball of the power play. And that one's a beauty. That's gone right through the batter. And unfortunately, it's gone right through Chris Benjamin as well. He's tried to take that one left-handed. So it's a bye. Yep.
That's obviously hooped back.
Through 10 overs.
Oh, at the end of the power play, the score is 45 for 1. So
That completes the first power play.
we're going to have a first rotation here in the commentary box. I will be making way for Liam Knight, who will take over from here.
So as Fred and Liam make a change, is going to be also a change at the City end. Joey Everson will be given the ball. He'll be replacing Grant Stewart to try and make his first impact on today's play. So again, gone with the 2 seamers in the first changes of both ends. So Liam Knight has got himself poised and ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Molly. Good afternoon, everyone. Rather warm, isn't it?
It's trying to keep cool here, isn't it, at Beckenham?
Yeah, we're not too bad. We're in a bit of shade in our marquee, but Matt Quinn fielding just in front of us. Earlier on, he sort of turned round to grab his drink and just went, "It's hot." So they're feeling it, definitely.
So Everton in then. Again, that's back of a length, but that's just pushed up to mid-off and no run. You've got the fan on here, haven't you, Liam? You're keeping pretty cool.
Yeah, I bought my fan from home. No expense spared.
Keeping the commentary tent nice and cool. A bit of a change of pace here then, with Joey Everson coming on to replace Stewart. And again, that's high up in the air. That could be out. And it is. It's taken. Maybe some confusion, but there was a call in the end. So, Scriven departs for 6. A shorter innings there from Leicestershire's number 3. Kent's second wicket, as I was speaking to Fred earlier, who thinks they're the happier team. Probably right now it's going to be Kent with that valuable second wicket early after the power play has ended. Could be Kent's good luck charm there, Liam, coming on comms. 2 balls later, there's a wicket.
I'm not described as that very often, so thank you very much. So Grant Stewart's still involved with the game. He takes the catch this time. Joe Everson gets his first wicket. Scriven goes for 6. The Foxes are 45 for 2 now, just after the first power play. So I know you and Fred were talking about who would be happier at this stage. I think it has got slightly more even now. Obviously, there's runs on the board. Run rate isn't too concerning if you're a Foxes fan. But Kent have got their second wicket. So Joey Everson has come into the attack and he's paid dividends on his second delivery. So we'll see how Kent go on from here.
You think as well, maybe the change of pace. It's probably fair to say that Everton, out of the 4 bowlers we've seen so far from a Kent perspective, that he's probably not the quickest. But again, that change of pace has created the wicket, which is what Kent needed. Just threw his shot too early there. Scriven has tried to hit that over mid-on, but didn't quite get enough of it. So the new batter has made their way out to the crease. I'm just trying to see who that is, actually.
Shake is the new batter.
Yeah, it is Hamza Sheikh. So Everson then will have 4 balls left of his first over. Only had the 2 so far. No changes to the field. Same one as there has been throughout. So Everson, top of his run into the new batter. Fuller defended away that time.
Interesting that Joey's bowling that a little bit fuller and the other bowlers were slightly shorter in the power play. I think Scriven just wanted to hit it back over his head, didn't he? And he just didn't get all of it.
Oh yeah, he was looking to go over the inner ring, wasn't he? Me and Fred were saying earlier that, you know, Eskenazi has been looking to play a lot behind square, so Scriven probably attacking in front of the wicket. As that, again, has been pushed into the offside off the back foot. That's something we've said quite a lot already this morning.
Sort of came up at him a little bit, Hamza Sheikh. Had to sort of adjust, go back onto the back foot, fend it off.
There's been a lot of probably more back-footed behind square shots all morning, really. Everson. And again, that is a lot fuller. And it's played out mid-on to Stewart. They thought about a run, but was sent back pretty quickly by Eskenazi, who didn't fancy the signal.
Joey Everson, of course, spent time on loan at Leicestershire this season, so he'll have spent a lot of time with these batters. Maybe he's picked up some tips on how to get them out.
I'm sure there's some friendly conversations before the game today. And they're in again, more towards the stumps. Pushed into the onside for no run. Straight to Andamayeye. And that is the end of the over then. So, at the end of that, it is 45 for 2. Hamza hasn't yet to score, and Eskenazi is 20 off 27.
Yeah, wicket made from Joey Everson, so good start from him, number 33. Looks like Matt Parkinson's going to come on from the Beckenham end.
I did say this earlier. How early do we think we'd turn to a spinner? And they've had 1 over of Ekansh Singh, and they've then handed the ball to Kent spinner.
Do you think fielders will be grateful for that as well? Something that get through the overs slightly quicker in this heat?
I think it might be a play. Obviously, a lot of overs are seamed so far. I'm sure the Kent skipper looking to give some of the seamers a bit of a rest in the heat as well. I think also if you can get through overs quickly before you know it, you're just putting more pressure onto the batting side.
Yeah, Tawanda Mie is in a very close first slip, so Kent aren't worried about runs at the moment. So it'll be Parkinson with his leg spin then from the Beckenham end, going away from us in our position here. And he's in and bowls, and that's come up very slightly at the end of that delivery to Eskenazi, and he just bats it into the offside. There's no run. Parkinson reaches the end of his mark. How will he get into his second delivery? And that one's slightly shorter, and it goes past the outside edge of Eskenazi. Lots of applause from behind the stumps there for that delivery.
I think the move's good though, because he's looked to sort of play that dab late cut shot so often to the seamers.
In comes Parkinson again. This time he gets behind that one a little bit more. Does Eskenazi, and they'll scamper through for a single. Jaden Denley's there to do the fielding.
By bringing on Parkinson, you're almost making him play in front of square. Maybe it's more of a deliberate ploy here than from a Kent perspective. Hopefully looking to guide that straight into Mieye's hands, as Liam's mentioned already. That very close slip position.
So Sheikh faces his first delivery from Matt Parkinson here, who's in, and that's defended away. Maybe a little bit of an edge on that one, but nice and safe. Nothing doing for both sides there.
He's racing through the over.
He's in again, is Parkinson. And that one's turned. That one's beaten the edge. Encouraging signs from a Kent perspective here. Matt Parkinson just come on.
I mean, selfishly, that's why I'm all for bringing a spinner on early. Shake up the game.
Yeah, just in the replay, that's turned. There's Parkinson in again. Slightly more onto the pad, and it's played into the leg side. They'll come through for a single, so Shakes off the mark. At the end of the over, the Foxes are 47 for 2. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Clubberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with, I don't like to say this, my former Kent wicketkeeper,
okay.
Molly Davis. Hung up the gloves at the end of last year. I should say as well that you can get in touch with us if you want to let us know where you're listening in from. You can email in at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. Tell us where you're watching from, where you're listening from. Kent or Leicester fans, we like to hear where both sides fans are watching in from. If you're not here, there is a big contingent of Leicester fans actually. It's in the grandstand.
So Everton will continue. And there's going to be a quick single here. Oh, and that looked close, especially by the fielders' reactions. Batters have both made their ground though. I think it would have been, is it Grant Stewart again?
Yeah, it's the other side of the ground to us, isn't it? So,
So
we're going to need some binoculars, I think.
I think it's Matt Quinn, apologies.
Yeah, Grant Stewart's right in front of us.
He is there. So Everson then. And again, Fuller just defended away. You are right there. The plan that Everton's taking is very different to the other three seamers in a Kent shirt. It's a lot fuller. Is it potentially maybe the pace, maybe?
Yeah, he's not as quick as Grant or Matt Quinn, but he's got his own set of skills, hasn't he, Joey Everson?
He has indeed. He's got a wicket, so it proves. And again, that time, Fuller just defended away. I'm not sure if you can see, but from our end, you'll see that Eskenazi is just taking a couple of steps towards Joey Everson to play these shots. Taking the, I like that, the aggressive stance as a batter. A couple of steps down. So Everson makes his way back in then to bowl. And again, it's an outside edge that time, but that has gone to Grant Stewart. He's just in front of us.
It is worth mentioning, you'll probably mentioned this with Fred earlier, Molly, that the outfield is so dry that it's become a bit bobbly. So every now and then a fielder just gets a bit wary of the bounce when the ball's coming towards them.
Yeah, we said that, and also sort of diving and sliding as well. It's something that they're probably all thinking about. Everson, Again, a bit back of a length, but no run, as that's just been hit straight towards northeast at a shorter cover there by Shake. Yeah, still quite an attacking field here from Kent, which is good to see. Even now we're obviously out of the power play. Still got them close fielders in. So we're halfway through this Everson over then. And again, Fuller that time, played it quite late. One bounced into the hands. I say we're halfway through. Our system in front of us seems to be behind. So in fact, Everton has raced through that over.
Yeah, we're watching the live stream
We
live,
are.
so we're slightly up behind. We've got a scoreboard feed up here as well. But the Foxes are 49 for 2 then after 13. Matt Parkinson to continue from the Beckenham end in the sunshine here at the County Ground Beckenham. He's into Eskenazi. He's driving there, and they'll get a single. There is a fielder down there, Harry Finch, at long off. And that's the 50 up for Leicestershire.
There's a applause just in front of us in the stand with the travelling Leicester fans.
Yeah, they've got some football-style England flags with Leicestershire on. As Parkinson again, that's swept by Hamza Sheikh, and they'll get a single for it. Akant Singh does the fielding. I think I heard one of them with a whistle earlier as well. That's quite old school, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to see the fans making the journey down to support the team.
And comes Parkinson again then, and that's more onto the stumps than the previous delivery. And that's defended away for no run. Eskenazi's 23 not out from 35. Comes Parkinson again, and they'll get a single there. Just evades the outstretched hand of Matt Parkinson off his own bowling. And they will get a single. So 51 for 2 now, our Leicestershire Foxes.
Yeah, I do think you're right, though. There's an element of just getting in and out of your over pretty quick. That's what Kent are going to want.
Yeah, he's in again then, Parkinson. That's swept. But he won't beat Matt Quinn, so there's no run from it. Fires it back into Chris Benjamin. Good to see Tawanda back for Kent, isn't it?
It is. It's nice to see sort of players return, especially when you're not expecting them to come back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Parkinson. That's swept again. This time it does beat Matt Quinn. Chases on with Ekant Singh. They are going to come back for 2. Ekant Singh does get there at the rope. Cuts it off. Throws it back into the wicket-keeper's end. And there'll be 2 from that delivery. That's the end of the over. Yeah, nice quick over there from Matt Parkinson.
And it looks like that Harry Finch is just temporarily leaving the field. And I know this because a very tall Ben Dawkins has just walked onto the pitch.
Yeah, I don't want to be lazy and say Big Ben. That's the low-hanging fruit, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I think you can do better.
Yeah, and obviously we're not in London, we're in Kent, so wouldn't make sense.
The old debate. But anyway, for now, Everson will continue. So there's no run there as Eskenazi plays that to Mieye at a, I would say it's not a short square leg. It's a very sort of wider mid-wicket, I would say. So again, as it stands, the Everson-Parkinson tandem bowling seems to be working well if you're a Kent fan in terms of stemming runs. And again, just defended away. Got quite high on Eskenazi there. He's sort of looking at his hand. Maybe the vibration through the bat, that can always be quite painful sometimes as well. A good start from Everson. As he circles back at the top of his mark. He's in to bowl again. Fuller that time, but hit straight up to mid-on, where it is Matt Quinn.
Yeah, Matt Quinn, number 64, because he's 6'4".
Yeah, I think someone mentioned that previously, actually.
Probably me.
Oh, probably it was, yeah.
That's the one bit of trivia I have, I think.
Clever way of doing it there is your shirt number.
So I'd be 61, 62.
Again, he's moved down the wicket there. He's played it onto the onside. They're going to look for 2. But Jaden Denley's, I would say, one of the quicker members across ground in that Kent team.
Yeah, he's one of those bright young fielders, isn't he? He made his blast debut in the tournament, and you could see straight away that he's going to be one of those boundary riders that chases after everything. I think Harry Finch does that well as well when he's not behind the stumps.
That's short and Shake will pull that away straight to Jaden Denley again. It would just be a single.
Didn't have to move that time, he went straight to him.
Yeah, I would agree. We said earlier that Finch across ground as well is pretty quick, and you can almost see he wants the ball every time, which I know there is a phrase that all coaches like to use when you're fielding, when you're young. Want the ball. Keep moving. All the phrases. As that again, just been guided down to 3rd. Smart shot in the end. Stewart does the work.
Testament to how hard this ground is. We could hear his footsteps, Grant, as he ran across there. You probably usually wouldn't hear that if we were in more humid climes. So did you ever outfield in your playing days?
Very rarely. But I had a few ventures out on the rope, mainly catching, to be fair. Found myself in a slip gully position quite a lot.
Oh yeah, your debut you took a couple of catches, didn't you?
I did, yeah, but I wasn't actually in the slips or gully, so there's not much to it, unfortunately. But Parkinson then will be continuing.
In he comes to Eskenazi. Oh, and he stumped him. Square leg umpire gives it straight away. That's out Fox Eskenazi. And he departs to 25. That's a big wicket for Kent. Eskenazi was there from the start and he looked a little bit more calm and assured than maybe a couple of his other partners. But he goes now for 26.
That was a good bit of work. Quick from Chris Benjamin then. I think you were looking for that. We saw Parkinson turn a few the over previously. So again, good bit of bowling. A genuine wicket there.
Yeah, but I think on the flip side, does this give you a bit of a conundrum if you're Daniel Bell-Drummond? Where are you going to get more spin from?
You have Jaden Denley that will turn his arm over.
We did actually see Tawanda Miyeye throw a few down in the warm-ups. He's off spin. He's done that a few times in the championship. The umpires take a well-earned drink as well.
Yeah, it was just, like I said, sometimes spin can turn the game around. There you go. But again, you are right. They're going to be looking at where them other overs can come from. See, Jaden has the ability to bowl. But your true spinner out there today is Matt Parkinson.
Nick Kelly is the next man in for Leicestershire. Number 55, but he doesn't look 5'5", so can't be the reason why. He changes words with his new partner, Hamza Sheikh, as they walk back into the middle. At the same time, Matt Parkinson and is that Deeps? Yeah, they're having a conversation. Daniel Bell-Drummond and Matt Parkinson.
So obviously still slip is in place as it stands, which is Tawanda Miyeye. And he'll be staying there, especially to the new batter. I think if it's turning, then...
Yeah, slightly different plan here.
So, couple of changes in the field, moving traffic between skipper, keeper, bowler. It's still happening now. Just making sure that field's exactly how you want it.
Yeah, left-hander, isn't it, Kelly?
So Miyeye is going to stay at a leg slip, which I think's... I like that, actually. If it's turning, why not? So yeah, you'll have a leg slip of Tawanda Miyeye.
So he's facing his first ball now from Parkinson. He's right behind that one. Nice defensive stroke from Kelly.
I think that's also a nod to how much it is turning to keep Miyeye that side. Just indicates that it probably is moving quite a bit.
Comes Parkinson again. He takes one step down and he stumped him again. Kelly was looking for that one. He was trying to hit that into Crystal Palace's training ground. And he's missed the edge. Chris Benjamin obliges with the gloves. And Leicestershire Foxes are 4 down now.
Again, a good bit of work by Benjamin. I always enjoy watching stuff like that as a former keeper. So 2 very quick wickets there from Kent that are big wickets as well, which is maybe tipping the scales towards their favour as it stands. But it's early days still here at Beckenham.
Yeah, still early days, like you say, Molly. We're only in the 16th over. I think from a Kent point of view, you'll be lucky to, or happy rather, not lucky, happy to be taking these wickets.
I mean, if you are Leicester, though, or Leicestershire, I should say, you're probably thinking spinners going to be wanting to get out there later if they're seeing as much turn now as Matt Parkinson's getting. Both sides have to bat.
Yeah, and there'll be a familiar spinner to Kent supporters in the second innings with the return of Mo Rizvi to Beckenham, who was, of course, a Kent player in last year's Metro Bank One Day Cup. So we'll see Mo Rizvi later on, I'm sure. Jazz sings on drinks duty today. Very important job today.
The incoming batter, number 7, Ben Cox.
Ben Cox is the new batter, as you may have heard Steve Watts say in our ears.
So is it, how many balls left in the over is the question.
Not quite sure. I think Lorne Hart, our scorer's computer's got a bit too hot. Hasn't quite caught up.
So a partnership here then is going to be required for the visitors. Me and Fred were saying earlier, obviously the wicket here at Beckenham is usually pretty true, and especially if you're a batter, it's going to be a place you want to cash in for your runs. So the job by no means is anywhere near done from a Kent perspective. A couple of big partnerships here can put the pressure back on. So Kelly and Sheikh then are going to be the 2 batters that are hoping to do that for Leicestershire. 2 slips now, I think that's important to say.
Yeah, Kelly goes the left-hander, in comes a right-hander, so Matt Parkinson will be enjoying this. I'm sure a leg spinner would rather pull to a right-hander. Try and pull it away. And he comes then. It's a very early defensive shot just to see how it's turning, I think, from
Indeed.
Cox. Just waiting for the score to update. But it is 4 down for Leicestershire as Parkinson is in again. That's driven with a nice high elbow, but it doesn't beat Harry Finch. Throws it back into Chris Benjamin. It's like murmurings of a breeze now here at Beckenham. You can see the trees in the distance moving ever so slightly as Parkinson's back in. That's up in the air and it could be a catch. It drops just before Daniel Bell-Drummond. He dived towards that one. It would have been a tricky catch, almost underneath him when he got there.
I must say, what a very good effort as well. That commitment shown by the Kent captain on a very, very dry outfield. You think that he'd probably be thinking, right, let's land in a soft way here rather than injuring yourself in any way.
Yeah, warm applause both for the end of the over and I think that piece of fielding there from Daniel Bell-Drummond.
So Everson has the ball in hand then from the City end. He will continue. Looking to continue where Matt Parkinson has just left off.
Been asked to read out a correction.
A correction.
Lorne Hart has been in touch. He said it's not me scoring, it's Andy Baytup. So Andy, I'm sure, is on the case.
And that is pushed on to Matt Quinn at mid-on for no run. Fuller again from Everson.
Thank you, Lon. At least you're listening.
Yeah, waiting for our corrections to come through so we can see how many balls have gone. Otherwise, we're relying on our own counting skills.
Yeah, you're going to have to get the old dots out, aren't you?
And that's again just pushed into the offside to northeast. Good continuation here then from Joey Everson. Working well with Matt Parkinson the other end. So Shake is going to be on strike as Everson comes back into bowl. And again, defended away. It's a good passage of play here from Kent.
If you are just joining us, the Foxes are 4 down. Just a slight hiccup with the scoring system here at the moment. Ben Cox is out there now instead of Nick Kelly.
Again, straighter, but still got quite high on Shake there as it's just pushed onto the onside. You can see from the other end it's turning, but especially batting from this end, you can see some of the balls, even back of a length, they rise quite a bit. You saw Eskenazi sort of looking at his hand earlier on before he was dismissed. So maybe a bit of bounce on the wicket as well. Again, that one's fuller and driven straight down the ground. But a good effort from Quinn stops any run.
Lovely looking dive.
It was as elegant as it could be.
I think he knows that Alex, our photographer, is this end, so he's tried to get the dive out.
All for the social media post at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Everson then all in again, shorter that time, but again hit straight back to Matt Quinn. An elegant long barrier that time as well. And that is the end of the over then. And some applause.
Yeah, end of the over. Leicestershire are 4 down. I wouldn't want to guess the runs now. I don't think there's many added onto the total that was 57 for 3. Steve Watts has put his neck out and he says it's still 57, but for 4. My name's Liam. I'm here with Molly on the Kent Cricket live stream. It's proudly sponsored by Clubberly. You can get in touch with us today if you email in at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. Kent or Leicestershire fans, let us know where you're watching or listening in from.
So it will be Matt Parkinson to continue. There'll be a change in the commentary tent in a minute as well. I think I'll be making way for Fred to come back in.
Bit of a conference, like you say, between Parkinson and Belgium at the minute.
Yeah, just the one slip now. There was 2 at the end of his last over. It's going to be Ben Cox on strike, I believe.
Yep, it will be Cox on strike. As Parkinson's still not quite happy with his field. Chris Benjamin's now getting involved with some hand movements. Prime Guardiola hand movements. But Parkinson does come in now. And that's beating the edge as well, so that was probably worth all that moving around.
Indeed.
Warm applause from the supporters here at Beckenham. So there's another change in the field.
The slip comes back in, or the second slip, I should say.
Yes, Daniel Bell-Drummond joins Tawanda in the slips. Or does he? No, he does. Here we go then. Parkinson's in again. That's loopy. It's up in the air, but there is no fielder there, and it'll dribble down to the fielder, Sam Northeast. And they'll get a single. So we reckon it's now 58 for 4, don't we?
We do. The overs I couldn't tell you though.
Another change. So Daniel Bell-Drummond has now left the slips.
It's all going on.
comes Parkinson to Shake, who's tried to reverse that one. It's hit him. On out, shake of the head from the umpire.
Loud appeal there from the Kent team.
Matt Parkinson has his head in his hand. Oh, I say why? And he's getting an explanation. He's
Outside the
getting
line.
consoled by Harry Finch. He's consoling him. Yeah, yeah, Fred Atkins reckons it's going down leg. And yeah. So in comes Matt Parkinson again then. That's defended to the offside, no run.
We're using our resources to get the most up-to-date scores and information. And again, that's defended away.
I've had an email in from Peter, a Leicestershire supporter. He says that Joey Everson might have been a bit of a spy for this match, but he wouldn't have played against Hamza Sheikh. He's only very recently joined Leicester. And that is Sheikh that cuts that into the offside. Jaden Denley does the fielding. Very good point, well made, Peter. Thank you for getting in touch. That is the end of the over.
After 18 overs, Leicestershire Foxes 59.
There we go. Steve, what's the man in the know? 59 for 4 at the end of 18 overs. Hopefully the scoring system will kick back into life very soon. This rather hot day here at Beckenham.
So, Joey Everson then will continue. I can tell you that much. There's a warm applause around the ground as Everson is in and bowls. Back of a length that time. Has pushed up again to Matt Quinn, who seems to be a bit of a magnet out there with the ball in the last few overs. Yeah, Sheikh is very much looking to hit pretty straight. Looked a bit frustrated after that one. Just trying to find an option, a scoring option for himself. Everton again then, back of a length, and that's straight down the ground. And Quinn gets a hand on it, but won't stop a single. They're going to come back for a 2, and it could have been close, but he didn't hit the stump. So they're, in the end, a comfortable-ish 2 there from the 2 Leicestershire batters. Good diving effort to his left there as well. That's 2 very elegant dives we've seen from Matt Quinn in the last 10 minutes or so. So back into Sheikh then. A much better delivery, a bit fuller this time. Again, just defended away. I think you could see between how quick they were running and pushing for 2. Then few wickets that were foul, looking to rebuild, but not falling into the trap of not scoring. It's quite easy to do that sometimes.
Just starting to feel the effects of our fan now. It's just got a little bit hotter here at Beckenham.
And again, that's hit hard into the offside, trying to split the gap, but couldn't get it past northeast. And again, you can just see a bit of frustration as he replays that shot. He's timing it well, just can't seem to find the gap. Especially when you have Matt Parkinson bowling the other end and, again, applying some pressure. Still here guessing some numbers with the scoreboard. And that's hit straight down the ground, but that's straight to the Kent captain. It's another dot ball here. We mentioned earlier that Kent have been able to sort of pull things back and apply some pressure during the majority of their games of this campaign. A bit of game management is exactly how to do it, and they're doing that now. Again, short this time, pulled away, and it's straight to Jaden Denley. And he's done well, but in the end, it did go over the rope. So despite a good effort, that will be four runs that Leicestershire are quite happy to see, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, he slid onto that, did Jaden Denley, and it just made the ball spin over him and just went over the rope, and he sort of let out a bit of a sigh that had happened as well. So unlucky Jaden Denley.
I think credit for the slide as well. He's
Yeah, he
done well.
He did get there.
He did. If that was me, I think my knee would just go into the ground and wouldn't move. So
Especially here, it must be like concrete.
honestly,
It will be Matt Parkinson to continue. We have had 18 overs. No, 19 overs.
After this over, there will be a change. I'll make way for Fred Atkins to come back in.
Yeah, the score is 65 for 4 as Matt Parkinson's in. That's hit something.
We'll look at the replay on that one.
And there's a few laughs from the Leicestershire supporters after that appeal. In comes Parkinson again. Bowling, that's driven. They're going to go for a very quick single here, but Sam Northeast is there. And that's good running from the pair.
Yeah, in the end, that was a pretty safe single.
Yeah, I think that's the key now if you're a Leicestershire batter. Just get those runs on the board. Parkinson's in again. And that's turned. Has it taken the edge? No. Very quick shake of the head from the umpire there.
Yeah, every ball at the moment from Matt Parkinson feels like something could happen.
Yes, indeed. 66 for 4 then is the score. Parkinson's in to shake. He's right behind that one, and there won't be a run.
It's navigating this passage of play here, isn't it, for Leicestershire? Still finding your scoring option, but keeping your wicket.
He's in again. They will get a run here. Shake hits that into the onside, and they'll scamper through.
I think also in the heat as well, and this is driver, a ground on the wicket, your spinners become even more valuable to get through the innings.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, if you're a Kent fielder, you don't want to be out in this heat for too long.
Exactly. So 2 slips here now then. To Cox.
He's got behind that one. It was almost an edge.
It is. So I'm going to make way here and hand you over to Liam and Fred Atkins.
Thank you very much, Molly. Former Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis about to be replaced by the Spitfires, Fred Atkins. I'm sure Fred can talk about that a little bit more when he's back on. But here, Leicestershire are in a spotter bother. 67 for 4 after 20 overs. Hello, Fred.
Hello, Liam.
Bit of musical chairs here because I'm now in your seat.
Yes, we might have to try and organise this slightly better for the second innings, but if you've got the scoreboard not working on your Beckenham bingo card, then you can tick that one off. It's not the proper Beckenham experience if there's not at least some small issue.
Yeah, 67 for 4.
67 for 4 at the moment. It's a bit like playing.
Here we go.
Now it's almost spoken it back into existence.
It heard you, Fred.
Here it is, just in time for Jaden Denley to come on from the city end, and that's just prodded by Shake. And there'd be no run, fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond. Jaden Denley in. And this time again it's prodded by Shake. We'll get a single for that one. It's just steered towards point where it's fielded by Grant Stewart. So 68 for 4.
Yeah, spin at both ends now.
Well, it's been very interesting seeing Matt Parkinson getting a lot of joy from the Beckenham end, and now we'll see if Jaden Denley can get any more joy from the city end. Third ball of the over. And that again is just prodded very correctly by Cox. Back to the bowler, and there'll be no run taken. And he rattled through his overs, Jaden Denley. In again. And that one is swept, and that's going to split the fielders. And that'll go for 4 runs. So it's a release shot, if you like. Cox moves on to 6. There were a couple of fielders on the boundary, Parkinson one of them, and it looks like Joey Everson, but that was perfectly placed really. One bounce and over the rope.
Yeah, lovely looking shot from Ben Cox.
Denley back to his mark. This one, Cox, think about a single, they decide not to. I think that was Cox's shout. He sent his partner back fairly quickly. And Denley again back to his mark very quickly. And that was another sweep. I think that one's going to find Parkinson, so that is just going to be the single for Leicestershire. And at the end of that very rapidly bowled over, Leicestershire are 73 for 4.
Yeah, Fred, I introduced you as Fred Atkins of the Spitfire. If anyone listening doesn't quite know what that is, do you want to explain what it is?
I'll do it very quickly. It's a website that's dedicated to covering Kent cricket. It was launched this year as part of the Counter Press network. They are covering 17 of the 18 counties. And it's been quite a lot of fun, actually. Been enjoying it.
I'm sure you'd enjoy me giving this description as you can say the things that they can't say.
I probably can, yeah, to an extent, anyway.
So Matt Parkinson is going to continue from the Beckenham end, and that's nicely defended by Cox to no run.
Yeah, it's a bit kind of in the middle. It's not quite as hardcore as some of the social comments. I would never really go as over the top as that.
In comes Parkinson again, then to Cox. He's hit that up in the air very nicely indeed. And there is no fielder there. So it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, one of those shots where when you see it leave the bat, because we keep going on about this, we can't actually see that area. You're not sure if there's anybody down there. It looked for a second like there might be half a chance. That one just took one bounce, went over the boundary.
It's a lovely high elbow on that drive. As Parkinson's in again.
What's happened there? Looks like it's been missed by Benjamin Ander. It's Tuander at first slip, I think.
Yeah.
Now, whether it actually hit anything, I'm not sure. There wasn't any real excitement in the field, which suggests probably not.
No cries of catch yet. But Parkinson's in again. That's defended into the offside, no run.
I think it's fair to say that if there had been even the whiff of a chance, Parkinson would have been down on one knee, both arms outstretched.
He is in again, then to Cox. He cuts that one this time, but it won't beat the fielder on the boundary. Joey Everson.
Got a very distinct appeal, hasn't he, Matt Parkinson? Like a almost sort of theatrical, down on the one knee, arms outstretched, like he's in some sort of West End performance.
Here he is in again to Shake. He just defends that one. There won't be a run. Yeah, that's the sort of top tier commentary you get on your site, isn't it, Fred?
Very much so, yes. Well, I mean, I work for the ECB Reporters Network as well. And we have to cover that very uncontroversially, if I can put it that way. You've got to be fairly straight. There's not a lot of room for interpretation or opinion or anything like that. Whereas on the Spitfire Counter Press Network, you can say within reason what you like, as long as you're prepared to back it up. You know, I always think that you should never write anything that you are not prepared to defend to the face of the person who you are writing about. As Denley is going to bowl from the Beckenham end. So, I mean, I've seen it happen. You know, I've seen reporters get confronted by players. Here's Denley in from the City end. There's a prod. They'll get one for that. They think about. No, they won't think about a second there. Air Cancer's got that one covered. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen people storm into press boxes. The most anecdote I've probably told most often is about Merv Hughes threatening to rip out Charlie Sale's throat. Denley is in. That is sort of paddled. It's going to get a couple for this. Maybe they just get a single. I think Sheikh wanted to come back, but Cox very sensibly decided that it wouldn't be worth it. Denley back at his mark already, rolling his fingers over the ball. Comes in again, and this one is going to be cut, and they'll just get a single for it. It'll go to Akash Singh, who's on the point boundary. And there's just one run added to the total. Leicestershire 81 for 4. Now at this point, I'll return to this in a second, as Denley is so quick back to his mark. Denley in again, and that one again is an attempted cut shot, if you like. Doesn't go where Sheikh wants it to, and it's fairly comfortably fielded by Sam Northeast in the covers. Ball is immediately back with Denley, and Denley is in again, and this one again is an attempted cut shot, almost a repeat of the one before. Bounces, and it's fielded by Sam Northeast. No run there. Denley in again, and this time it's a bit of a prod through the gully area. They'll get one for it. Grant Stewart will field, and the score at the end of the over will move on to 82 for 4.
Yeah, decent bit of running there, just to relieve a little bit of pressure that was building up in that over.
And we're not going to have a problem with the over rate today, are we? With 2 spinners on, Denley certainly rattles through the overs. Parkinson has a slightly longer run up, so he's not perhaps quite as quick, but he's certainly quick compared to the pace bowlers. 82 for 4 here. Parkinson to bowl from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, he's in then to Sheikh. He's behind that one, on top of it. There'll be no run.
So I saw Sheikh here play here for, I believe it was England Lions or England under 19s, which reminds me something I'll say after this delivery.
In comes Parkinson. Bit of an effort ball there, a bit of a leading edge. But Finch does the fielding.
Yes, it's the last Kent men's game of the summer here, but there is cricket here in the week. On Wednesday, Pakistan are playing a PCC 11.
They are indeed. There's Parkinson again. 2 shakes. Hit him. Is it hit him on the pads?
Well, it was a more... they sounded like they believed it with that appeal. Difficult to tell from here exactly where that was going.
Yeah, Daniel Budgeon just asked the question, and he gets a quite straight answer from the umpire. He seems quite happy with that decision. Parkinson's in again to Sheikh. Just defends that one back to him. Yeah, you mentioned it, Fred. PCC Select 11 against Pakistan, 4-day tour match. 12th to 15th of August. You can get your tickets on the Kent Cricket website. Parkinson's in again. That's cut, but straight to Harry Finch, and there won't be a run.
Yeah, and this is, we should say, this is the full Pakistan side. It's not a Lions 11 or a second 11 or anything like that. This is the side that, you know, you would expect most of them to be playing England in the Test match.
Parkinson's in again. That's just defended. There won't be a run.
And the PCC side, we don't yet know who's going to be in it. It's a question of, there's a lot of negotiation involved. I would imagine that if sides are in the latter stages of this competition, then they'd probably be reluctant to release their players. So they're going to be looking around at the counties for somebody who needs a game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Dawkins features. That would be a shout. He's played in this sort of game before.
Yeah, as I made an over from Matt Parkinson. I think you're right, Fred. I think the Select 11 is a bit like the level below England Lions. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to see who's out, you know, because obviously there are other tournaments taking place at the moment with demands on squads. There's one reason why Matt Mills isn't playing today. He's outstanding at the Oval on Wednesday. Really good figures. Unlucky to be on the losing side. Denley is into bowl, and that one is cut. I'll get one for it. It'll be fielded by Ekansh Singh on the boundary.
Yeah, of course, England Lions are playing here as well in September in a T20 against Sri Lanka. That'll be a good match to come to.
Yeah, it's a ground that is popular with touring sides. Proximity to London. Denley is in. That one's heaved a bit. It'll be fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond, and there's no run. Denley in again from the Beckenham end. That one is an attempted paddle, and I think he might get 4 for that as a fielder in pursuit. In fact, it looks like it's Harry Finch down there who's got there fairly comfortably in the end, although they do come back for a second. So Denley for the 4th ball of the over here. Shaker tries to drive him straight to northeast, and that is a dot ball. Yeah, as you say, England Lions playing Sri Lanka here. That's in September.
Yeah, Sunday the 13th on a weekend as well.
Oh, there's a shout for LBW, is there? It's not going to be given. They're going to go through for... Well, let's have a look. Is he going to signal that as a leg by? No, I think that's just a single. So, umpire felt that Sheikh got something on that. Wasn't a full-throated shout. There's Denley in again. This time it's prodded back by Cox to Sam Northeast, and there's no run. And that'll be the drinks break. So we've had 25 overs here, Leicestershire. 86 for 4.
I think if you're a Kent supporter, you'll be happy with this. They've kept the run rate down, under 4 at the moment. Taken 4 wickets.
I think if you're a Kent supporter, you'll be delighted with the way that it's gone so far. 86 for 4. It could go either way from here. This two have a partnership, or if there's a partnership down the order, there's a good chance that they'll get it up to, say, the 250 area. So equally, Kent have got them where they want them. Might be looking to get them under 200 here.
Yeah.
So you'd certainly say they'd be delighted with. So a lot hinges on how these two do, I think.
It's almost unheard of, isn't it, being under 200 at Beckenham?
It is. Keep saying it. Seen quite a lot of cricket here this year, and it's not quite as one-sided as it has been in the past. I think we've been here for games where it's frankly been quite turgid. You know, I remember being here for a game where Durham posted well north of 400.
I was just thinking of that game.
Yeah, couldn't get anywhere near it. George Mundy Finch made a huge stand, but it just was so far adrift that everybody knew what the result was going to be for about 5 hours, and yet the game still drifted to a conclusion. There have been a lot of exciting finishes here this season. The Lions, England under 19, South Africa, which went deep into the final day. South Africa just about got home there. Well, that game was chiefly interesting because of the Ben Dawkins incident, which I'm sure you've seen on YouTube, where Ben Dawkins was given out, caught behind, and the South African wicketkeeper had just dropped the ball.
He almost started celebrating, didn't he? And before he'd actually got control of the ball, and then it fell out, and then he stopped.
Yeah.
Everyone else carried on celebrating.
Very few people in the ground saw it. I was sat with the scorers. They didn't see it. The umpire didn't see it. I think because the bowler was basically going full up and saying, "Is that out?" I just don't think they saw it. Square leg probably should have seen it. All this talk recently about the incident that took place at Saltburn, it was one of those situations where the umpires basically had a quiet word the following morning with the players and said, look, this is not on. If that happens in the future, you have got to call the batter back because he's clearly not out. Anyway, there's a musical interlude going on here. Bit of Guitar Hero music being played in the background.
Yes, I think Steve Watts is enjoying his return from the 100 as the voice of Kent.
Oh, aren't we all? Now, the drinks break is coming to a conclusion here.
Now, that could be a fantastic segue I've just had mentioning the 100, because Tawanda Mayeye is sort of marking a bit of a run-up here.
Now, that would be interesting. Tawanda Mayeye is going to come on to bowl. So, a third spinner being deployed. Matt Parkinson started at this end. We've had Jaden Denley at the City end, and now we've got Tawanda Mayeye. Looks like he is going to take over from Matt Parkinson at the Beckenham end. I wonder if Daniel Bell-Drummond just wants to keep Parkinson back for the death overs here.
Yeah, 2 under me AA. Off spinner, so it'll still be spin.
I've got to say, I have seen him bowl, but not for a while.
Now we have a brand new bowler
I
for
believe the
Leicester,
first time that he
Ekanch
bowled for Kent may
14,
well have been on this venue as
Sawanda
well.
Mayeye.
And it might have been in that game that we were just talking about against Durham.
It was indeed, Fred. Look at that.
Yeah.
Iron memory of Fred Atkins. He's taken 1 list A wicket in 2 innings with the ball. That was against Durham.
Well, let's see how he does here. He's going to be bowling his first delivery to Sheikh.
Yeah, in he comes.
He's going round the wicket. Possibly slightly unusual to the right-hander. That's whatever you feel comfortable with, I guess.
That's turned.
It's half a shout there from Mie. He's possibly slightly high up the pitch, but then of course the line that he's bowling here, he's going to do very well to get anybody LBW coming around the wicket like this. Oh, and that could be caught. I don't think the fielder's quite going to get there. All short.
Yeah, Ben Dawkins was hampering after he didn't quite get there. I don't claim to be a bowling expert, Fred, but I think Tawanda's actions changed ever so slightly from the last time he bowled. So maybe he's been working on this, trying to add another weapon to his arsenal. So it'll be Cox on strike to Tawanda's next delivery. And he's in. That's just played into the onside, and they'll come through for a single. Ben Dawkins is there doing the fielding. Be interesting to see who Ben Dawkins is on for.
Yeah, and we're looking around.
Is it Matt Parkinson?
Don't see Matt Parkinson at the moment, so I wonder if he's just come on for him.
In comes Tawanda Mayeye again then. That's driven into the onside. Grant Stewart will do the fielding. They'll get a single. As Tawanda Mayeye is back to his mark, he comes in and bowls. That one's turned. There's an appeal, but it's only from Chris Benjamin, so...
Yeah, that's a classic case of your mates leaving you to drown there. It's gone down the leg side, hasn't it? And Benjamin has gone up quite forcefully. Out of politeness, I think Tawanda turned around and raised his arm, just asked a question.
You can hear Steve plugging our other fixtures here at Beckenham.
Yeah, I was in touch with the ECB earlier this week, actually, just asking him who was going to be playing. So it is going to be a question of, who needs a game, who perhaps isn't getting any action at the moment. I wonder if a player like Ben Compton might feature, actually, as Denley comes in. And that one is prodded by Sheikh. It's a bit of confusion. They probably would have got a single there if they'd committed to it, because Benjamin was chasing after it, but there was just an element of doubt between the two. They decided not to take the risk. Yeah, there was quite an interesting article about cricketers that aren't getting any cricket because there's been such a gap between county championship fixtures. And I believe Ben Compton featured in that one. I think it was in either the Observer or the Guardian. Then he comes in, and there's a step forward there by Sheikh, but he doesn't really feel like taking that one on. Changes his mind halfway through and decides just to defend it instead. And so Denley will bowl again. And this time, just for a second, I thought that might have gone near the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs for Sheikh. So when it left its bat, it didn't seem to be too far from Daniel Bell-Drummond. But Bell-Drummond hasn't tried to dive or anything. And that will go through for 4 through the cow corner area.
Bit of a pressure release there from Hamza Sheikh, who's on to 26.
Denley in again, and Sheikh will cut that one. It'll be fielded by Ekanch Singh. I'll get a single for it. Yeah, he's on 26, but he's taken 57 ball, 27 from 58 now. So it looks like he's very much the anchor of this innings. Denley in. That one again is cut. Stewart might get there, but he's slightly deceived by the bounce. So Singh is going to have to back up, and Singh will hurl that in. Only be a single there. It's going to be a single anyway. That just shows the awkwardness of this field. It's quick, but what also makes it a nightmare for the fielders is there are a number of uneven areas, divots, patches of grass, very little grass out there. That one is going to be pulled. That's going to be 4 runs for Sheikh. It was not the greatest delivery that Denning will bowl today. And that's gone through cow corner for 4.
Grant Stewart's still dusting off his leg after that dive. I think you're right, Freddie. I feel like he thought he'd got there and it just sort of bobbled underneath him a little bit.
Yeah, say there's very little grass out there. Grass that there is in tufts, if you like. If it does hit one of those, then it could go anywhere, and it's not helping the fielders. Just had a message from Ben Watts.
Oh no, we're in trouble.
Isn't it supposed to be a bowler's graveyard here? Well, you could be right, Ben.
Who would say that? So, Tawanda to continue from the Beckenham end. Foxes 99 for 4. He's in 2, Ben Cox. He's on the back foot to that one. Sam Northeast tidies up. There won't be a run. Tawanda continues, and that's reversed by Cox, but it won't get past Jaden Denley. That's a good bit of fielding. Gets applause from the crowd in the grandstand, far end of the ground to us.
Because that was awkward as well. That was one that could easily have made him look silly there.
Tawanda back in. That one's signalled as a wide. Goes down the leg side. And that brings the 100 up for Leicestershire. Tawanda's in again. That one, slight inside edge, thick inside edge, let's say. I don't think it was a chance, but there won't be a run. Halfway through this Tawanda Mayeye over of off spin. He's in again. Defended, half-hearted appeal from the wicket keeper. And there'll be no run. Grant Stewart's warming up ever so slightly in front of us. I'm sure he'll be back for the conclusion of this innings with the ball.
Loosening up is probably the better term, isn't it, in weather like this?
Tawanda's in, that's reversed. But again, Jaden Denley does well to get round to that one, and they'll only get 1 for it.
Yeah, I did a boundary walk. I was off the rotor. I've got to say, it is really, really hot out there when you're not in the shade.
I think we're quite lucky in here, aren't we? As Mie is in again. Defended, no run. Harry Finch does the field. That's the end of the over. So Leicestershire Foxes move on to 101 for 4 at the end of the over.
It looks like Parkinson is back on the field after he was briefly subbed off with Ben Dawkins, and Liam was right. Grant Stewart loosening up down in front of the commentary box here. He is going to bowl. He's going to bowl from the city end.
Interesting move, this.
Maybe it's a partnership breaker kind of move. They want to end this stand. It's been quite useful. I mean, they've not put on too many runs together since the last wicket, but you feel that if Kent can get into these two, then they could get Leicestershire out for a very low score. Certainly a very low score for Beckenham. So Stewart is going to bowl from the city end.
He's bowled 5 overs so far, so I think you're right, Fred. I think this is a bit of a partnership breaker. Maybe he's on for 1 or 2, or maybe he's going to get bowled out here.
So Stewart in, and that one is elegantly driven by Cox. He'll only get 1 for it. Very correct looking shot, that one. Harry Finch plays that shot very well as well. It reminded me of him, the way he just sort of jumped up and pushed the ball out on the offside. Stewart goes back to his mark.
Wonder asking for another drink in front of us.
Yeah, and can't say that I blame him. In comes Stewart, and that one is a bit fuller, and it's just fended off by Shake. It's fielded by Joey Everson, and there's no run. Plenty of Metro Bank cricket going on elsewhere today. We'll give you some score updates a bit later on. Metro Bank fever, as it's known, sweeping the nation.
Absolutely.
Except no substitute. Grant Stewart comes in. That one is hooked slightly awkwardly. I'll get a single for it. Didn't really go where he wanted it to. He didn't get hold of it.
Umpire Ben Debenham was in play there, wasn't he?
He was.
He was going to catch that one.
What was the game we were watching? It was the Kent women's game. It was a umpire nearly had a head taken off.
Yes.
I think, by a vicious. Was it Rachel King?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So Stewart in again. And he tries to play the same shot. That's about well, he gets even less on it than he did before. I think they'll get a leg bye for this. There's a single taken. It was basically the same sort of shot this time. I think it was Cox that tried it. And it just sort of hit him halfway up his midriff. But because Benjamin is standing back for Grant Stewart, they were able to get through for a single. Stewart again from the city end. And that one is just pushed towards Joey Everson, so no run. Decent over so far from Grant Stewart. His return at the city end. And he's just asking for Tuanda Mieye to come in a little bit, so he's adjusting his field. Looks like Matt Quinn is going to go out towards the long off boundary. Mieye is coming in from third man. Stewart into bowl again, and that one is fuller, and that one is driven. They'll get one for it. Goes to Matt Quinn. Fields it on a bounce. Throws it back to Chris Benjamin. And there's a little bit of ball juggling going on there from Sam Northeast.
Yeah, lovely.
A couple of nice keepy uppies.
Yeah, Tottenham fan, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, I have to say that could they do any worse if they signed him up?
Absolutely.
Harry Finch, we spoke to him a couple of, was it last year? We asked him, Matt Cole asked him if he was going to reinvent himself again. He said he wanted to play, was it defensive midfield?
Yeah. Yeah, and then Spurs had to ruin that dream by signing Tonali, so I'm sure he's not quite over it yet. But Tuanda Mieye is back in from the Beckenham end. That's played off his legs by Shake. Come through for a single. I can't sing, does the fielding very well.
You've got a few football fans. You've got Daniel Bell-Drummond's an Arsenal fan, I
Yes,
believe.
he
Yeah, that
is,
must have been fun for him, talking to his Tottenham mates in the dressing room earlier this season.
Tuanda Mieye, Manchester United fan. He's into Ben Cox, who reverses that one straight into himself. That might have hurt. Don't rub it, Ben.
Am I right that Matt Milne's brother plays in the National League?
He does. He plays for Tamworth. Ben Milnes. Mieye's in again.
And that's
Catch
out,
taken,
is it?
yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, it's come off the toe end of the bat there from Cox. That's a nice diving catch from Harry Finch.
It was just an element of doubt because nobody seemed to move. The
Yeah.
batter stayed put. The finger didn't go up.
No cry of catch it, really.
But Tuanda has a wicket.
It's his second list day wicket. There we go.
And a very good forward diving catch. You've seen plenty of those go wrong.
Yeah, Nick, our social media man, is in front of us with our lovely new long lens for video content. So hopefully he's caught that.
Yeah, it was a really impressive catch by Harry Finch, just as we were talking about his defensive midfield potential. There he's dive forward and snared that one. So Cox is out for 20. And Kent will be very happy that they've got halfway through Leicestershire. They've only got 106 on the board. Just waiting to see who it is that's going to be coming in here. if the scorecard's correct, it might be Ben Green, but just wait for him to. Oh, it's Holland. So
Yes.
Ian Holland is in.
Ian Holland, Dutchy as they call him.
Yep. It's interesting bit of an illustration of what the cricket scene is like these days. Ian Holland played a couple of weeks, didn't he, in was it the United States Super League or
MLC, Major League
it's got
Cricket.
some macho name, hasn't it?
For Washington Freedom.
The Washington Freedom, yeah. Well,
He is an American international.
he is, yes. It's because he's got some sort of Balogun-like qualification to play for America, hasn't he? Because fellow in Balogun, I think, played because he was born in somewhere, like when his mother was unable to get from A to B and was stuck in New York or something.
He was born in
Wisconsin, is it?
In Wisconsin, yeah. Home of the greatest NFL team in the world. To an American mother and a British-born Australian father.
He could have played for anybody then, really. A bit like Fred Clarson,
Yeah,
I guess.
He moved to Australia when he was 2. So you're right, Fred. He could have played for a number of countries. And here he is against Mayeye. Half-hearted appeal, but nothing doing.
Oh, but it's not a bad delivery from Mie. He's got his wicket and he's looked threatening here.
He's definitely got a taller action now. That or I have gone completely mad. As he's in again. Let's try to reverse that as Ian Holland. It's just gone down to
Well, they might get 4 for this. They're going to get maybe 3, a run 3. It just eluded everybody, and Benjamin got there just before it hit the rope.
Yeah, good running by the pair. So there'll be one more delivery of this over, and I will hand you back to Molly Davis.
Yeah. What I'm going to suggest, Liam,
musical chairs.
If you keep talking,
I will do.
Molly can get back to her screen, and I can get back to mine.
Yeah, let's do that now then, Fred.
Well, you do the delivery. Keep talking, and I will make way.
Yeah, and that's sort of hit round into the offside, and there won't be a run. So the end of the over, the Foxes are 110 for 5. I will pass you over to Molly Davis.
I am back. I've didn't go for a walk, but had a new viewpoint from the outside of our tent. And coming back at an exciting part of the game. 30 overs down, obviously 20 to go. Could be a fun last 20 or so.
Yeah. Grant Stewart is going to continue from the City end. We're talking about partnership breakers. The partnership breaker turned out to be Tawanda Miyeye, but I'm sure Kent will take them however they can get them. And Stewart will come on to bowl with the score 110 for 5. Bowling to Sheikh, who is on 35. And Sheikh will just tickle that one off his hips. They'll get 1 for it. They come back for a second, and that has in fact gone over the boundary. It's in that blind spot that we keep referring to. So a boundary for Sheikh, who moves on to 39.
Again, that did race away, didn't it?
Did, yep. And we're talking about the very slight slope that we have here at Beckenham. It's nowhere near as pronounced as at the St Lawrence, but there is a very slight slope uphill towards the Beckenham end. And that one had enough pace to beat the rope. Here's Stewart in again. A Sheikh this time, trying to hit that one round the corner. That's going to be safe. It might get another 4 for that, and he does get another 4 for that. It was an awkward looking shot, but it's effective.
It is, and it's sort of, in every game it gets to a point where, you know, the batting side are going to have to try and make something happen, and shots like that may not look pretty, but if it does the job, that's all that matters, really. So that's back-to-back boundaries for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I remember talking to, like Jack Leaning was here last year, talking about you're in that sort of position where you're probably going to get a low score. So do you put your chips on trying to get up to something more respectable like 270? Gamble, here's Stewart in. That one is driven straight to Jaden Denley.
It's that balancing act now, isn't it? It's you definitely push on. You've got to try and get a score that you feel you can defend, but with only 5 wickets left to play with before you, and during that you're hitting the bowlers as well. And
it sometimes seems a bit unreasonable on lower order if to put that much pressure on them if you're talking about when you're down to the bowlers. Here's Stewart. Oh, that one beats the bat. Beats Shake, all ends up. He rehearses the shot that he wanted to play. That one went straight through to Chris Benjamin. And there's no run taken.
It's a good delivery there. It's a good response after a couple of boundaries during his over.
Yeah, he was a little bit leg side, wasn't he? The start of the over. Conceded a couple of boundaries. In he comes again. 5th ball of the over, driven straight back to him, so that'll be a dot ball. And the run rate, interestingly, is only 3.8 at the moment. We've got 19.1 overs remaining after this, so doing the calculations, they're going to have to go some to get a decent score for Beckenham here. Always reserve judgment until the other side bats, but Kent at the moment are going to be happy with the situation as Grant Stewart is in again and bowls, and that one is just fended straight back to him. And at the end of the over, 118 for 5.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the scorecard. I've seen Matt Parkinson has 3 overs left to play with today. Obviously, Jaden Denley's only bowled the 4, so he's got quite a few. They're not short on overs at all, but it depends how the Kent skipper wants to go about their business. It'll be Mieye to continue. So they've gone back to Stewart to see if they can probably create another wicket, or maybe 2.
Well, yeah, Mieye broke that partnership in his previous over. Maybe unlucky not to get another one as well.
In again, it's reversed this time. It will beat the inner ring, but I don't think it will go to the rope. As I want to say, is Joey Everson that has run round.
It looks like Everson down there.
It does.
It was a nice shot there by Holland. Well executed reverse sweep.
Mieye is doing quite a good job for, dare I say, a part-time bowler. As he's in again. And again, that's Fuller. It's sort of flicked away, but for no run.
Yeah, fielded by Harry Finch.
Again then, Mieye into Holland. It's reversed again. It's a top edge potentially off the shoulder.
He's doing that thing that
Yeah.
all old pros do, where he's rubbing his elbow area, rubbing the shoulder.
It's a dot ball though. That's an important thing. He's gone for the paddle. He's got it effectively quite well. They get a couple for it. Which, without being critical, it's 2 runs. Fancy shot, but they need boundaries, really, don't they? I think that's fair to say.
Well, they do. I think they'll take it at the moment. He's still fairly fresh. I don't know how much of a sighter Holland needs. Probably not much, I would have thought.
Gone for the reverse again, but hasn't got it this time. So it'll be another dot ball, well bowled by Mieye. And you'd also think they'd look to target him just because of being out of all the bowls in the lineup.
You know, he's doing all sorts of reverses, isn't he, at the moment? All sorts of attempted sweeps and paddles.
Mieye bowls again. He's gone for it. He executed it well. Again, a single, but a sliding effort there from, I think, Jaden Denley. So he's still to strike, as they say. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, and at the end of the over, it's 123 for 5. But, Ian Holland got more sweeps than Dick Van Dyke at the moment. It's a cultural reference that's probably not much use for anybody under the age of 50. But there we go. Ekant Singh is going to come on from the City end. Just trying to get some scores up from elsewhere. Seeing what's going on elsewhere in this competition. Fortunately, the BBC cricket site will insist on leading on an alternative competition. But I can tell you, Middlesex are currently 175 for 2. That's against Derbyshire. Durham 17 for 1 against Essex. Worcestershire 134 for 4 against Glamorgan as Ekant Singh comes in. I think he's switched ends. It's a nice cut shot from Holland. It'll be fielded at the boundary by Grant Stewart. They'll only get 1 for it. It's more of a drive than a cut, actually, I should say, that one.
Yeah, Ekanch has changed ends, and he bowled the 1 over prior to the start of this one.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 185 without loss after 30 overs at Hove against Sussex in what they call El Classic host. Ekanch is in, looking lively, steered through the vacant gully area. They'll get a single for that. 2 under Miea will field. Elsewhere in Kent's group, Nottinghamshire 170 for 3 against Gloucestershire. That's after 34 overs. So they're going reasonably well. Somerset 116 for 4 after 30, so more of a struggle. They're playing Northamptonshire, 20 overs remaining there. As Ekanch Singh comes in again. And that one is going to be cut onto the offside. There's a bit of a chase on for Grant Stewart here. He should get there. Reads it well, doesn't get deceived by the bounce. They come back for 2. And the score moves on to 127 for 5. And Lancashire 151 for 3 against Warwickshire. That's with 18.1 remaining. Also, a number of games taking place in the Women's Metro Bank Cup. Derbyshire going well, 200 for 4. That's after 41. That's against Leicestershire Foxes. Ekanch is in. One is just fended off. And there's no run taken. Middlesex women playing Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Northamptonshire currently 196 for 6. That's with 13.2 remaining. And Glamorgan's women are 272 for 4 after 39.3 against the Worcestershire Rapids. Kent not playing today. When is Kent's next fixture? Molly, Ekanch is in. It's just ticked off the hips for a single by Holland. You know when the next Kent
I think
women's
it's next week. They're not
Yeah.
home till September. There's a big gap between the horses being back at home after their last game at Canterbury.
Which is a shame because it was
Yeah.
one of the best games you see all season at the St Lawrence. Chased down over 300, fairly spectacular fashion. That was against Middlesex. So Ekanch Singh goes back to his mark. Sheikh is on strike. And Sheikh will get 1 for that. He just plays it out on the offside. It'll be Grant Stewart that fields. Moves him on to 45. So he's by some distance the top scorer in the Leicestershire innings so far.
And will it be Tawanda Miea to
Well,
continue?
I'm wondering. I think he's done all right. I think it might actually be Matt Parkinson coming back because he's just taken his hat off and is moving purposefully towards the crease. So yes, it is going to be Matt Parkinson. Just taking a look at that area earlier that was being attended to by the ground staff here. They had the pile driver out and were dealing with some sort of a problem that was right by where the bowler's feet were landing. Parkinson is going to come back. He's done all right so far. He looked very, very threatening during that first spell. Took 2 wickets in 3 balls. 2 for 16 so far.
Yeah, I was right. The women are away next week to Gloucestershire. And then their last game is at home to Leicester. So, Matt Parkinson then, as I have mentioned, has 3 overs left in this game. Looking to get a valuable couple of wickets. That's what the skipper's going to want him to produce. As he's into Sheikh then. And again, that's well bowled.
It looks like Ben Dawkins is on slip. Possibly for Tawanda Miea. I haven't quite confirmed that.
Again, that's pushed into the onside. Take a single. As Stewart will collect. Yeah, so you think, has Miea gone off and that's why Parkinson has the ball? Or was that already a premeditated decision for Matt Parkinson to come back on? Either way, though, Kent seem to be getting through these last overs as Parkinson's back into Holland. And that is short and pulled away into the onside.
Yeah, there's a bit of a...
And
that
it
was one of those where you thought he was going to get there and then it just raced away from him, didn't it?
It was a bit of a drag down that time. Bit short. He's just placed it. He hasn't even tried to overhit that, really. Found the gap. Got a boundary. Must say, it's difficult. I mean, leg spin is a hard art to perfect anyway, and when you're hot and you can't get grip on the ball, all contributing factors. As Parkinson returns, Fuller that time. It's a dot ball as Benjamin is on that nice and quick. So again, Kent are going to be pretty happy with how things are going for now. However, Hamza Sheikh still being at the crease on 46 is a promising sign for Leicestershire. And again, that's a genuinely good delivery. Turn, quick hands from Benjamin. Just whips the bails off, almost to tell Holland that don't leave your crease.
Yeah, I wonder if they saw the kind of shots that Holland was trying to play in that previous over and decided to bring back Parkinson.
And again, Fuller that time, almost chipped onto the onside for a comfortable single. And that is the end of the over.
He's just sort of flicking his hat a little bit there, Parkinson. I can't tell if that's out of unhappiness that he's not got a wicket in that over, or if it's just trying to get the dust off it, maybe. Could be anything, couldn't it?
It could be anything.
He's not the sort of player that leaves you wondering about his mood, is he, Matt Parkinson? He's not someone you're ever going to accuse of having a poker face.
He's a passionate cricketer, isn't he?
He is. His appeals are certainly a thing of wonder. Ekant Singh is going to... Ekant Singh, is this a change? Or no, he's...
Yeah, he's going to continue from the
He's
city
going to
end,
continue
isn't he?
from the city end, yeah. So
1-3-5 for 5 then, with 16 overs remaining.
yeah, there's a bit of a drag back by Leicestershire. This is Singh in, and that one is steered straight to Harry Finch. I think given the position they were in, I'm not sure they'd be too unhappy. Now, they're on course to get over 200 at this rate.
Yeah. Which, from the state of play, you know, I think Leicestershire would be happy with. But before the play started today, if you could say that Kent would restrict to, you know, the visitors to 200 and whatever it may be.
Yeah, they'd be delighted.
Yeah.
As Ekant comes in again from the city end. It's slightly down the leg side. They're going to get 1 for that. There's a fielder down there. Looks like it's Tuandami Yeye.
It is, yeah. So is Ben Dawkins still on the pitch?
I believe he is. Yeah, yes, he is. He's around about the sort of mid-off, I think.
I wonder who he's on for.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. We keep saying we can't quite see around that corner, but Tuandami is in that sort of fine leg area as Ekant Singh comes in, and that's a short pitched one. That's a decent short pitched one. Oh, it's been given wide, actually. I thought for a second that that was going to just be announced as 1 for the over.
Is he on for the skipper?
He might well be, actually. Which I guess would mean that Sam Northeast is currently calling the shots.
I would imagine so.
Ekant Singh is back to his mark. And that one is cut away onto the offside. It'll be fielded by Grant Stewart. They'll take 1 for that one. Yeah. Didn't think there was a lot of difference height-wise between that one that Ekant's bowled and a couple of the deliveries we saw at the start of the innings. You're talking about that short ball tactic. It did whistle past his head, I thought, but it was just a little tentative signal from the square leg umpire.
It was quite late as well, wasn't it?
It did seem late, yeah. One of those when you watch it back, it's probably only a second or so. Here's Ekant again, and that one is driven straight back to the stumps. I think they've probably saved Kent a boundary there, because that was travelling at a rate. There were two fielders converging. Dawkins was one of them. The other one I think was Matt Quinn. But I think that was going so quickly that I don't think either of them would have got there.
He's a quick bowler, I can't sing.
He is. Like everyone's been saying, he seems to have got quicker over the winter. And he comes again for the 5th ball of the over. And that one is going to be steered onto the leg side. They're just going to get one for it. Looks like it's Jaden Denley down there. And Jaden Denley whips it in.
Yeah, that came pretty quick, didn't it, as well? It's sort of in towards the body.
Yeah. It's one of those where, you know, the fielder's so far out, it's a comfortable single. So you almost think you'd be disappointed to only get a single for that one. Maybe a bit later in the innings they might have chanced a couple. Here's Singing again. And that one is going to be driven. They'll get one for it. Fielded by Matt Quinn. The mid-on area. And at the end of the over, it's 145.
Good over from Ekanch Singh, especially at this sort of point in the game as well. So no wonder why that quick single was taken. So you'd think it could be Matt Parkinson. He's 2 overs left of the day. You'd assume that they'd just be bowled now, as the skipper is.
Well, it's Parkinson taking his hat off. And, you don't want to do that in this weather unless you're going to bowl. So it is going to be Parkinson to continue. He's bowled 8 overs so far. Really good figures. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 22 for 2. Economy rate of 2.8.
So Bell Drummond is now back on the pitch because he's just in front of us. But Dawkins remains at first slip. So I think someone else has also just stepped off the field. Parkinson in again then. It's a single on the onside as he just rocks back and works that into the gap.
I think it's sensible in these conditions to rotate fielders off, get them a bit of shade.
Yeah.
Give them a bit of rest. They can take on some fluids.
In again then. And again, genuinely good delivery. A bit of flight to that one as it turns away from the bat.
Yeah, it's beaten him. All ends up there, Holland.
You are right. He's sort of reined in the sweeps and paddles here to Parkinson. Giving himself room, but straight to cover. So it won't be a run.
And this is shaping up to be one of Parkinson's better games for Kent. Really well so far.
In and bowls again. He's given himself width, but can't beat the inner ring. I think that's Finch there, a shorter cover. So he's racing through his over here. I think it's just the one from it so far. There's back into Holland then. And again, that one's a bit straighter, so he's worked that onto the onside. Happily take the single.
Yeah, just Ekanch coming in, wearing that one arm warmer that he wears on his right arm.
So Sheikh is now on strike. He's on 49 as Parkinson comes in and bowls. And again, he sweeps that out to the fielder on the rope. So that will bring up his half century as a warm applause happens around the ground. And he's been the foundation, really, of this Leicestershire innings.
He has. He's had to anchor it. He's taken a while. 80 balls. It's not rapid, but it's one of those situations where you can't really criticise him, because without him, Leicestershire's score would be really low. As it is, 143 for 5. It's probably not what they were after with 14 overs remaining, but he's just given them a chance here.
Yeah, I think he's had to play a different way to maybe than he want to. But he hasn't really given any chances though as well. So sort of credit to him, really.
Yeah, he's playing very much like a senior player here. Ekanch Singh into bowl from the City end. And that goes down the leg side. That's going to be wide. I wonder if Sheikh just feels like he might have missed out there. He's just rehearsing the shot that he wanted to play. He wanted to do a little Shot down the leg side, probably eyeing the boundary down there. There are a couple of fielders down there.
Yeah, you've got deep square and a deep fine leg as well, so maybe a riskier option.
Aircatch back to his mark, comes in again. And this time it's fended off by Shake. He's going to get a single for that. They think about a second, but decide not to risk Jaden Denley's arm at this point in the innings. Still, 13.5 overs to go, which is, in some cases, not far off an hour's cricket. In some cases, significantly more than an hour's cricket.
Now that is very true.
Jonathan Hagney is listening. I'm sure he will sympathise. Ekans comes in again from the city end. And that will be steered onto the leg side. They'll get one. They won't come back for two. Jaden Denley, the fielder again. Taking away the ones here. Leicestershire, which you wonder at this point, it probably is sensible. At some point they will have to hit out.
I mean, last 10, potentially 5, that's where I think you really need to look to push on. From a Kent perspective, after Parkinson's bowled his one remaining over of the day, do you think you go to seam both ends, or do you just continue with a spinner just to see?
Well, certainly Mihaya's not done badly as Ekans comes in again. And this time it's pulled towards square leg where Jaden Denley will field. And again, there's just a single. It's interesting, isn't it? Because normally you'd go with your more senior bowlers in that situation. And Matt Quinn's got a few to bowl.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You would tend to lean probably more towards going to one of your seamer express bowlers. But just because probably Parkinson's got that much purchase off the wicket today, just beg the question.
As Ekans is in again. This time it's a leg side, or offside cut. It's Parkinson will field just in from the boundary rope. They only get one there. So apart from the wide, it's been a fairly tidy over so far from Ekans Singh. So just looking down at the figures, what we've got, Stewart's got 3 left, Quinn has got 6 left, Ekans has got 6 left after this, Joey Everson has got 5, Parkinson 1, Denley 6. So Ekans is in, that one is driven, they're not going to get a single for that, that one is going to be fielded by Matt Quinn. And Tawanda Mia's got 6 left if he wants them, so he's got plenty of options here, as Daniel Bell Drummond, who has been known to bowl himself in the past. So he doesn't seem to have bowled for a while. Wondering if that was something to do, I believe that was something to do with a shoulder injury or an arm injury or something like that. And so we've not actually seen him bowl. He had a reputation for being a little bit of a golden arm. So Ekans comes in for the final ball of the over. And that one is prodded towards backward point, and Harry Finch will field. And there's no run. So the wider side, that's a decent over from Ekans Singh. Leicestershire 148 for 5.
So drinks are going to be taken for the batters.
Yeah, I think it's the sort of day where this is sensible.
Yeah.
It's sort of 2/3 of the way through the innings, so drinks are coming on. Not an official drinks break, but I imagine that the umpires will take this into account when they make their calculations.
So there's a bit of a meeting then between Captain Matt Parkinson. I think Harry Finch is in there as well.
Yeah, Sam Northeast is in there as vice captain. An unofficial meeting of minds out there.
Yeah.
It looks like Parkinson is going to come on and he's going to bowl out. So,
and then the question is it going to be Matt Quinn, or is it going to be Tawanda Miaye? But for now, I think Kent would really like a wicket.
Yeah, one more from Parkinson would give him just reward for the spell that he's bowled. He didn't really, I said last week, he was a bit unlucky as well. The drop off his bowling towards the end. I think it was Daniel Bell Drummond that put one of the Notts batters down. Probably deserved more wickets than he actually got.
So Parkinson then is going to be bowling to Holland. He's in. He's tried to sort of paddle him, but he's mistimed it. I think he's worn it.
Yes, he has to an extent. No, no appeal or anything, but
which is unlike.
yeah, that means it really can't have been anywhere close.
In again, he's moved outside the line to sweep him square, and he gets it. It will just be the single.
Yeah, they thought about that one for a moment, but he was sent back, and that was probably the right thing to do. I think there was every real chance of getting anything there.
So then, Sheikh is on strike. He's on 52. He's tried to give himself some room there, which he's made. And again, a single out to deep cover where Joey Everson is.
I think the way that Holland's batting, he's either going to make a few or he's going to get out fairly quickly.
And that's 150 as well. Good delivery. He's rocked back, isn't he? Played that back for no run.
Yeah, I think Holland is probably going to be fairly happy to see the back of Matt Parkinson here.
In again. Room. It's hitting straight to Harry Finch there, so no run. Good looking shot there by Holland. But can't find that gap. I think you're right. It's one ball left here for Matt Parkinson. Holland's going to look to survive that. As a thick outside edge. A couple of bounces before it gets to gully, let's say. And that is the end of the over. So 150 for 5, the current state of play. And we just heard Matt Parkinson's figures.
Well, he's getting a good round of applause for that from the crowd here. And once again, I think he could probably feel a little bit aggrieved that he hasn't got more than 2 wickets.
So the 150 mark then, 12 overs left. What do you think they're looking to get?
It's always easier to do it when there's 10 overs left, isn't it? Just from the mathematics point of view, I think they're going to do really well to get. I'd say 250.
I think so.
They'll be there, they'll be reasonably happy with that from this position. We're going to get Joey Everson back from the City end. Everson, as we said earlier, had a bit of a spell on loan, and that was, of course, because Holland went to the United States League for a couple of weeks, so it was arranged that Joey Everson would go and cover for him. He's in now, over the wicket to Sheikh, and that's just pulled straight to Jaden Denley, and there's no run.
I think it's a good move. We said earlier that Everton takes the pace off slightly from a bowler's point of view. So if, Parkinson, Miaya have done so well, it's probably a good option to turn to.
Everson back to his mark. In again. And that one is a single. It's not the most orthodox of singles, but was basically dead batted, if you like, by Sheikh. And they just run through, because obviously with Benjamin standing up, there's not really any chance of him stumping him. Certainly might be able to throw it down, but he didn't get there quickly enough. So Everson goes back to his mark. And that will get a single on the leg side for Holland. It's going to be fielded down there by Harry Finch, the number 72. So there's probably some sort of origin story for his choice of 72 as a number on his shirt.
Yeah.
Don't actually know what it is. Liam's shaking his head as well. Everson into bowl. And that one is just prodded to Sam Northeast. And there's no run.
He's getting through his over pretty quickly, only the 2 from it as well. 2 balls left of the over.
There's probably an origin story for why Joey Everson's got the number 33 as well, but I have to say I've no idea what that is. Just a little bit of a shuffle in the field. Parkinson is coming inside the circle. He was at third man. And that one is going to get the single to shake. It's just sort of squeezed out towards Grant Stewart. Backward point. Score moves on to 153 for 5. One ball left in the over from Joey Everson. Goes back to his mark. And well, there's attempted heave, if you like, from Holland. It seemed to come off the bottom end of his bat, and it gets him a single. So at the end of that over, it's 154 for 5. That's after 39 overs. And then we're going to have a bit of a change in the commentary box after this over. I think Liam's going to come in. I'm not quite sure who's going off, actually. Is it? It's me, is it?
I think so, is it? You had to break, Fred?
I certainly don't mind. So I'll heroically step down.
Bowling at the Beckenham end, Jaden
Just a reminder, you are watching Kent Cricket's live stream, proudly sponsored by Clubberly. You're listening to myself, Molly Davis, Fred Atkins, and of course Liam Knight. Jaden Denley is going to have the ball in hand, bowling from the Beckenham end. We did wonder where they would turn to after Parkinson had bowled his 10, if they were going to go back to seam or potentially go back to a spin option, which they have done, which is good to see. So we saw Holland sort of bring out the fancier shots when you had to under Mieye bowl him. So will you do the same to Jaden Denley? And he does as a shout for RBW. First initial, I think he's got some bat on that.
Well, Denley certainly liked it. We're going to have a look at the replay, which will be up in a couple of seconds.
It was a quicker delivery.
The problem is he gets through his overs so quickly that the live stream is showing the previous delivery when he comes in. He's having a bit of a shuffle off the field now. So just having a word with Daniel Bell-Drummond. So the replay is about to come up. Can't really tell because the umpire's hat was in the way. It certainly looked in line.
It did. So Jaden Denley and Bell-Drummond are having a conversation, making sure that field is spot on before they continue. 155 for 5. This is in and bowls again. This time is straighter. Takes the edge of the bat. Take a single as it falls into a vacant point region.
And that wasn't a bad ball either by Jaden Denley. Seemed to get a bit of turn on it. Spat up. Certainly didn't go where they wanted it to, but that does bring the 50 up for Shaken Holland.
Denley again then. Again, that's a shout.
And that's
one's given. Finally, the appeals of the Kent side, they get what they've been searching for. Fuller that one and quicker. And Holland couldn't get anything on it. So that wicket that Kent have needed, probably in the last few overs, they have now got.
Well, you always felt with Holland that was going to be the way it was going to go. He needed to hit out, needed to get some boundaries. He'd been trying those shots not entirely convincingly throughout his innings. And he goes for 23 from 34. That one hit him on the full, didn't it, I think?
It did.
But, he's just missed it. It's a difficult shot to execute. And there's not a lot of margin for error. That one was just, I think they hit him on the full, so I could call it, well, excellent bit of bowling from Jaden Denley. Good reward for the way that he's bowled so far in this over. Possibly a bit unlucky not to have got a wicket before now. And he does get a wicket there. Figures are 4.3 overs so far. No, made 26 for 1. And the incoming batter is going to be Ben Green.
It's one of them now, 156 for 6, going into the last 10 overs. Shift is going to be put in if that's how you want to describe it. But however, Shake is still out there on 56, so that's a bit of comfort for the new batter walking out.
Well, the problem for Leicestershire now is that they're in danger of not getting to 200. They're in danger of losing wickets. They're in danger of not getting to 180 unless there's a bit of discipline. 180 you've always got a chance, but it's just not a very great chance if you're not, on a wicket like this. Traditionally, you think of it as a batter's ground. We know it's been a little bit different this year, but it's a really awkward dilemma. And of course, Kent will be delighted that they've put Leicestershire into this awkward situation.
Also with the facts, the pitch is turning. We saw that from Parkinson. I'm sure Denley's getting a bit of turn or a bit of grip as well. So, yeah, it's always an uncomfortable position to come out and bat in. But it's also a nice challenge as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Green is up to it. Surveys the field.
So it's halfway through this Denley over then. And again, that's Fuller and just defended away. This is what the captain is going to want from Jaden Denley. Get in and out of his over pretty quickly. Limit the damage. And again, bit of width. He'll get potentially a couple. They're going to push you. They might come back for two. They do. In the end, pretty comfortable.
Yeah, no real alarms there. There's just one ball left before I make way for Liam Knight, who has just chosen this moment to vacate the commentary box, interestingly enough.
Again, that's short and pulled out into the deep, and it'll be a couple of bounces and four. So, Green's off to a flyer, as they would say. Loose last ball there from Jaden Denley. And that's the end of the over. So, I think Liam Knight is going to be taking over from yourself, Fred. 162 for 6 is the score here in Beckenham. 10 overs remaining. Sheikh is on 56 off of 90. So big last 10 overs here then in the first innings to set up the rest of the day. Joey Everson is going to be continuing from the City end. Liam Knight is about to join me. Hello Liam, welcome back.
Hello Molly, hello again everyone.
That's a strong shot down the ground. I think Matt Quinn's out at long on, so it will just be the one. It has got significantly warmer here at Beckenham.
Yeah, just outside the 10 it is scorching.
The last bit of the summer, isn't it? So then, Everson back into Green, and that's shorter. He's tried to pull that, but he hasn't got any of it, so it's a dot ball through to Chris Benjamin that has the gloves.
Lots of fielders taking on fluids at the minute. A couple of the academy guys. I can see Ollie Butterfield down there on the drink duty.
That's a good experience to be around the first team, isn't it? That step up, just be around the team, and that is chipped onto the onside for no run. He's pulled out of that shot last minute, I think.
Did you ever run drinks on for the likes of Charlotte Edwards, Lydia Greenway when you were at the start of your...
I don't think I did. I think I was I was always called up when they were called out on England duty, so it was kind of never really crossed too many paths. Just to say how young and youthful I am. Everson then will continue. Shorter has been pulled again, but he hasn't got all of it. Sort of very bottom edgy, if you like, but he will get a single. So every run here is going to sort of really help contribute towards this Leicestershire total. Sheikh so far, pick of the batters.
Yeah, he's looked good.
Everson in and bowls. Fuller that time. Sort of defenders hit the ground hard and will just go out to Daniel Bell-Drummond for the single. Yeah, I was saying to Fred before you came on, he's had a bit of a controlled innings. Probably hasn't gone as attacking as he'd like to, but what he has done is he's hasn't given many opportunities up either. So
if you take his runs away, they'd be in a far worse position than they are Leicestershire.
Exactly. And that is just been gently hit down the ground for a single. As Ben Green is getting into his innings. It's always a tougher time, I think, to come in at this stage. got to go from ball 1 within reason.
Yeah, not much time now to get yourself in with only 9 overs left.
Exactly. And if you've got a spinner from one of them, before you know it, the overs run away with you. Obviously, a lot of the Kent seamers still have overs, if required, of course. You got Grant Stewart, I think, has overs left. He's got, I think 3 overs. Matt Quinn's got more than enough, and so has Akansh Singh. So that isn't going to be in the back of the front of Val Drummond's mind.
Interesting that spin has been so effective today as well.
It is.
Do you risk them at the end of this innings? But Jaden Denley's in. One bounce to the fielder, Sam North East. Might have been a bump ball as well.
But dare I say, in sort of past games, we've watched enough cricket here to maybe see spin contribute more than it has done in the past at Beckenham.
Jaden Denley's in. A thickish outside edge, but they'll come through for a single.
There was a women's game here last year when you had Liv Barnes on loan from Somerset. And she got a fair few wickets bowling her left arm spin.
Yeah, that took that game much closer than it was at one point, didn't it?
It did.
Jaden Denley's back in. That's pulled away nicely, but it doesn't beat Akansh Singh on the boundary. They only get 1. That's a good-looking shot from Sheikh, but Akansh Singh is there, running around still in this Beckenham heat, stopping boundaries, keeping that pressure on. Jaden Denley's in again, and he's missed that one as Ben Green.
He's quicker, isn't he? He's a flatter spinner, I think. Jaden, probably more variant of pace and line than Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, he's in again. On the back foot is Ben Green, and that beats Joey Everson in the ring, but there is Harry Finch out there to do the fielding. I'll just get a single.
I just like how quickly he gets through his over. In the sense of, can throw a batter. I didn't like that myself.
Here he is then, final ball of this over. That one's dragged down a little bit.
He got away with that one, didn't he?
Yeah, Sheikh had to reach to cut that one. They only get a single. So at the end of the over, Leicestershire Foxes are 170 for 6, run rate just over 4. So good control here from Kent with the ball.
Is it going to be Joey Everson?
I think it is. He's taking his cap off.
It is. Leicestershire are going to definitely be thinking, has to be over 200. I think Fred mentioned it around 12 overs, probably looking at like 250. Which would be probably I don't want to say a big ask from this position, but some big overs are going to be needed.
Slightly interesting here that Benjamin's not standing up to Everson. He's done that a few times to Joey Everson in all formats that he's kept to him. But for now, they're keeping him at, what would we say, a standard wicket-keeper length.
Yeah, just standing back, probably giving himself a bit more time maybe. As Everson makes his way in to Sheikh. And that is hit down the ground to Matt Quinn, who will just keep it to 1. You'd think, obviously, the standing up is the more of the attacking route. I think right now Kent are going to be happy for Leicestershire to bat the 50, and just game manage in terms of runs.
Yeah, good thinking.
Has Everson into green this time. And again, that's defensively hit to Sam North East at cover. Kent aren't going to mind this at all.
Not been too many gimmies. Obviously, there was that last ball of Jaden's last over that they didn't cash in on, but
Yeah.
they've bowled well here of Kent.
I think the seconds will be quite telling to see what the pitch is doing potentially and if there is any difficulties. Bit short of that time, worked out to deep square where Harry Finch is. They're going to look for 2, but as you've mentioned, he's very quick across ground, so just the 1.
Ben Green's doing what we mentioned Steve Eskenazi was doing earlier. He's taking a step or 2 down the track as Joey Everson's coming in.
Yeah, it's that attacking play, isn't it? Everson then whipped off the legs this time of Sheikh. Out to Mayeye. Again, he just reduces it to 1. you'd maybe think last 5, that's where you might see some of the bigger style shots. Last 5 overs in modern day cricket becomes probably the most explosive point, especially when obviously you're setting the score. And when Shake's set on 62 as well. Good person to do it. Everson. Again, that's shorter and that's pulled away, and that will be 4 into that very big mid-wicket gap. So well weighted there by Green, who just helps that on its way.
Yeah, that got what it deserved, I feel, a little bit.
It's that loose delivery, isn't it?
Didn't even need to felt the need to run for that one. So good shot from Ben Green.
It's always a nice feeling as a batter when you hit a ball and you're like, that's definitely going to go to the boundary.
Wouldn't know.
Limit the amount of running. It's always a good day at the office. So 2 balls left then for Joey Everson in this over. Looking to reply then to Green as he's in and bowls. And that is a lot fuller and straighter. It's whipped into the onside. They're going to push hard for 2. But again, Matt Quinn just reduces it to the single. And that is the end of the over. Apologies, the scoreboard caught up with me then. So 1-7-8 for 6. 7 overs remaining here at Beckenham in the first innings. Get a healthy crowd here, which is always nice to see, especially when we're playing here at Beckenham. Lots of children around playing some cricket.
Yeah, yet again, it's been £1 tickets for under 14s this Metro Bank season. Nice to see a few youngsters coming to enjoy the game on their school summer holidays.
So Jaden Denley will continue.
Yeah, he's bowling his 7th over now from the Beckenham end. He's into Ben Green. Tries to drive that one. He does get hold of that one. There's only going to be 1 run from it. Just went out of our view slightly there.
It's always a delayed response from us in here when we have to look either side of the tent.
Going to get to Shake, who's on 62, and he's gardened that one a little bit. On through the inside edge, juggled by Parkinson, I think it is. And they'll get 1 from it.
Yeah, you mentioned being a dry outfield, it's very bobbly and can be quite difficult at times.
In comes Jaden again. A bit of a quicker delivery, that one. He's on the back foot, is Ben Green. And they'll look for 2 and turn down, so there'll be 1 from it again.
There's been some good outfielding by the Kent team today, putting some pressure on the batters, especially when they're pushing hard for them 2s. Sometimes boundaries have been difficult to come by.
Here he is again then to Shake. That's cut. But it won't beat Sam North East, and there won't be a run.
He sort of changed his mind last minute. He sort of pulled out and dabbed it.
In comes Jaden Denley again then to Shake, who just hits that into the onside. There won't be a run. Daniel Bell Drummond is there to do the fielding.
So
1 to come.
good over again.
Yeah, like you say, he rattles through them, Jaden Denley, and Shake won't get a run from that ball either. So good controlled over here at, in inverted commas, the death from Jaden Denley. He's now bowled 7 overs and he's gone for 39 runs. He's got 1 wicket.
Yeah. So Everson will then continue with 6 overs remaining. So you'd feel after this one you might see maybe some bigger shots here by the visitors, just to try and plummet their total to as high as they can get.
Conference between Everson and Bell Drummond. I want to get this right, keep the pressure on.
You think it'd be much of the same, really, wouldn't you? Probably what Daniel Bell Drummond is saying to Joey Everson.
And Benjamin is now standing up to Joey Everson.
Maybe that's what you were just sort of crawling back to in terms of moving your feet down the wicket to try and open up an option. That's taken that away now from Green. Everson then. Last minute changes, and he'll be getting his over underway. As he is. Into green. And that is Fuller, but that is placed pretty nicely into the onside. They're going to push for 2. And they're going to get 2 as well. Good running in the end, but not a bad effort from Harry Finch, shying at the stumps from a very deep mid-wicket.
That's a lovely angled throw from Harry Finch. He didn't have many stumps to aim at. He's quite square on.
I think you're going to be seeing a lot of that now from Leicestershire. If they can't find the boundary, it'll be a lot of pushing for 2s, even singles in the ring as well. So another quick conversation between Everton and Drummond.
I think they've got all this time because of all these overs of spin, haven't they?
The Parkinson, yeah.
Can afford to have a quick chat.
This is in again. Fuller that time driven, and it will beat the inner ring, and that looks like it might race away for 4, which it does. No one can cut that off, so a good looking shot from Green there. It's definitely a welcome boundary. 2 full from Everson.
Yeah, perfectly split the fielders there, did Green. And I think Drummond thought he was going to get to it and then realised quickly that this dry, hard outfield, it's going to race away. So gave up the chase near the end of the rope there, did Daniel Drummond.
Good looking shot from Green though. A true cover drive. So Parkinson will drop back to a deep 3rd now on the rope. And Harry Finch will come into the ring. He was a deep mid-wicket, but now it looks like it'd be more conventional. So wider potentially from Everton here. Or as it was, I think that's a bit of an inside edge that's taken it behind square. And they're going to come back for 2. And they're going to make their ground as well. Good running there from Shake and Green, putting Quinn under pressure at a deep fine. Probably shouldn't have been 2. So then, batter's asking a few questions of Joey Everson. Again, back of a length, but that's just pushed down the ground for 1. It's better. You don't want to get sort of too muddled up with thinking about your lines, your length, your variations. Just bowl your ball that you know is going to get you success.
Yeah, expensive so far, this over from Joey Everson.
Which overs previously have been pretty tidy. In again, shorter, and that's pulled away. I think that's to under Mieye that will run round on the rope. So not costly in the end, it was just a single. Especially as that's gone exactly where Harry Finch was. So if my maths is correct and everything's caught up, it should be the 1 ball remaining in this over anyway. As Liam's also mentioned, a bit of an expensive one here for Joey Everson. As he's into green then. That's driven. And they get it over the inner ring, and that'll be 4. So a good looking shot from Green. 2 in the over. That's been 2 boundaries. And that's just starting the Leicestershire, I'm not going to say fight back because that'd be unfair. But maybe that's going to start the power towards the back end of this innings then with 5 overs left.
There's a good shot from Ben Green. He made Sam Northeast look like he was blocking a basketball shot. He went over his outstretched hands to the boundary, and he moves on to 31 from 22. So from a Leicestershire point of view here, you'll be happy with how Ben Green's gone about his business so far. 5 overs left. Foxes are 5 runs off that 200 mark. It looks like Jaden Denley's going to continue from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, it's been a good move. He's bowled pretty well, Jaden. So looking to either get a wicket or reduce this.
Big bowling to Shake, who's on 64, who sweeps that one into the air. There's no fielder directly under the path, but Matt Quinn will stop that reaching the boundary, and they will come back for 2.
It's good running again. Probably Probably wasn't two, but they're both very quick between the wickets.
Daniel Belgium has just signalled to Grant Stewart. He might be bowling the next over, as that's cut away by a shake from the bowling of Denley, but there's no run. In comes Denley again then. It's reversed by a shake. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Come through for one.
Would you expect Grant and Quinn to close proceedings?
Yeah, I think so. 5 overs left. Denley's in again. Bowling cut into the air. Oh, it drops just short of Matt Parkinson. He dived towards it. There was another fielder in the vicinity, but Parkinson took it on, and unfortunately for him, it's just fallen short in front of him.
Yeah, it was to his right in the end. I think it shocked him a little bit that it wasn't straight to him.
So that's driven into the onside by Shake. Moves on to 68.
Leicestershire Foxes 200 in the 46th over.
Don't need to repeat that. I think we all heard Steve. So 200 up for Leicestershire. Denley's in again. That just goes underneath the diver, Daniel Belgium, but Ekant Singh's looking to stop this from hitting the rope, and he does. He parries it back. So make sure it doesn't go underneath him, and then he tidies up afterwards. So at the end of the over then, Leicestershire Foxes are 202 for 6 with 4 overs left. Interesting to see how attacking they go here.
There'll be a quick drinks break just for the batters, I think, to gain some fluids before we go on to the last 4 overs of this innings.
Yeah, it gives us some time to talk about other stuff that's coming up at Beckenham in the next month or so. We've obviously got today's Metrobank match, which is the last Kent fixture here at Beckenham this summer. But if you are in the Beckenham area and you've not making the decision to come here today, we do have the PCC Select 11 against Pakistan, the touring Pakistan Test team. They'll be here from the 12th to the 15th of August, so next week, in a 4-day tour match ahead of their Test series. And then in September, Sunday the 13th of September, get a load of this, it's England Lions against the actual full Sri Lanka men's T20 side in a T20 match on a Sunday afternoon here in Beckenham. You can get your tickets today at the Kent Cricket website, find out more information as well. And if you're not from this area and you didn't fancy the trip up to Beckenham, you can have a look on the website as well for Kent's remaining county championship fixtures, and of course Kent women's final home match of the season on the 6th of September against Leicestershire Foxes women.
It is. So then Grant Stewart is underway, and that is flicked off the legs beautifully by Shake, and it will just be a single to Mieye.
I think we know how they're going to go here, don't we?
I think it's going to be, yeah, pretty much all attack from Shake and Green. I think you've got to at this point now. Obviously 202.
Yeah, 4 wickets left, so there's not much jeopardy in terms of wickets just yet, with 4 overs to go.
Stewart then. Fuller, that's hit straight down the ground. It's in the air, but there's nothing they can do about it. It's 6. A very good looking shot by Green as he sends Stewart into the stand. That's what I think the crowd have been wanting.
Yeah, might wake up those Leicestershire fans at the top of the grandstand. They were loud and vocal earlier, but they've been a bit quiet last few overs.
I think that might be, correct me if I'm wrong, you're probably more statistician than I am, at the second maximum of the game. We had 1 early doors.
I think you're right, yeah.
So Stewart's going to come and reply then. Again, that's just been weighted and placed onto the onside.
Slower ball, I think, there from Grant Stewart.
I think Green picked it. But it's only the single, which again, I think Kent are going to be more happier about. So Stewart's just getting back to the top of his mark and he's turning around. Is he going to be in to bowl to Shake? And that's short and wide, and that's hit with some intent. And that's going to be 4 more. Again, a very good shot there by Hamza Sheikh. We've said that throughout his innings. 2 boundaries off the over so far.
Yeah, it's met with Leicestershire la la la, so they are awake now, those fans in the grandstand.
Asking some questions of the Kent bowlers later in this innings then. Okay, Stewart back in. There's 2 balls left of this over. Short and wide again. It is in the air this time. And again, a couple of bounces and it's 4 more. So Leicestershire on the attack here. Kent currently haven't got an answer.
Yeah, this over so far, 1, 6, 1, 4, 4. It's a big over for Leicestershire, this.
And you think as well, I mean, obviously this part of the game, Leicestershire were always going to try and take the attack, but they've put pace back on here. They had Everson bowling from that end. So going back to one of your seamers has been a bit expensive.
Yeah, Daniel Rojoma's just talking to Grant Stewart now.
So 1 ball left of Grant Stewart over then. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Jaden Denley bowl from this end that we are currently at.
Yeah, he's got 2 left, Jaden.
So Stewart then for his final ball of this over. And again, that's fuller, probably a Yorker length, which is what he was looking for. Again, a single, but apart from that, there's no other damage. So, end of the over, I think, if my scoreboard is correct, it's 219. As the Leicestershire chants go around the stand in front of us. And it looks like it's going to be...
Yeah, Jaden's going to carry on.
I think that's a good move, though. I'd have kept Jaden Denley bowling. I think he's done pretty well today with the ball. Probably bowled more overs than he was expecting to bowl.
Here he is then from the Beckenham end. That's up in the air.
And that's all the way.
Out of our view. And it's a 6, yeah, umpire signal 6. That's the one part of the ground we can't see from this position. So it was a good looking shot. It was very high, but very handsome as well.
He's got all of that pretty much. It was in the air a very long time, but safe to say it went all the way. Was that a shake as well?
Yeah, it was. We've lost the scorecard again in the heat at Beckenham. As they try and find the ball, I think it's gone into the vicinity of the flats here at the county ground. Ball is retrieved. Jalen Denley will look to make amends after that 6. He's in, and that's cut. But it'll only be a single this time. Harry Finch does well on the rope. So in comes Jaden again, and that's a big heave. Was there an edge? Umpire says no. Not much of an appeal, so...
Chris Benjamin liked it.
Yeah, it's pretty much all you need to know as an umpire, isn't it? In comes Jaden again then. That's hit high into the air. It might dissect the 2 fielders. It does. It Goes in between Ekant Singh and Grant Stewart and goes for another 4. This is a good spell from Leicestershire with the bat.
It's been a very good last 5 overs as it's shaping up to be here for Leicestershire. Looking to bring some of the attack back to the Kent bowlers. Boundaries have come thick and fast in the last 10 or so balls.
In comes Jaden again. That one's cut again. And again, it finds Harry Finch. So only be a single. We're desperately trying to find out the score. Jaden's in again. That's swept, but he hasn't got any of that. And it's just plonked into the outfield, and Matt Quinn will tidy up. Come through for 2, I believe.
So that is the end of the over.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
So you'd have 2 to go here in Beckenham. It's going to be my guess. And it's going to be Ekant Singh then to bowl from the City end. And then we're going to give you an up-to-date score.
2 overs remaining in the innings, returning the City end number 5, Ekant Singh.
2-3-2 for 6.
2, yeah.
Hamza Sheikh is on 85. Ben Green is on 46.
There we go. We'll keep our eye on these, obviously, individual scores over the next 2 overs. There's Ekant Singh is going to be closing things out then for the City end. And we have one more from the Beckenham end. And that's been hit hard down the ground. Powerful is an understatement as that goes all the way into the stand.
That is 50 for Ben Green.
And you'd probably hear next to me, and that is Ben Green's 50. It's a very sharp 50 as well, and one that his team desperately needed. It's a very key partnership between Green and Sheikh. That's a very good looking shot. Didn't try to overhit that. Just picked it out beautifully. So what we thought might be an underpass score, they're piling the runs on now. So another conversation between bowler and captain.
Yeah, 50 up from 30 balls for Ben Green. 6 fours, 1 6. Very good from him.
So 11 balls remain. As Singh then is back into bowl to Green. Short. It's been pulled away, but didn't get all of it. So a couple of bounces, but Tawanda Mayeye will pick that up. So 2 more to the total.
Ben Green again, ole ole, say the Leicestershire fans in the grandstand.
Sure, it's sparing him on. So Singh, top of his run. In again then. Shorter this time, and it's wide as he takes a stumble.
Yeah, he's tumbled over in his follow through there, can't sing. Look at the dust coming off.
Oh, don't.
Blimey.
Feels like it's got warmer in here as well.
Yeah, it has.
Feel
You
like
are very correct.
the nice fan you've brought in just seems to be moving around the hot air. So Singh to re-bowl that. Short and pulled away, but pulled on the downward motion, so just a single in the end. So we're waiting for the up-to-date score. Sheikh, we believe, is on 87. At the end of the over, we'll give you an up-to-date score as well of where we believe we are. Even the heat's taking over the technology here as well. Sing then. And again, so quicker delivery. He's tried to sweep him, but it's hit him on the pad, so a leg bye is what it will be. Which brings Green back on to strike. Keep looking at everyone on their devices, trying to find the most up-to-date information. So, Green on strike then. And that's again another wide delivery by Singh. It's 2 wides in the over now. Green will happily wait for that one to be rebowled. So we think there's 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, Leicestershire 244 for 6. Shake 87 not out. Green 55 not out.
In comes Singh then. Full toss, but it's low enough to be hit down the ground where they get the single. So there's 1 ball left of this Ekench Singh over.
Or is it?
I think there's 1 left after the
I
wide.
thought he was going to hand.
Oh,
I thought the umpire was going to hand his cap back. Then we were all in trouble.
be the cherry on top, wouldn't it?
Could help if I could count to 6.
Oh, I learnt that I couldn't do that many years ago. So Shake is on strike then. He's gone for the reverse and he's got it. He's hit that all the way over Parkinson's head. Couple of bounces, 4. So a bit of inventiveness there from Hamza Sheikh. Gives him the boundary in the over, and that brings the over to a conclusion in the end. So we can confirm there's 1 over left here. As Matt Parkett has just asked us if the scoreboard is correct.
Yeah, Leicestershire Foxes 250 for 6. Hamza Sheikh now on 91. And Green on 55. We think.
I think it's been Matt Quinn.
Leicestershire Foxes after 49 overs, the final over of the innings, after which the forum starts will be bowled from the Beckenham end by number 64, Matt Quinn.
Yeah, Matt Quinn will bowl the last over of this innings. And let's see how our scoring is in this over, Molly. 250 for 6. As I think we're back. Yes, here we go.
I think we are underway with our scoreboard here.
Yes, 250 for 6 and with 1 over to go.
So nobody else has to rely on our mental maths, which is good news all round.
In comes Matt Quinn then from the Beckenham end. Running away from us. It's a full toss and it's a wide. Have to bowl that one again. So 6 deliveries remain still.
There's been a couple of loosener deliveries, if you could say that, at the back end towards these last 2 overs.
Yeah, just
couple of
as we
wides.
were saying that Kent had bowled well with control. Commentator's curse. Hopefully that's the only one of the day.
He has had a large gap between overs though, old Matt Quinn.
Old Matt Quinn. Blimey. In he comes. That's a looping slower ball, but it doesn't outfox Green. They'll come through for a single.
Must add that's more of an expression rather than a dig at Matt Quinn's age. Couldn't tell you how old he was. I'll tell you how tall he is, but not how old he is.
Very good from you.
Thank you.
So, he's at the top of his mark now. Shake on strike, who's on 91. Surely he'll be targeting those 3 figures, and a big total for Leicestershire. They've done well to get this to this position from where they were at one stage, have Leicestershire. In comes Matt Quinn. He's in and bowling, and he takes a step down the track to shake, but he doesn't get quite all of that pull shot, and Ekant Singh will throw it in to the bowler's end, but they do come back for 2. 2-5-4 for 6 with four deliveries left. So Sheikh now on strike on 93.
We were chatting earlier about Leicestershire taking 250 as a good viable total, and yeah, they've exceeded themselves. So I'm sure they'll be pretty happy with things.
Quinn to Sheikh. He's in and bowls, and it's a shorter ball, and it's up in the air. Harry Finch is underneath it. He takes the catch. So well batted, Hamza Sheikh. I think Harry Finch had time then to wipe his hands on his trousers, get the sweat off from the heat, and still take that catch right here in front of us. Sheikh goes for 93. Foxes 2-5-4 for 7 in the final over their innings. And I'm sure he's going to get a lot of applause here from the crowd as he walks off.
Yeah, he's been the foundation of this Leicestershire innings, isn't he? Be able to steer them to the total they're going to get, and a warm reception all round as he makes his way back up to his dressing room.
Here he is, my effects might work.
Good catch as well out there.
Yeah, really good catch.
It's always tough when you're in the field all day in the heat to keep his concentration and cool.
So, the new batter. Is Ajaz Patel. And he will have at least 3 deliveries to face.
You kind of just come out now, don't you? Just try and hit every ball you can for 4 or 6.
Yeah,
it's
you might as well. Might as well, yeah.
I would say it's one of the more relaxed times to bat, especially when you're setting a total.
It's John, the Leicestershire photographer, walks in front of us in a very fetching Leicestershire Foxes bucket hat.
Very jazzy,
good
isn't
work.
it?
Yeah, very good work, Leicestershire.
Left-handed Patel as well, just to change things up.
Quinn's at the top of his mark. Put to bowl to the new batter. He comes past the umpire. Bowls, takes a step down the track. Doesn't get any of that. Chris Benjamin will do the fielding. 2 to come. Leicestershire 2-5-4 for 7. As Quinn walks back to his mark. Maybe that's a bit of mind games. Doesn't want to get into a rhythm with the batter at all. Quinn turns round. Here he comes then. And he comes past the umpire. Bowling, and that'll have to be bowled again. It's a wide ball.
That's probably the coolest fan here, Steve.
I think for context, Steve Watts was fanning Molly Davis with his fan. As it is a very, very hot day here at Beckenham. Probably the hottest I can remember here.
He's come prepared, as many people have in the commentary box today, or in the tent, I should say.
In comes Matt Quinn then. To Patel. He's in and bowls, and that's hit up into the air, but there's no fielder there.
They could get 2.
So they probably should get 2 from this position.
That's good running.
Yeah, very good running.
Everyone on the leg side on the boundary, so anything in the ring was a viable 2.
Let's move them on to 2-5-7 for 7. With 1 legitimate delivery left of this innings.
Slower ball potentially.
Yeah, if everyone's on the boundary. In comes Quinn, and there it is, slow ball, but it's hit over the umpire's head,
It's full.
and it's gone for
Yeah.
4. So, Leicestershire Foxes finish on 2-6-1 for 7. The Spitfires, Kent, will be chasing 2-6-2 in their second innings. That'll get underway in about 35 minutes' time. I'm Liam. I've been here with Money Davis and Fred Atkins on the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Clubly. We're going to take a break now, but we'll be back with you for the second innings, as I say, in about 35 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Kent Cricket live stream. We're about to watch the start of the Kent run chase. Kent will require 262 to win. That's after a very decent fight back in the final 10 overs from Leicestershire. Really good recovery from them. They were struggling a bit until Hamza Sheikh and Ben Green put on about 90 odd for the 6-wicket partnership, of 98 in fact. And that has given Leicestershire a fighting chance here in this second innings. My name is Fred Atkins of the ECB Reporters Network and the Spitfire website. I'll be commentating through the afternoon alongside former Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis, who is first to join me. And we may have a couple of other guests later on as well. So, Leicestershire are going to start bowling from the Beckenham end. And it's Holland who is the first delivery, and that's going to go over the rope for 4. Tawanda Mayeye gets off the mark straight away. And at the ideal start for Kent, Molly.
It is. Shorter ball to start with, very much how Kent started their bowling proceedings. But yeah, Tawanda Mayeye's sent it on its way.
He has. And Holland has to go back to his mark and perhaps have a bit of a rethink. Comes in again, second ball of the innings. Mayeye to face. Mayeye will just tuckle. Well, he thought about going for a single, but Daniel Bell-Drummond sent him back, decided that there wasn't anything there. And I would say he was probably right. Short, fine leg. Might be, is it Alex Green there, possibly? Yes, it is. Alex Green, the fielder. So no run there. Just trying to get the stream working again on our screen so we can keep up to date with exactly what's happening here. Holland in again. Mayeye drives, and that's going to be 4 more for Tawanda Mayeye. Delightful shot. Punch through the covers. Punch through kind of mid-off area, if you like. And that really was a stylish drive from Tawanda Mayeye.
Yeah, I think the intent from the Kent batters has just been shown in the first 3 balls, to be honest. At the break, I don't think Leicestershire would have been too unhappy considering where things were for them.
Yeah, I think if you'd offered them this at the start of the day, I'm not sure they would have taken it, but they certainly would have taken that drag back as Holland is in and Mayeye just fends that one off onto the offside. There's no run taken.
It was around 12 overs left, wasn't it? We had a conversation.
Yeah, I think I was saying at that point that really the best case scenario was they were going to get around 250. And so Hamza Sheikh made 93 and Ben Green made 57, not out. And that's what's really given him half a chance here. As Holland comes in and Mayeye decides against the run there, just prods that one on the onside. Kent currently 8 without loss. And I suppose it's inevitable you're going to get a bit of a surge in the final 10 overs.
Yeah, I think that was fair to say, but they sort of really kicked on in a positive way, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. Holland in for the final ball of the over. And Mayeye will just tuck that one on the leg side. They'll get 1, probably come back for 2 here. And they will comfortably jog back for a second. So Kent 10 without loss after the first over. And to take you through the first over from the Beckenham end will be Molly Davis.
It will, and we're going to wait to see who is going to be bowling it. I think it's probably key to mention as well that obviously Tawanda Mayeye back for today's fixture as well, obviously from another competition that's currently going on, but nice to have him back in a Kent shirt. I'm sure the supporters will agree.
Absolutely, yep. Although we also have to point out that the 100 gives and the 100 takes away. It's Matt Milnes, who was really the standout performer for Kent in that defeat at the Oval on Wednesday. He was drafted by the Trent Rockets. It was a very late announcement. I think it was only Saturday morning that actually came through.
So, go on, Fred,
I was going to say, I think he would have played today, wouldn't he? Because it's a game that Kent have got to win, really, given the group situation.
He'll be joining his fellow counterpart at Trent Rockets in Sam Billings as well. So it'll be a fun meet-up. But for now, things are underway with potentially a boundary from the Beckenham end. And it is. So Ben Green opens up proceedings from this way, and the Kent skipper opens up his account with a glorious cover drive for 4.
Yeah, you wonder if it's the sort of game where Kent might have had the best of the conditions when they were bowling. It's an interesting decision. Leicestershire decided to bat first. And they struggled early on, didn't they?
They did. There's a long way to go in this one, but for now, Green, again, that's going in towards Drummond, but played away. I mean, the one thing, obviously, we won't see yet, but we'll see maybe sooner than we all thought, would be a Leicestershire spinner. Obviously, we've got Mo Risby in that lineup today. Seeing the success of Matt Parkinson and Jaden Denley, that's something I'm sure they'll be keen to get the ball in hand a little bit later on in the day.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Mo Risby again. Played well for Kent seconds last year before getting a chance in the Metrobank Cup.
And again, that one's fuller, so just defended away by Mieye.
Do you remember the late Peter Burrows, who passed away earlier this year, talking about Mo Risby when he was playing for the seconds, saying he was a talent to watch?
Indeed. There was excitement around, obviously, when he played in this competition last year. Obviously, he's moved on now, but yeah, it'd be good to see him in some action today. So Mieye just sets himself as that's fuller and defended away. We see a lot of playing kits, don't we, in all the competitions these days, but obviously Kent all in the sky blue. I quite like Leicestershire's flair of, is it orange?
Well, it looks sort of red.
Red-orange.
Blood orange. Is that what it's called?
It's nice, whatever colour they want to call it, but yeah. More kits than the football team when you think about it, between all the formats they play.
Well, yeah.
Green then. On the onside, just take a quick single, both very quick between the wickets. Yeah, we always speak about all the different kinds of kits that you get, and obviously women's kits as well, because they're very similar to the men's kit, but slightly different again.
So is it on the agenda that the Kent women will play red ball cricket at any stage?
I don't think it's on the talking point as of yet, but it's never something to rule out with the changes that get rolled out every so many years. And that there, the very good ball, got quite big on Drummond quite late, so he did well not to get any bat on it. So at the end of the over, Kent is 16 for no loss then. After 2.
Yeah, you are listening to the live stream. Kent versus Leicestershire in the Metrobank Cup. Proudly sponsored by Clubberly. We are watching the last Kent men's game of the year at Beckenham. There is a 4-day game between the PCC 11 and Pakistan. That's the full Pakistan side here. That starts on Wednesday. 4 days of that. And that is the full Pakistan side, the final warm-up game, I believe, before the test series with England. So it should be quite a lot of interest in that one. As Holland comes in from the city end. And Mieye will get 1 for this one, just a push on the offside, I should say. Onside.
It's probably also key to mention, we spoke about the table and how it might look and how run rate becomes important. So without thinking too far ahead, I'm sure these two are going to want to try and get on with things positively.
Yeah, I wonder, it's one of those situations where I imagine your primary focus has got to be on winning the game.
Yeah.
And Drummond will drive. He'll get 1 for that. He'll get more. He might get 4. He will get 4. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's long off. Daniel Drummond really played that nicely. Just a little bit out of reach of the bowler, and it was too much of a chase for the fielder down there. And so Kent move on to 21 without loss. Yeah, I mean, if you were looking at an ideal scenario, these two would rattle off the runs in, say, 30 overs or something. I think that's a bit fanciful as Holland comes in. Drummond steers that one to backward point where it's fielded by Sheikh, but there's no run.
Yeah, I think it's just one of them situations where, Taranto Mieye coming back into the squad for this fixture, lends itself probably to be slightly more aggressive, especially obviously with the win is the top priority from a Kent perspective. But if they can try and help the net run rate, then anything would definitely aid that. Would be brilliant.
In again, Beldrummond this time content to just play a bit of a forward defensive. It's fielded by Sheikh, and there's no run. In fact, Sheikh takes the ball now. The fielder was, in fact, the number 26, Rishi Patel. So, no run there. Holland back to his mark. 2 balls remaining in this over. Holland is in, and Beldrummond will just tuck that off his hips, and that might well go to the boundary. I can't see there's a fielder down there.
It does.
And that's 4 runs more for Daniel Beldrummond than Kent. He moves into double figures, 12 off 7 for him. Both Kent batters on 12. A bit of a race at the moment. Right, one to come for Holland. See if he can produce a comeback here. Dutchy, as he's inevitably nicknamed, comes in. And Beldrummond happy just to prod that one on the onside. And there's no run at the end of the 3rd over. It is 25 without loss. So that, I think you'd have to say, is a decent start for Kent.
It is. I think these two battle a lot in Blast, don't they? In Blast cricket, T20 cricket. So obviously coming together today in a longer format is not something that these two are too unfamiliar with.
Yeah, they've got an understanding. They've put together some memorable partnerships in the past. The green is going to continue from the Beckenham end.
Into Mieye then. And again, fuller and straighter, so just played back. Good looking drive, but straight back to Ben Green.
He's got that fashionable cricketer's haircut, hasn't he? The mullet, if you like.
It's the standard cricket haircut, isn't it?
A bit of a tash as well, by the look of it.
Setting a trend. So Green in again then. And again, a very similar delivery. Full and attacking them stumps, just defended away by Mieye.
It's not a trend I thought would ever come back, to be fair. I thought the mullet had died and was gone forever, but I remember seeing Sussex during a lockdown season. It seemed that they were single-handedly trying to bring it back.
Can I expect to see you return next week with a mullet?
You might be out of luck there.
Okay.
Oh,
And again, he's tried to hit that over deep mid wicket, but he's missed it in the end.
yeah, that was a bit of a swish there from Tawanda Mie.
Got himself in a bit of a tangle, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably quite glad that he didn't make any contact with that, because that looked, for all the world, like he might nick off.
There's a good delivery by Ben Green. A couple sort of right on the stumps, and then that one. Mieye is looking to score. Again, he's played that up to mid-on, but there'll be no run. I think that's Alex Green. I think, yeah. At mid-on.
Yeah, Green has played here before as well with the England Lions last year. Expect to see him bowling before too long.
So then Mieye again. Good over so far from Ben Green. Not one from it yet. 1 ball left. It's a good over as Kent have got off to a good start, a few boundaries.
Yeah, I think this is the sort of game where Leicestershire are going to have to bowl Kent out, because I can't see Kent not getting the runs if they're in for 50 overs.
Yeah. So last ball of this over then. I hit him on the pads, but no appeal in the end. He's trying to hit that onto the onside, but didn't quite rise enough for him. So end of the over. It was a maiden over by Green.
Yeah, it's a good comeback from Leicestershire after the first 3 overs really didn't go their way. 25 without loss. And just wonder, are we going to still see Holland here? I thought for a second it looked like there might be a hint of a change up there, but Holland is going to carry on.
I think Kent went to spin pretty much an over after the power play had ended, so you might see a similar trend a bit later.
Well, it might be worth a go for them as Holland comes in, and Bell Drummond plays a very Daniel Bell Drummond-like shot there. He's not going to get a boundary for it, but they should get. They've got just a one for that one.
He's done really well
Yeah.
there. He slid on the driest of grass.
Yeah, that is actually a really good bit of fielding there by Scriven down here at third man. You can see the dust all over his kit now. As Holland comes in. Bell, like Tawanda Miyeye, puts that one forward. It's going to be fielded fairly comfortably. There'll be no run there.
They both started positively after that last green over that was pretty on the money, as they say. Yeah, just looking for an outlet.
Holland in. Miyeye to face. Miyeye with a lovely shot through for four there. Just punching it through point cover area to the boundary. Miyeye relieving what tension there was.
Yeah.
After that spell without the boundary by hitting a four there in a very elegant style. Don't know whether he's not the sort of player that hits bad boundaries, is he?
No, he's a classy looking cricketer.
Holland in again. And that one is fuller. Miyagi just has to prod that one forward, and that'll be no run dot ball there. Score remains 30 without loss.
I think that's the only difference so far we could say, just from first look. Kent's openers to Leicestershire's openers, these two have just seemed to be a bit more proactive. That isn't.
Yeah, you wonder how much that was down to Kent's bowling. I guess is Holland in again, and this time Miyagi again just sort of dead bats that one, if you like. There's no run taken. One ball of the over remaining. So it's not like it. There's been a little bit of cloud cover today, and it's made virtually no difference at all to the temperature. Or it certainly doesn't feel like it. It's something in the region of 30 degrees here at the moment in Beckenham. So Holland is in for the final ball of the over. And Miyagi will whip that one on the leg side. That might go for four as well, and it looks like it is a four. So four more for Tawanda Miyagi. Kent move on to 34 without loss at the end of the over, and I think Liam Knight is going to come on for Molly Davis.
Part
we'll
ways.
just keep going for the time being while they shuffle the chairs. And Green is going to continue. And well, I'm slightly surprised. The reason I'm slightly surprised is because Green has just handed the umpire a long sleeve top. And it's the top that he was wearing over the top of his short sleeve top. And as we just mentioned, it's 30-degree heat here.
Yeah, if not more.
Feels hotter, doesn't it, in here? So Kent take one from the first ball of that over, and I'll hand over to Liam for the rest.
Yes, hello again everyone. Hello Fred. As we said earlier, Leicestershire did well to get in the position they ended up on, 2-6-1 for 7. But it's been a good start from Kent. Tawanda Miyeye and Daniel Bell Drummond have done well here. Both.
Yeah, this is exactly the sort of start that we didn't get on Wednesday when we were chasing a little bit more against Surrey.
Ben Green is a wily operator in this format though, and he's in from the Beckenham end to Tawanda Miyeye, and they won't get a run there. It's inside edged into the onside.
Yeah, I think Miyagi was thinking about that. Sent back fairly quickly by Daniel Bell Drummond. I mean, every side gets run-outs every now and again. Kent have had one or two this year that have been possibly not optimal. There's nothing wrong with a good, clear signal from your partner telling you to go back before you can get into too much trouble, I think.
In comes Green again then. And that's defended into the onside. And just as we said there needed to be a clear signal, there wasn't one. They've apologised to each other. Beldrummond and Mieye. Good throw in the end.
Yeah, it was a direct hit. I mean, Beldrummond was actually safely home. So there wasn't too much alarm out there. But it always makes you think, doesn't it, when there's a direct hit? You just wonder if perhaps the batter forgets to ground his bat. Sometimes happens.
I think we're up to 2 commentators' curses today, so not
well,
a bad effort.
Try not to do any more, shall we?
In comes Green then. Coming away from us here. He's in and bowls. It's played with soft hands nicely by Mieye, and they'll get a single in the 3rd region.
I will say, I'm going to go back to decision. Sam North East was given out against Somerset, stumped. And even now, I'm still completely mystified as to how he could have been given stumped. The only thing at the time, I think I was on with Cameron, I think we thought that maybe he'd got a bottom edge. But it really looked, he just looked wrong, to be honest.
In comes Green. That's left by Beldrummond. I should say, Fred, that's views of the Spitfire.
Yeah,
and
not the views of Kent Cricket. Not the views of anybody officially associated with Kent Cricket.
Bit of gardening from the 2 batters.
Well, yeah. That's a moot point on a surface like this, isn't it? I don't think anything's going to grow on this.
Yeah, it's now considerably hotter. Now the sun's moved around. The sun is on our marquee, so starting to cook slightly as Green's in, and that comes up on Daniel Beldrummond a little bit. He does well to fend that one off, but there won't be a run. To the end of the over, Kent 36 without loss. If we're taking DLS as a bit of a par score at the moment, obviously we won't need it today. But 14 is the current DLS par, so
yeah, I mean Kent is so far ahead on DLS that it's just, as we say, it's something that's not been a factor at all this year. I can't remember a single game. Actually, I'll tell you the truth, there was a bizarre sort of situation at Surrey where we ended up losing 1 over because there was a rain delay. Very odd rain delay. We haven't had any rain around here for a long, long time.
I tell you what, Fred, we had an even weirder one at Canterbury. That Middlesex game, the women's match with Rachel King scored 100, actually rained on one side of the ground. So Nick Dillon was commentating in the pavilion, and I said to him, "It's raining," and he said, "No, it's not. It's blue sky here." And then I looked one way and then the other, and realised it was only raining on the old Dover Road side of the ground.
Well, we've got a change of bowling here. Scriven is coming on. First delivery to Mieye will be a dot ball. That one is fielded on the offside. Mo Rizvi is fielding right in front of us here. Number 72.
Interesting that he didn't bat in Leicestershire's innings, isn't it?
Because he could bat, couldn't he?
Yeah, when he was here, he was a sort of batted at 6, maybe 7-ish.
Scriven is in, that will be a dot ball. Mieye happy to just play that one back on the offside. Yeah, he had some dynamic performances, certainly for the second 11. I don't think he quite did it in the Metrobank team, but then not anybody really did last year. Ben Dawkins came in, scored that century at Northamptonshire. So Scriven comes in, and it's a fuller one, dug out by Mieye, fielded by the bowler, no run. I mean, there were, last year's campaign in this competition, it was the odd good performance, wasn't there? But it was really pretty disappointing. I think whatever happens, at least Kent are in it with 2 games to go this year.
Yeah, they're in a much stronger position this year at this point than last year, definitely. And I think this is what we're seeing here. I think these 2 want to set a good stall out in this chase, definitely.
So Scriven is in, and that'll be another dot ball. It's Mieye just prods that one, this time on the onside. Fielded around about mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So Fred, kit watch. We like to do this with away teams. What do you reckon of Leicestershire's black and red number?
It's not necessarily the colour scheme I'd be looking for on an afternoon like this. If I was out in the middle. So Scriven is in, and that one is whacked by Mieye, and that's going to go a long way. That might be 6, is it? That is 6
Dropped
from
in the
Tawanda
crowd.
Mieye, and it's been dropped by a gentleman in the crowd in the green seats. So if you are going to drop a catch at a list day game from the seats, do it in one of these games, because you're not going to lose anything. There's no prize money on offer.
He had it.
He had it as well. Yeah.
Both hands are out. Spilled.
The Scriven comes in for the final ball of the over. And this time, Mieye is just going to settle for a dot ball there. It's fielded at mid-wicket. And Kent move on to 42 without loss.
Yeah, going back to this kit.
Kit watch. I know that these days a lot of kit is made out of the kind of material that keeps you cool in hot temperatures.
Yeah.
So, having said that, once again, we're watching Green take a top off over the top that he's wearing. Ben Green must just have ice in his veins. It is so warm out there. And he's not only wearing a short sleeve top, he's got a long sleeve top over the top of it that he's wearing between his overs.
So here he is then from the Beckenham end. Comes in to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who comes down the track to him and hits it back over his head, and that'll be 4. It's a lovely shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah.
Trademark style, aggressive, and he's got 4 more.
He hit that with extreme prejudice. I think Green for a second thought, am I going to try and stop this? And then he probably thought, well, I've actually got to use these hands to bowl with and catch, and therefore it might not be a great idea. I'm not sure he got there, and in fact, just seen it on the replay, he might have stopped it.
I must say, we are saying replays, but that's because we're watching the stream on a delay, aren't we?
Yes, yeah. If you are watching on Kent Cricket, there are no actual replays.
Here comes Green, and that's cut by Bell-Drummond. Won't beat the fielder in the ring. Yeah, I think this Kent kit is the best one for a while.
Well, it's the first kit that I ever bought was the one that was released in '93, which is the one that inspired this one.
Yeah.
That first season where we had coloured clothing, Kent got all the way and took the Sunday League title race right down to the final day and ended up losing to Glamorgan.
In comes Green then to Bell-Drummond. And he's again playing that with soft hands. Very Daniel Bell-Drummond-like shot that, and they'll get 1.
And this footage of that, because it was broadcast at the time on BBC, and you'll believe the crowds that were in there. It must have been probably triple the capacity, I would say, that you can get at the St Lawrence now. Obviously, it's a very different looking ground now. Now, in some ways, it's different. In some ways, certain views have not much changed in a very long time at Canterbury.
As Green prepares another delivery into Mieye, who just defends that one. There won't be a run. I'm a big fan of these light sky blue trousers. Something a bit different. And sky blue obviously is the colour of Kent in the One Day Cup 50 over competition.
Shirts are available from the club shop.
They are. Very well done. In comes Green. Bowls to Mieye. He just defends that one again. And there won't be a run.
Actually, I do think the blast kit, that's quite stylish as well. It's very much like the Great Britain cycling team kit from a few years back.
Maybe it's inspired by that.
Well, Bradley Wiggins' team, when he had a cycling team, very similar kit to the Kent Spitfire kit.
In comes Green to Mieye, and again he just defends that one. And that's the end of the over. Kent 47 without loss after 8.
Yeah, so far you'd have to say that Kent are going to be far happier with the way that these opening 8 overs have gone. 47 without loss from the power play, and the required rate is only just over 5, 5.1 here. As we say, key for Leicestershire is that they're going to have to take wickets. You don't have to take them immediately, but you have to take them at the right times. To panic sets in sometimes in batting orders.
And I think on the flip side as well, Tawandamia, he's only released for this match, so we want to do well in this game. And Daniel Bell-Drummond, obviously local lad from this area, he'll want to do well at Beckenham.
Bell-Drummond will get a single for this one from Scriven to move Kent on to 48. Yeah, is it Catford, his local club?
Yes.
I believe he was brought up in Lewisham, which is about a mile or two north of here. The old metropolitan part of the county. I know, Liam, it's a favourite subject of yours.
Absolutely.
You've tried to work out where the border once was.
Cutty Sark.
Cutty Sark.
Wondering. Yeah.
Right.
It's all in Kent. I won't be taking any questions.
Right. Here's Scriven into bowl. And Mieye will drive that one. Nice looking shot, but a decent bit of fielding there at cover. And there's no run. It was Ben Green who's the player throwing himself to the deck there. And I suppose, I've been talking about him wearing long sleeves. I guess it's because if you're going to chuck yourself around like that on this surface, you are probably going to get quite badly scarred, I would think, as Scriven comes in. Mieye flicks that off his hips. They'll just get the one for that. There is a fielder down there at deep backward square.
Yeah, you're almost in danger of carpet burn, aren't you, if you slide around on this? The grass is like straw at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, but being here last week with Cameron, we were talking about, we just didn't know when it had last rained here. It's not rained in the meantime. Jackie Hayward, the venue manager, said she'd done a rain dance. Hasn't worked. Scriven is in to bowl again. And that's well down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. And that brings up the Kent 50.
Yeah, 50 runs up inside 9 overs, so good start from these two.
Scriven goes back to his mark. And it's that bit of frustration, isn't it? You bowl a wide on a day like this. Just increases your workload, and Bell-Drummond dabs the ball down towards Rizvi. And they take a single.
Yeah, there must be a reason for Mo Rizvi 72.
Well, it's the same number as Harry Finch, isn't it?
Yes.
So you think there must be a reason for him. So the numbers don't always make a great deal of sense. I mean, Scriven is 88, which would make, if that was his birthday, that would make him nearly 40 as he comes in. That one is tickled away for a single by Tawandamia on the leg side.
Could it be 7 + 2 = 9? He wanted to number 9.
Well, it could be. I mean, it could be anything. It could be.
Who was it back in the day? It was Ivan Zamorano, wasn't it, for Inter that wanted 9? Couldn't have 9, so he had 18 and then heat sealed a plus between the two numbers.
There you go. In comes Scriven. Bell-Drummond's going to get 4 for this one. Nice cut shot. Rizvi's going to chase after it, but he might as well give up and save his energy. He's not going to get anywhere near that one. And it's actually fielded by a member of the Kent ground staff over there in the net. Or in fact, Jas Singh has just done a little bit of... I think Jas Singh was going to get the ball, and now he's just sort of pointed Rizvi in the direction of it and run on with drinks for Tawandamia. Not quite sure what was happening there. Just wonder if that was a little bit of outhousing. Or...
Oh, of course not, Fred. Of course not. I'm sure he just was more excited to get those drinks on.
Well, there's been a reshuffle in the field here. Rizvi is now being moved to around about where short fine leg is. At the end of that over, it's 56 without loss for Kent. Green is going to continue.
Yes, here he comes in from the Beckenham end to Tawandamia. Gets a nice high elbow behind that one. He won't get a run. Yeah, that cloud cover we talked about has now pretty much gone. So we're at the mercy of the sun now.
Yeah, and it is a fairly merciless god as well. It's been absolutely remorseless today.
As Green prepares to run in again then. He's in bowls. That's a nice looking drive from EAA, but they'll only get one. It won't beat Scriven, who has thrown himself around so far this innings. We said earlier that he came to field in front of us here and you could see the dust on his shirt, so fair play to him. And he's also got short sleeves on, Fred, so...
He has, yeah. Which, in this weather, you'd think most of them would probably stick with.
As Green comes in again to Bell Drummond, plays that into the third region. And they'll come through for a single. Move them on to 58 without loss.
Yeah, it's been serene so far. Can't think of too many chances. There was one that Green bowled that rather spat up. There was a bit of a swish from Mayeo, wasn't there? That wasn't far off getting an edge.
Here's Green again then. Coming in to Mayeo. That's up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it, and he takes the catch.
Yeah, that rather died on Tawana Mayeo, I'm afraid. He initially looked like he'd gone fairly successfully over the top, but it just didn't seem to have the legs on it. And in the end, it was a reasonably comfortable catch. I think it's Eskenazi that's the fielder down there.
Yeah, good catch on the run, and Tawanda's just tried to pick the gap there. Not quite got all of it, as you said, Fred. Probably went a bit higher than he expected. But Leicestershire get the breakthrough, so Kent now 58 for 1 inside the power play. And Tawanda gets warm applause from the crowd as he makes his way off. Should be Sam Northeast. It will be. Sam Northeast makes his way into the middle. As Daniel Belgium gets a drink from Jazz Singh. Nice to get a drink in whenever you can. But Sam Northeast then crosses the rope. Gets announced by the voice of Kent Cricket, Steve Watts, who is stood next to us currently. And he'll be joining Daniel Bell Drummond, who's on 26 from 19. So a good start from DBD, as we like to call him.
Yeah, Northeast, the next man in. It's a very experienced campaigner. Has not quite got 3 figures yet this year, but made a couple of telling contributions. High score, I believe, in the 80s. There was some talk that Ben Compton might be a choice for this tournament. There is every year. And certainly the year that Kent won it, he was a fairly important figure getting us to the final, as opposed to, I think he actually got a duck in the final itself.
Yeah, he did.
But he had a pretty good tournament up until then. It's a question of measuring an innings, isn't it? Now, for this situation, you probably wouldn't want somebody that scores at Ben Compton's rate. That's a relatively low one.
Just Northeast faces up against Green, and he'll drive that, but he won't beat the inner ring.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, but it didn't get any reward. I suppose if you like, Hamza Sheikh's innings for Leicestershire was fairly Compton-esque. It's only really at the end that he got going. The last 10 overs or so, he and Green really did some damage.
Here is Green then to Northeast. He's in bowling and plays that defensively quite late. It's out Northeast, but it does the job, keeps it out. And at the end of the over, end of the power play, Kent remain 58 for 1.
Yeah, I still think Kent will be pretty much, well, I certainly think they'll be the happier of the two sides after that power play.
Power play 2 for the next 30 overs, a maximum of 4 fielders are permitted outside the fielding circle.
As you may have heard Steve just giving a quick refresher there, if you don't know the power play rules, or if you are new to cricket, that for the next 30 overs. A maximum of 4 fielders allowed outside the circle.
Interesting if you're Leicestershire now. Do you do that and stop boundaries, or do you try and be a bit attacking and try and stop some boundaries or create a bit of pressure?
Oh, I think you need pressure and wickets. So there's a dab from Bell Drummond and there's a shy at the stumps, and I think, judging from the reaction, that would have been fairly close. Didn't actually hit the stumps was Cox, who quickly whipped a glove off and then threw it in.
Yeah, his hands on his head then.
Yeah, going on his reaction, I think the fielders possibly, or usually exaggerate just how close something is. Just looking at the replay there, I think he was actually probably safe. As Scriven comes in for the second ball of the over, this time to Sam Northeast for the first time. And Northeast just prods that one onto the offside, and there's no run taken. It's fielded by the number 26, Rishi Patel.
Leicester lads have woken up again.
Yeah, there's a bit of defiance at the back of the stand, a couple of flags up there. Leicestershire CCC. Scriven comes in. Northeast tries to drive that one, and again that'll be a dot ball. It's a lot of fielders on that side and he can't really place it. And there's no run. Slightly split loyalties today, as I've got quite a lot of family in Leicestershire. Indeed, an aunt whose garden used to back onto David Gower's mum's garden. Believe it or not.
There you go.
Here's Scriven coming in. Sam Northeast just prods that one back. Used to live in Highfield Drive, Loughborough. Many years ago, backed onto David Gower's mum. She said it was one of the nicest women you could possibly meet. There you go. There's a nice wholesome story for you. You weren't expecting that, were you?
I weren't. No.
So Scriven comes in, and that'll be tickled off his feet by Northeast. Is he going to get 4 for that? Yes, I think he is. 4 runs to Sam Northeast to get off the mark.
I think Molly Davis has turned agent now. She's going to try and get us a member of the Kent contingent that might not be playing today on commentary.
It certainly was mentioned earlier. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be. Last week we were told it was going to be Simon Cook. And then Joe Denley turned up. Scriven is in. Northeast is going to just... he's annoyed with himself there, Sam Northeast. He's missed out. It's a dot ball. It's fielded by Rishi Patel.
Yeah, I've just had to put my order in for our player that we'd like to see. And I kept mouthing the name Dudgeon, but well, he didn't quite get it. So I put my hands together and formed a rhino horn on my head.
Right.
And the message got across.
Oh, I'm glad it did, because I saw what you were doing, and I thought you'd temporarily lost your mind. It looked like you were trying to dive off a Olympic diving board or something.
Hopefully the Rhino, Keith Dudgeon, will join us soon. If not, someone else will be. I think the Rhino nickname was given to him by Adam Hollyoak when he first turned up.
Right.
So
Was it because he's South African?
Well, I think he was thicker set than advertised, I think is the party line there. There's an appeal there for LBW from Ben Green, but not given. Looked a bit high.
Yeah, it's not much of an appeal, that one. There's a bit half-hearted from the Leicestershire bowler and fielders. Certainly not up to Matt Parkinson's standards. Had a good game, Matt Parkinson. Once again, probably didn't get certainly the wickets he deserved. His economy rate was very good.
He's had that a couple of times in this format, hasn't he, where he's bowled really well, not quite got the wickets. As Green comes into Bell Drummond, who slaps that away, but it won't beat the inner ring.
He's very expressive as well, isn't he? He's got very...
wears his heart on his sleeve.
He does, yeah. I was seeing him last year in the pavilion. He'd I think he'd been appealing excessively, or he'd been a bit unhappy with a decision, and he got called into the match ref's room. He got all of his swearing out of the way before he had to go in there. Then he just turned his cap backwards and started smiling when he went in.
In comes Green then. To Beljamin, who's tried to guide that down to third. Doesn't quite get all of it, so it won't beat the fielder. There's no run. Leicestershire doing well here to build a little bit of pressure on these two.
Yeah, the required rate still only 5.2. No one likes to be bottled up for too long.
As Green comes in again to Beljamin. Hits that into the onside. Another dot, another bit of pressure. Walks to the back of his mark.
He might have given up putting his top on between overs. Might have decided it's just not sensible.
In he comes then to Daniel Beljamin. Bowls. That's played nicely by Beljamin into the leg side. And they only get a single for it though.
Yeah, decent over this so far by the bemulleted figure of Green. One to come.
I think our guest is about to arrive, Fred.
Okay, I'm going to work out which of us is going to make way.
I think I'm going to make way.
You're going to make way, okay.
As Green comes in again to Sam Northeast, who just defends that one.
Well, it's not going to be. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be Keith Dudgeon. It looks like it's going to be Adam Hollyoak, who is coming in.
There we go. Unless he's here to apologise for Keith Dudgeon.
Well, it could be. Yeah. Well, this could be interesting. I've seen Adam Hollyoak speak a few times on the circuit. Certainly knows how to tell a story.
Absolutely. I'll get ready with the bleep button.
And we're going to have Scriven from the city end to continue. 3 overs so far for 20. And that one rather tucks Daniel Beljamin up, and there's no run. So the score remains on 64 for 1. Daniel Beljamin 28 from 26. Sam Northeast 4 from 8.
Yeah, they've moved this run rate down quite considerably last few overs of Leicestershire. They'll be pleased with how this has transpired after quick start by Maye and Beljamin.
Scriven comes in, and again that'll be a dot ball. Beljamin just prodding that one out on the offside, fielded by Rishi Patel, and there's no run.
Yeah, Scriven was slightly expensive at the start, but he's bowled a couple of good overs now in succession.
Scriven in again, over the wicket to Beljamin, and Beljamin is going to get 4 runs for that. Hits it over fielder at mid-wicket. It was one of those where just for a second you thought when it left his bat, is that going to carry? In the end, I think it comfortably had the distance.
Yeah.
And that is 4 runs to the total.
I think if you look at conditions today, I think all he had to do was get it over that fielder at mid-wicket and it was going to go for 4, because the way that this ground cambers, it slopes down from both sides from the middle. So I think if you're hitting it over a fielder, you're expecting it to hit the rope, especially today.
Scriven is in, and this time they'll get a single. They'll steal a single, really. Beljamin driving that one on the offside. Fielded, I think it's Patel there. Or it might be Eskenazi, actually. It's number 28 from this distance. It's difficult to tell. We're quite a long way away from where Eskenazi fielded that one. Scriven 2 balls of the over remaining. Is into Sam Northeast. And that'll be driven by Northeast, but it'll be fielded comfortably, and there's no run. And Scriven's figures so far, 3.5, no maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. Gone for 5 so far in this over. Scriven back to his mark and is into Sam Northeast. And Northeast will drive that one.
Lovely
And
shot.
he'll drive that one for 4. Again, looked like it was fairly close to the fielder, and yet it raced away from the man there who was at mid-on.
Right, Fred, I think we need to do some
Yep.
musical chairs. I will make way.
Okay.
So Fred Atkins will continue, and then he'll be joined by Kent head coach Adam Hollyoake.
Yeah, Liam is just muting the microphone temporarily, so we don't hear anything unusual off air. To make sure that none of the equipment goes flying as we hand over. And the score at the end of the over is 73 for 1. And I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by Kent's head coach, Adam Hollyoake. Adam, how are you?
Oh, not too bad, thanks. How are you?
All right. Are you enjoying the chase so far?
I am. Obviously disappointed to lose to Wonder, but I think you'd offered me this at the beginning, I'd have taken it. So yeah, going along nicely. We're in a good position. It's obviously coming up to an important phase right now.
And it looks like we've got a bowling change as well. Looks like Ajaz Patel is going to be coming on from the Beckenham end. And so Patel just juggling his field. He's going to be bowling his first delivery to Daniel Bell-Drummond, currently on 33. And Bell-Drummond will steer that one. He'll get 1 for it. I think it'll just be the single. And he'll get Sam Northeast on strike. And so I'm right in saying that Tawanda is just a 1-game deal that he's back for today.
Oh, yeah, 1 game wonder, mate. So yeah, it's obviously been released from his 100 team there. So we gladly accepted him back.
Yeah. I know he didn't have a bad knock, did he? 30 odd. It's given us a bit of a platform here.
Yeah, no, he's, we haven't got off to such a good start in the last few games, so it was very welcome.
And Patel in to Northeast. And Northeast not going to get a run for that. Just darts out onto the offside. Patel goes back to his mark. And into ball to Northeast. And Northeast again just prods this one watchfully. Is this a bowler he'll have come across much before?
I haven't come across him, obviously know of him, and we've done our research on him. So I think this is actually quite a pivotal part in the game, actually, how we play him. So yeah, watching him with a lot of interest at the moment.
Well, he steps back, but he's not going to get anything for that. Looked nice when it came off the bat, but he just rather picked out the fielder there as Sam Northeast. Yeah, I have to confess, don't know much about Patel myself. Like he's left arm around the wicket here, and the Northeast. Well, it sends Bell-Drummond back. Not really any danger there.
Yeah, he's. I think we've identified him as probably one of the danger men from their attack. I think this wicket's spinning, as you probably saw or heard about on the radio. Parkinson obviously bowled a good spell there, and young Jaden Denley and even Tawanda got a few good overs in. So we've identified the spinners as being the danger to us when we're batting.
As Patel comes in again to Northeast, and Northeast again showing a lot of respect to the new bowler. Just prods that one downwards, and there's no run taken. Just a single from this over from Patel so far. In fact, that is the end of the over. So just the one coming from it. Dave, you talking about spin. I mean, Tawanda's spin looked pretty good, didn't it? That short spell that he had.
Yeah, no, he bowled nicely. I was surprised we didn't go to him a bit more, actually, to be honest. So he's been working on that over the winter. He gets a bit of a sore elbow if he bowls too much, so that's he can't straighten it all the way.
Yeah.
So obviously, if he bowls a lot, he gets very sore. So you're in that catch-22 of whether to bowl him and get it used to it, or just not bowl him as much.
Well, Alex Green is going to be bowling from the City end. And Green is into Belldrummond, and Belldrummond just lets that one go by the off stump. Saw him playing for England Lions here last year, Alex Green. When I believe Andrew Flintoff was still in charge at that point. Is he somebody you've spoken to about the young players on the circuit?
Yeah, Fred and I are like very close actually. Obviously, I've got Corey down with me at Kent. Obviously, we played together for a long time for England. So yeah, we do speak a little bit. We're haven't spoken a lot about this guy, but we do have a lot of conversations.
And he's big, isn't he? He's quite a powerful built bowler, Green, from the look of him.
Yeah, that's why Fred likes him, I think.
He likes bowlers in his own image.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big strong boy.
Yeah. Well, there's no run from that one. So far, Green has bowled 2 dots in this over. Gets back to his mark, and this is not going to do the over rate a lot of good. But here he comes. Belldrummond to face, and that will go wide. Belldrummond will just leave that one alone, and there's no run.
I think this might be just he might be bringing him on here just to try and get another wicket. They'll obviously realise that unless they get wickets, they probably won't contain us below that score. So I think they'll be trying to maybe bring Alex Green on here to try and pick up a wicket. I would suspect that they'll bring spin on from that end after this spell, I would think, and they might have a bit of double spin there in the middle.
So Green is in again from the city end. And, well, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I think Kent are going to get a boundary for it. And it's 4 runs off the bat. See what happened there, Adam?
I did, yeah. It was a French cut. I think he's tried to drive it through mid-off and got an inside edge beautifully in between his legs and just fine down there at fine leg. So obviously not an intentional shot, but we'll take it.
Yeah, just seeing it on the replay. Was indeed a French cut, as Adam has just said. Little bit of fortune.
Is it called a French
cut? I don't know. I thought you knew.
I don't know.
I was just about to start using it from now on.
Or is that French cricket?
It could be. Here's Green in again. Belldrummond just has to fend that one off. It's fielded on the around about the point area, and there's no run taken. Now, is it right that I thought you were playing for the PCC or PCA 11 the other day?
I played, 2 days ago.
Yeah. How did you do?
I had a really good game actually. I didn't bat and I didn't bowl either.
Right.
So it was the perfect game for a 55-year-old.
Yeah.
So I did get a catch at slip though, so off of Parky, who's hasn't stopped talking about it since.
Right. Here's Green in, and that one is it's an awkward one. Rough Belldrummond up a little bit. Just in the end, there's a dot ball. And have you played for Lashings this year?
No, I haven't played. I think I'm due to play a game down at Cheltenham Cricket Club next week, I think. So I like playing the odd game. Not too many. The body doesn't like too many. But
so the demands of the circuit. I mean, we get tired just watching it. So I mean, if you're sort of travelling around the country and you've still got the energy to play, you must be doing something right, I guess.
Yeah, I keep myself semi-fit. I wouldn't say I'd want to be doing it too much, but I think once you let yourself decide, make up in your mind that you're not going to do it anymore, then that's when you do get old, I think.
Right, here's Patel, and North East is going to get 1 for that one. Just made himself a little bit of room, and it's fielded around about square leg by Hamza Sheikh, who really is responsible for making this game probably quite a bit more interesting than it looked like it was going to be at one point.
Yeah, no, he batted really well, didn't he? Held it together there through the middle. So, I feel like they might have I think they would have been wanting more, is what I'd say, rather than underperformed. So,
well, Patel is into Belldrummond. He's going to get 1 for that. They're just going to trot through for a single, fielded near the boundary. The ball is returned to Patel. The North East is on strike. Patel into bowl. And the North East just about gets away with it, I think. Adam, he's sort of fielded at first slip.
Yeah, it's turned. It's sort of been a feature of the day, really. Both sides have kept a slip into the ball turning away from the right-hander. In our instance, it was Parky, but here they've done the same for Axar.
Well, he might get a boundary here. There's a chase on down towards third man. I think they're just going to be restricted to 2. At 2 more for North East.
Crowd don't like it down there.
Don't they? Well,
I'm sure they're Kent supporters.
yes, it's not necessarily any guide, is
yeah,
it?
no, they seem like they've had a few beers down there. I think they're letting him know what he thinks.
And so there's no cameras. There's going to be a dot ball here. No cameras here today. There was an interesting incident during the blast when Sam Billings was caught right on the rope, and he was absolutely convinced. I don't know how he could see it from where he was, but he didn't even wait for the umpires to signal that he was not out, did he? So I forget the team that we were playing. Was it Nottinghamshire?
He did wait, or he didn't wait?
I think that he was given out, but he was convinced that somebody had stepped on the rope.
That sounds like Bilbo.
Yeah.
It's like all great players we never think we're out. I've just put myself in that bracket. I don't know why, but yeah, I think that's one of the things that makes him great. You always never think they're out today. So I don't know how he could see, like the boundaries are 70 metres away. So
yeah, I was kind of wondering that. We were in the press box, and to say it was no way I could tell, but
yeah.
I guess you need better eyesight if you're a batter at that level. There's a delightful 4 to end the over, and it pushes Kent on to 86 for 1. As Green is going to come in from the city end. It's going to be cut by Beldrum, and they'll get 1 for this. We're just talking about the reception on the field. I mean, you must have some war stories from when you played against Kent. If you were, presumably you weren't near the boundary that often. But
well, what did you call them? War stories?
War stories, yeah.
Well, it's amazing. You should use that actually. Sort of one of my most vivid memories was we played a game down at Canterbury, and my brother, who was playing in the game, dislocated his finger, and
as Green is in, and the North East will think about getting 1 for that, but decides not to.
Yeah, and my brother dislocated his finger, and he wasn't one to sort of make a big deal of things, but obviously his finger was pointing at right angle, so he just walked off, and quite a large congregation of the Kent crowd started barracking him, telling him he was wasting time. So he held his finger up to show them what was going on, and then they all made, the baby sound like wah wah. So he said, because he yelled out as well, "I've dislocated my finger," so they didn't have any sympathy for him whatsoever. And he yelled back to them, "Oh, I forgot you guys were all war heroes here." So that's why when you said the war stories. Anyway, when Ben passed on, those guys from the crowd wrote to me, and they said, "Oh, obviously condolences for your loss, but we were the guys down in the corner that were barracking your brother," and he came back with that great comment about the war heroes. So quite funny. So I was wondering if you were one of them actually when you.
No, it wasn't me. I was never that hardcore. So Green comes into bowl from the city end, and the North East just lets that one go by. And yeah, there's it's always been a place that's had a bit of a reputation. I remember Graham Hick getting dropped from the England squad and having to play on a Sunday. Got all sorts of stick from people on the boundary.
Yeah.
Don't even think they were the Nackington Road Grumblers. They were.
Yeah.
But again, what I would say is, for all the stick they give, they are very sporting when it comes to the opposition making 50s, 100s. And he's giving me a look here, Dad. He's,
we used to say quite the opposite actually.
Right, okay.
Not that they didn't boo. I think maybe that's what you're referring to. They weren't like obnoxious. They just literally, if we got a wicket, the ground would just go quiet.
Yeah.
So we used to take great pride when we were playing against them. It used to be quite off-putting for the young guys. I said, let's make the crowd go quiet if we can. So we'd try and if we were doing well, we knew they were very quiet. So
what were the toughest crowds on the circuit when you played?
Australia. Right. The county circuit, definitely Yorkshire. Yep, but they were just unhappy with everything, even with their own team. So
Yeah.
we used to like try and get them getting into their own team. That was our goal when we played them, because they were quite happy to do that as well as us. But probably Yorkshire to stand out, and then obviously there was always good derbies, Surrey and Middlesex. There were, and Kent as well. So
Have you get much love at Chelmsford as well?
Chelmsford, yeah, they could be quite fiery on a Friday night, couldn't they? So.
Well, I could talk all day with Adam, but I'm going to make way for Molly, who's going to take over. Well, in fact, it's going to be Molly and Liam who are going to take over.
We have made a double change. Me and Liam will be coming in the hot seat.
Musical chairs.
Indeed.
That's a good shot from Drummond. And he'll move on to 44. From 40 deliveries does Daniel Drummond. Can't move on to 91 for 1.
Some good insights from Adam Hollyoak you've been listening to. As he's going to make his way out of the very warm tent. I won't lie.
It's Patel in Dubel Drummond. He just leaves that. Very well judged. 91 for 1 of Kent. In comes Patel again. That's defended by Bel Drummond, and he almost sends Northeast back. Says that there's not a run there. As the sweet solace of shade appears. So we might not be as boiling as we once were, as Patel's in again to Bel Drummond, who cuts that quite nicely, but there is a fielder on the boundary and they only get one. That's Nick Kelly on the boundary, stopping it going over the rope. In comes Patel again. That's driven by Northeast, and they'll get at least a single, yet they'll settle for the single. So at the end of the 18th over, Kent are 93 for 1.
Good little partnership that's growing here as Bel Drummond's on 45. He's been in the runs during his competition as well, so looking to probably cash in today. I mean, from what we've seen from Leicestershire spinners, is it fair to say that Parkinson got a bit more turn?
I would say so, yeah. A few of them really turned from Matt Parkinson from this Beckenham end. So it's no surprise they brought spin on from this end.
So it's still going to be green then from the City
It's
end.
Alex
Green, we must say. It's 2 greens. Bowling to Northeast. He's on 16.
Big tall figure.
As he's in and bowls. Short ball that's high up in the air. There's a shout of catch. But it falls short in the end as the fielder running in from the boundary.
That's almost bounced over Scriven. That's how hard this outfield is.
It was in the air for a long time, so Northeast has done well for that to land safe. But Kent chipping away at the runs. Again, scoring maybe looks a bit freer for the Kent players than it was for the Leicestershire team. So Alex Green then makes his way into Bel Drummond. That's a leave.
Great leave.
It's a great leave. I mean, in this heat that Liam's been speaking about, they can have that nice sky blue kit that maybe doesn't attract the sun as much as
yeah, Fred and I were saying this, that the top half of Leicester's players' bodies must be really hot.
It's a good looking kit, but maybe not that heat friendly as they would say. So then, Green again, shorter ball, and that's been a slight duck from the Kent skipper out the way of that one. Obviously needing 168 is what Kent require, of course. Still got some work to do.
Yeah, I like the look of Alex Green. Big, strong bowler. Did very well in this competition last year, of course.
Alex Green then back into Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's pulled away straight to cover, so there's no run either side of him. That's probably 4 as well. As Green makes his way back to his mark. I think there he is halfway through this over. As he's in and bowls. Again, that's a wide down the offside. Umpire's arms go out. Been a few wides in this game, actually. From both teams, as I should say. But yeah, you can just see that maybe the heat's taking a bit of an effect on the players, maybe. Definitely the supporters trying to find shade wherever they possibly can. A lot of umbrellas and sun hats that are currently being used and worn. In again then. And that's a thick outside edge and it will go straight to point on the one bounce. There won't be any run.
Yeah, a lot of dust kicked up from that shot.
Well, we're here in Beckenham, obviously always on the flight path, so there's always too many planes going overhead.
You haven't got your plane tracking out yet,
I
Molly.
don't. I think a few members of the team in here have the app, so I'm sure people are tracking them, as well as watching the cricket, of course. So Alex Green then still to the Kent skipper. And he just drops his hands on that one, but can't get it past the fielder. So there is still one ball left in the over, as there was a wide. Good crowd in as well, probably taking good advantage of the ice cream van just in front of the indoor centre there.
But they've made a killing today.
Oh. What more could you want on a hot day?
Absolutely.
So last ball of the over then. As he's in and bowls. Short pulled away. He didn't quite time it though, so he'll get a single. A good diving effort from mid-on to cut any boundary off. So 97 for 1 after that over. Bell-Drummond's on 46, North East on 17.
You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Clubly. My name's Liam. I'm here with ex-Kent wicket keeper Molly Davis. You can get in touch with us today, live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. If you want to get involved, let us know where you're listening in from, Kent or Leicester fans. Thank you to Arthur and Paul who are watching in from Herne Bay. Lovely for you to join us. Hopefully a few other people get in touch as well. Let us know where you're listening from. Non-existent prizes for the person in the most exotic location, of course. We do enjoy those. So it'll be Patel with a new over then from the Beckenham end to Danny Bell-Drummond. Drives that nicely. Only get a single for it. Ben Green is down there to tidy up. Throws it into Ben Cox.
So there'll be an eye on the run rate for the Kent team to see. Obviously, the win is paramount, but in terms of where they could be in the table.
As North East cut that one very extravagantly, and he's going to get 4 for it. He's almost leant into that one. Steve Watts has just said next to me, it's 100 up for Kent in the 20th over. They were just falling behind the required rate, and this will help no end.
Indeed.
So how does Patel reply to this? He's in to North East. He looks for a quick single there, but he's not going to get one. Sends Daniel Bell-Drummond back. North East on 21 from 28, so solid start from him, and Bell Drummond 47 of 49. In comes Patel again, and North East fends that one into the offside. Won't get a run. Doesn't beat the fielder.
Yeah, I think there'll just be an eye on the rate. Nothing silly, but just enough to be aware.
In comes Patel to North East. Half a chance, but it goes past the fielder. A few muted cries of catch it, but I don't think that the Eskenazi was in play there. Just sort of half fell to his right and accepted that the ball was going past him.
Can hear the Leicestershire chants that are going on in the stand in front of us.
As Patel's in again to Bell Drummond, who will get a single here at least. Yeah, that's all it'll be. There'll be a single. Mo Rizvi back at Beckenham does the fielding. And that's the end of the over then. So Kent 104 for 1 after 20 overs. Solid start from the Spitfires. Do you reckon, Molly?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm not going to. They're pretty happy with it. Only requiring 158 to win. A lot of batting to come. Sort of more power back in the shed. Obviously, Grant Stewart, just to name one. We've seen how he can hit a long ball this year as well. So, yeah, all exciting things to come. But hopefully, I'm sure these two are going to be hoping they won't need that. Just play good cricket. So Alex Green then is going to be continuing from the City end. And that's playing a miss from the Kent skipper. He's tried to dab that down to fine, but didn't get anything on it. It's very Stephen Eskenazi, isn't it? That was his kind of MO during his innings. You've got Mo Rizvi in front of us that's just stretching, so you'd be inclined to think that he might be coming on to bowl soon. Bell Drummond 48, 2 away from a milestone. As that's whipped off the hip. It won't go for a boundary as Deep Square picks that up. Just a single in the end.
Yeah, moves on to 49, Daniel Bell Drummond from 52.
So North East is on strike then, 22 off 31. As I mentioned earlier, this little partnership is proving to be quite helpful for Kent. Alex Green then, in and bowls. Fuller and just defended away. Bell Drummond was charging down the pitch the other end. Lots of Leicestershire players in long sleeves, which I think...
Yeah, Fred and I were talking about this.
Anything but the keeper.
Well, we reckon it's when they dive around on this hard outfield.
It would make more sense. A lot of the Kent players had to have them grippings on their elbows.
And Ben Green is actually fielding in a long sleeve shirt on top of a short sleeve shirt as well.
I think that's brilliant. Green to North East. Pulled away this time. Didn't get all of it, so it'll be a single again. Gives the strike back to Bell Drummond, who's on 49. Yeah, the stand in front of us, you think, is a bit of a sun trap, actually. So if you've been sitting there all day, I'm sure you would have lots of sun cream to be applied.
Well, we can see how pink the Leicestershire fans, the vocal Leicestershire fans are now. Should be said there's shade on the Coper's Cope side of the ground, a couple of marquees.
Short ball, it's ducked away from Bell Drummond. It will be given as a wide, this one, though. So not to be this time for Alex Green. Saw a couple of them in the Kent's bowling innings as well. The shorter delivery seemed to be the go-to delivery for Kent, especially in them first sort of 10 to 20 overs. Then we just saw the display of spin for the rest of the day. So 2 balls left then, with the wide, of course. In comes Alex Green. And again, he's just dabbed that away beautifully to third. And that will bring up Daniel Bell-Drummond's half century as the warm applause goes through the ground. And he just raises his bat up to the dressing room. Bit of a tame response from the Kent skipper.
Yeah, business as usual from DBD there.
I think he's just aware that the game's very much not done. So, yeah.
Yeah, good warm applause from the visiting fans as well.
So last ball of the over then. That's driven straight on the ground. It's a beautiful shot from Sam Northeast, but in the end cut off. So just a single. And there's still the strike, which will then bring Kent's total to 109 when my scoreboard updates in front of me, which it does.
Yeah, partnership passes 50 now for Northeast and Bell-Drummond.
And it looks like Mo Rizvi has just been taking his cap off. So you'd assume this will be time for him to have a bowl.
Yeah, here we go then. Mo Rizvi on his return to Beckenham.
Obviously, seen a lot of what Matt Parkinson did earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. Warm applause down in front of us for the change of bowler. So Mo Rizvi then, and his leg spin. Molly, you're right, this is the end that Matt Parkinson bowled from in the Kent innings. So here he is then. Or is he? No, he's not. Practice. Try it again, Mo.
He'll be encouraged by what he saw earlier, though, for the turn that Matt Parkinson got. So I'm sure he'll be keen to try and do the same for his team.
Northeast then on 24. Rizvi's in and Northeast pulls that away, but it is straight to the fielder and it bounces up to him and hits him in the face.
It is that awkward kind of...
It's the bobble, isn't it?
Yeah, we spoke about that this morning, didn't we? A few tentative Kent fielding sort of efforts.
I think it's Alex Green. He looks all right, though, as Rizvi's in. Cut by Northeast. And they'll only be getting a single for it. So Rizvi again to Bell-Drummond. He's in and bowling, and that's played late by Bell-Drummond. That's quite a trademark of his, Daniel Bell-Drummond, that he likes to play things late. This time he won't get a run for it. Doesn't beat short third. Molly, quick, get your plane tracker out, quick. Rizvi's in, and that's left by Bell-Drummond. Won't be a run.
I think one of us has that playing tracking app in this commentary box, and I
it's not
definitely know
you.
it's not me. So,
Mo Rizvi then from the Beckenham end. 4 balls into his over, and that was close, I think. It looked close from here.
It's a really good delivery there from Mo Rizvi.
Someone got underneath Bell-Drummond a little bit.
And that's the problems that Parkinson caused earlier. So, yeah, something in it here then.
In comes Rizvi again then to Bell-Drummond, and he nearly chops on, and there's an appeal, but it goes for 4. Now, what will the umpire give here? Will it be runs off the bat?
I think it's runs, yeah.
Yeah, runs off the bat. So there was a chance there of Daniel Bell-Drummond to chop onto his stumps, but he didn't. From a Kent perspective, that's great news. Kent move on to 114 for 1.
And the encouraging thing from a Leicestershire perspective is that was Mo Rizvi's first over. So there's still 9 of them to go for him potentially. Leicestershire need a wicket here. Kent need to continue with their plans. 22 overs gone then. 148 to win for Kent.
Ian Holland's back on.
This is a run rate graphic on your screen now. Yeah, I think it's a good move to bring Ian Holland back. I mean, you need a wicket, for sure. And they feel this could be the person to do it. So you think now potentially a break in this partnership if someone else has got to not even get themselves in, but coming in, trying to rebuild can be quite a pressure anyway. Again, outside edge, down to third, where Scrivens is. So just be the single. So then, top of the mark, Scrivens going to come into the ring. Couple of changes then, but Daniel Bell-Drummond is on strike. Holland's going to come in, bowl. It's played down the ground very nicely there for a single. So would you say the name at this point? Obviously, probably Kent the more the happier sides out of them both. Obviously, only losing them 1 wicket as it stands.
Yeah, they're now behind the required rate, but only by 0.1. So I think they'll be very happy with where they are.
And that's just defended away. Yeah, I think we did say that the win's the most important thing, but you think if one of these two can stay in, see it all the way, they might be able to help out their run rate. It's not a dilemma, is it? It's just something to be mindful of, but that could obviously directly impact them with progressing out of the group. Holland then, and that's just dabbed away, and he'll get it past point, so it'll just be the single. It's a good effort in the end, diving to his left, but he just couldn't get a hand to it. Scrivens again back in and out from the boundary now, all the way up to the ring. 2 balls left in the over then. Bell-Drummond on strike. And he's squared him up there and it's hit the splice of the bat. But
Good bit of fielding. I think it's Eskenazi down there. Good stop.
yeah, indeed. So last ball is over then for Holland. He could really do with a wicket here for his team. He's into the Kent captain. And that's just again a couple of steps down the pitch and just pushed up to mid-on. Take the single happily. Take the strike and move the score onto 118 for 1 then. After 23.
Yeah, 118 for 1 after 23 then, Kent. Good start to this run chase. I think you'd always want to be in this position if you're chasing. It does show how well Kent bowled as well, because Leicester, of course, won the toss and chose to bat, so Kent have done well to get in this position to be able to chase a score like this. We've only lost 1 wicket so far, but of course anything can happen in the Metro Bank.
This is what me and Fred were talking about earlier in the day. You think when you win the toss, batting here is the most sensible decision.
Rizvi then starts a new over to Bell-Drummond, who will get a single. Yeah, we've seen it over the years, haven't we? Especially at Canterbury. Yorkshire conceding 6 off the last ball to Grant Stewart. That was a massive, massive victory. Another one against Lancs as well that year, as Rizzi's in again to northeast, and he's hit that through his outstretched hand. Mo Rizvi looks despondent. Could have had a caught and bowled there, but it's gone through his hand.
Would have been a really good catch as well if he'd managed to hold on to it.
Yeah, it would have been an all-timer.
Good creating though for Mo Rizvi.
And he's straight back into it then to Bell-Drummond this time, who cuts that away, and they'll come through for a single. So all need Kent to do at the moment is just to keep up with the rate, see where they are.
Yeah, he's not giving the Kent batters any chance to settle at all, Mo Rizvi. He's trying to go in his over, out his over.
He's a darty leg spinner as well. It's not like Parkinson, who loops it up a bit more. He's driven here by northeast. And they will get another single. Brings Bob Drummond back onto strike. Striking in the 90s currently. 93.5 current strike rate for Daniel Bell Drummond, so he's not hanging around.
Just the 2 balls left in this over then.
In comes Rizvi to Bell Drummond, who tries to play that late, and there's an appeal from the keeper, but no one else.
Good stuff for Mo Rizvi.
Yeah, good over this from both teams, really. Kent have kept the scoreboard ticking over, and there's been no bad balls, really, from Rizvi. He's in again, and that's the shot Bell Drummond wanted to play last time. But this time you won't get a run because there is a man at third. And that's the end of the over. So Kent 1-2-2 for 1. After 24, we're 1 over away from the drinks break.
Yeah, 1 over till we're halfway through this innings then. Leicestershire are going to just be trying to think of a way to break this partnership and get that second wicket. It's going to be definitely at the front of their minds now. North East ticking along quite nicely. 29 off 41. Bell Drummond 58 off 64. So Holland then will be continuing things from the city end. He'll be coming into Sam North East. In and bowls, just dropped his hands on that, but he won't get a single. Be a dot ball. Yeah, North East. Probably too early to say he's got an eye on that half century. But he'll be plodding away. Holland then, again, that squared him up slightly, maybe a bit slower. He's trying to whip that onto the onside. Maybe there is something in the pitch, just a little bit. Doesn't make it as easy to score potentially.
Yeah, it came out very slow off the surface. Almost caused North East to mistime that.
Yeah, I see on the, let's look on the replay. Yeah, slightly slower. Not too many problems though. That one's more true off the legs. Just be a single. They won't push for 2 at this stage. Ticking the scoreboard over, as Liam's mentioned. Bell Drummond now is obviously on strike on 58. You can see people just moving out of them stands, probably trying to find a little bit of shade to get out of the heat for sure. Holland then. Fuller taking an outside edge, but as Scrivens come into the ring, there won't be a run, so it's another dot ball in the over.
There's a few good setups in between the pavilion and the academy building. There's a few big umbrellas that people are sat under. I saw someone with a tent earlier as well. That was quite a good setup. Face painters there, Molly. Still there if you wanted to go and get your face painted.
Short and pulled away then. That might beat the fielder on the boundary. I think it's a, oh no, yeah, it's just gone underneath him. It was a good diving effort. We thought he pulled it back in, but it's just gone underneath him for 4.
It's a bit like Jaden Denley in the first innings where it sort of spun away from him after he'd made contact. And I think that he'd thought he'd stopped it, did Nick Kelly, but it sort of span away and then just touched the rope.
Again, very good effort diving on a ground like this where it's so dry. That's not a very soft landing for sure. So last ball of the over. And again, that's full on the stumps and defended away from the Kent skipper. So after 25 overs, we are halfway through. Kent are 127 for 1. Sam North East is on 30. Daniel Bell Drummond is on 62. Kent require 135 to win. And there's 25 overs left.
Yeah, players stop for a drink. So Molly, if you want to fade yourself down, you can have a little drink as well. I'm going to talk through some of the stuff coming up at Kent cricket venues. So we have here at the Beckenham next week, we've got the PCC Select 11 against Pakistan in a 4-day tour match. That's next week here at Beckenham. You can get your tickets today at the Kent Cricket website. That's the PCC Select 11, so it could be a fair few county players involved in that against the touring Pakistan Tour team. The test team from Pakistan, they'll be here at Beckenham next week, so get your tickets today at the Kent Cricket website. And if you're a Kent member and you're not here today and you're listening in, you get 50% off your tickets when you log in first before you buy them. So have a look if you want to come down to Beckenham next week, or perhaps you want to see a bit of a T20 flavour to your cricket at Beckenham. Sunday the 13th of September, England Lions against Sri Lanka. The full Sri Lanka men's team here for a white ball series in England, of course. They're going to be taking on England Lions here at the County Ground Beckenham on Sunday the 13th of September. Again, if you want to get your tickets, want to get any more information, go to the Kent Cricket website. Kent members get 50% off their tickets as well. And of course, if you're not here today and you're not able to make that trip up to Beckenham, you're more sort of Canterbury East Kent based, there are of course 3 more Ross State County Championship matches held at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury this season. We've got Kent against Worcestershire, 2nd to the 5th of September. Kent versus Lancashire, 15th to the 18th of September. And then the final match of the season is a home match for the Spitfires. That's Kent against Gloucestershire on the 24th to the 27th of September. They're all at the St Lawrence Ground. Members, of course, you get entry free included in your membership. But if you want to get your tickets, just go onto the Kent Cricket website. Click on that matches tab. All the fixtures will come up, and next to each fixture will be buy tickets. So if you want to get your tickets, have a look at the Kent website. You can get your tickets today. Now, I think I've sufficiently filled enough time for Molly to have a drink. So welcome back, Molly.
Hello, hello.
Players are hydrating. I think Kent will be in a happier position here. 127 for 1. They only need 135 more to win, so they're right on the rate. 0.3 behind, so negligible really, isn't it, in the grand scheme of things. DLS currently, if we want to use that as a bit of a marker of where we are, is 88. So Kent are ahead of the rate. Leicestershire Foxes will want wickets, and they'll want them in clusters. Not let any of the Kent batters settle, but at the moment it is northeast on 30. Daniel Bell-Drummond on 62. And I do believe that half century from Daniel Bell-Drummond was his 100th Kent half century in all formats. So congratulations, Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's quite a feat, isn't it?
It's a good stat, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks to Lorne Hart for that one. I slagged him off in the first innings. It wasn't even him that had the issue, but Lorne supplies us with all of our facts and figures. Thank you, Lorne.
So Mo Rizvi then will be the person to continue from...
Yeah, from the Beckenham end, Molly. Here he is. Mo Rizvi to Sam Northeast, who's up on his toes at that one, and he hits it into the onside. Scriven will come in and field, and they'll just take one from it. Can't move up to 128 for 1.
Yeah, you'd think it's just a sensible process here from Kent's position.
In comes Rizvi again to Bell-Drummond. That's a bit of a full toss this time, but Bell-Drummond can't find a boundary with it. You'll find out Kelly on the boundary route. They'll come through for 1. As Rizvi heads to the top of his mark again. He's in and bowling. Northeast plays that one nice and lately. Nice soft hands, and they'll get a single from it.
It's a good running as well there. He just dropped his literally drop and run, wasn't it?
Yeah, good call from Bell-Drummond to come through. Good communication as Rizvi's in again. Bowling to Bell-Drummond, who turns that into a full toss by coming down on it, and he's going to get 4. Lovely looking drive from Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, maybe there was just a message at drinks to say nothing silly, but just sort of crack on with it. You know, take the ones quick, run hard. And if it's there, just try and hit it.
Yeah, 128 to win for Kent now. As Rizvi's in again to Bell-Drummond, who leaves that one.
It's a good ball.
Yeah, not much that Bell-Drummond could have done with that. As Risby's at the top of his mark again, he's in. And bowling, and Beldrummond plays that one late. Squares him up ever so slightly, but no danger at all for the Kent batter. And that was a very quick over from Mo Risby.
It was. It's at the end of that one. 1-3-4 for one, then Kent. Is it going to be Holland to continue? It looks like it might be. So yeah, it looks like Ian Holland will be the person to continue from the city end. It'll be North East to take strike then. Not too many changes to the field. Very similar to what we've experienced. You'll see on the screen now bowling figures of the Leicestershire team. So then Holland just moving some traffic around at the top of his mark. North East sets himself. That's played to the onside for no run. Straight to Patel at mid-wicket. Some good looking shots. Just straight to the field as it stands. Holland then in and bowls. That's an outside edge. Leading edge that should have carried to cover, but it didn't. Just fell short. So North East has a life then. I think it was it Rishi Patel in the covers? Nothing he could have done. It didn't carry to him, but again, North East threw the shot a little early. In again then. And he's caught. That time he's out. He's played that one with width and it's gone straight to point. So there it is. Ben Green takes a very simple catch up backwards of point. So North East will depart for 32 or 48. Kent are 134 for one.
We're going mad over there now. Ben Green with a catch. Lovely bit of work from Leicestershire Foxes. They needed that. Ben Green, as I say, with a catch. Ian Holland gets a wicket.
Sort of
32.
That's what we were saying at the drinks break, wasn't it? They're going to need that wicket for sure, and they've done that. They've created. So a young Jaden Denley will then walk out to join the very experienced Kent captain of Daniel Beldrummond.
Yeah, Jaden Kennick Denley. JK Denley on his shirt.
Number 42, Jaden Denley.
Coming off a good game at Surrey for himself, so probably in the confidence. Good time to come in, still needing the 128, so nothing too silly just yet.
Yeah, he got a half century at the Oval, so he'll be in a bit of a confident mood coming into this game.
It's probably fair to say as well that his natural game is probably a tad more aggressive than North East's. Just,
Yeah,
I think,
I'd say so, yeah.
from what we've seen. Also bringing that left-hand variation as well. So, be interested to see how he goes about his business today. So we're halfway through then this Ian Holland over. As Jaden Denley just gets himself prepared and sorted. So then,
I can hear you somewhere.
I know I can hear myself on the. That's fun to try and not say what I'm already said. So bear with me.
Here we go.
There we go. I can't hear myself again. And that's a thick outside edge. And he'll get a single for it as well. So he's off the mark. There's nothing worse when you can hear yourself after you're on delay. Either through your headset or on a monitor. And you realise how much you dislike your own voice. It's pretty incredible. So, Beldrummond then. He is now on strike on 67. 2 balls left of the Holland over.
I think they're well oiled up there now.
And that is full on the stumps are just played into the onside.
This reminds me of a Metrobank game at Grace Road. Must have been in 2022. Darren Stevens against his former club, and there was one guy in the crowd that just kept going, Steve. Oh. So they were paying the favour, really, if anything. And fair play to him.
Again, that is hit down the ground for a single. I can still hear my voice somewhere, so.
Are you sure it's not in?
Anyway, end of the over. 136 for 2. 23 overs remain here then in Beckenham. 126 required.
Looks like Mo Risby's going to continue from the Beckenham end. All right so far, only going at 5s.
Yeah, there was a potential chance that was hit straight back at him by Sam Northeast.
Very difficult chance.
It was very difficult.
So here he is then. He's now bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond, who's on 68. He's in and bowling. That's left by Bell Drummond.
There's been a few leaves by Bell Drummond.
Proper cricket, this. As Rizvi comes in again, he's bowling to Bell Drummond. He plays that with nice soft hands, and they'll come through for a single.
The quick running of Jaden Denley.
Yeah, good running. Rizvi now bowling to Jaden. Would have been teammates, of course, last year.
Indeed, they probably know each other pretty well. And obviously, you mentioned that Joey Everson had some time at Leicestershire as well. So, a few people out there probably who know each other's game.
Bit of a change in the field.
Left-hander, I suppose, coming in. Different style of Jaden Denley as well.
Rizvi will be obviously turning this towards Jaden, and he's in and bowling, and Jaden plays that away and sends Bell Drummond back.
Yeah, we didn't see Matt Parkinson bowl to the left-handed. As that, I think was it Nick Kelly that came in and went out pretty quickly? Left-handed Kelly.
Yes.
Just dismissed fairly quickly. He was stumped actually.
Correct.
So Risby will have a bit more time potentially at Jaden Denley.
He thought about starting, and here he goes. So Mo Rizvi to Jaden Denley, who goes for the reverse, and it's gone past the fielder. Don't know if it'll get all the way. It doesn't. No, good sliding stop in the field, but the Kemp pair will come back for 2. Hamza Sheikh doing the dive there out on the boundary, stops it going for 4.
Yeah, nice fancy shot there from Jaden Denley. Picked the gap over the inner ring. Unlucky not to get a boundary there, really, when you think how square it went.
Yeah, good fielding from Sheikh. As Rizvi's in again. He's bowling to Jaden Denley. Paddles that one. He's going deep into his box of tricks here as Jaden Denley. And this time he won't get 4 again. Stopped just on the rope.
On the driest of pitches as well.
Yeah. Killer. That was a good bit of fielding again from Leicestershire. Can't quite see who it is because we're the opposite side to where that went.
So last ball of this over from Rizvi then.
In he comes. First by Jaden, and taken. That went up in the air. A bit of a send-off against his former team there. Mo Rizvi, but Jaden Denley goes for 5. Looked bright in his few shots that he tried to play, but he was caught there. Quite good diving catch to see the end of a homegrown Kent talent.
As the Leicestershire fans in the stand are enjoying what they're seeing currently.
Absolutely, there's a man with a bell. I'm sure you can hear that on the commentary.
So is it going to be... Who are we expecting to step out?
Jaden Denley called by Alex Green for the bowling of
I
Mo
think-
Risby for 5.
Recent team selections would say it would be Harry Finch in next.
Yeah, you want to wait to see someone emerge. I think it is going to be Finch.
Yeah, Harry Finch, next man in.
Yeah, Finch makes his way out then. That was the end of the over. So it looks like it will probably be Ian Holland then to continue his spell from the City end. So the current state of play is Kent a 1-4, 1-3 then. 121 required. 22 overs remain. Of course, Kent have 7 wickets left.
Yeah, good breakthrough
Indeed.
for Leicestershire Foxes. They'll be happy with that.
I think there'll be a change in a couple of overs. I think Fred Atkins are going to come in for one of us.
I think it's my turn.
So then, a good passage of play for Leicestershire. Couple of wickets now, you think, for the visitors could potentially put a spanner in the works for Kent's plans anyway.
I think this will definitely stop the runs for a few deliveries as Harry Finch looks to get himself set.
Yeah, indeed.
Lots of encouragement from the grandstand.
You can hear them all now get behind their team. So it will be Holland then. He won't be bowling to Finch just yet. He'll be bowling to Bal Drummond. Top of his mark there as he makes his way in. And again, that's a very good delivery. Cox is now up to the stumps, which I think just adds some pressure anyway.
Big celebrate appeal from deep square leg there. Got to rate that.
Great. I think just adding that pressure now is good.
Yeah.
I think, like I said, a couple more wickets and it definitely changes the state of play, doesn't it? Holland bowls. Drops his hands again. So he'll get a single. He's liked that shot throughout the whole day,
Very DBD-esque.
which gives Finch the opportunity to face his first ball. Yeah, I don't think you don't want to underplay Leicestershire here. Obviously, top of the group as it stands. So they know what they're doing, know their plans. Again here, try and stem some runs and get a couple of wickets. So Finch then just having a little look around as he faces his first ball. Not too many changes to the field as he sets himself and in nicely behind that one to defend it away. So with 21 overs remaining, if you think if Leicestershire here can potentially put the squeeze on for a few overs. And if Mo Rizvi continues getting through his overs pretty quickly, before you know it, overs will run away with you. Holland then. And again, defends into the offside, no run. Just played that quite late. You can hear the difference as well in the Leicestershire side currently.
Yeah, lots of encouragement, lots of clapping, lots of geeing up.
Yeah, a bit more vocal than we've once heard them already, actually, in their fielding innings. And again, just drops it behind square. The keeper's run round for that one. So again, another dot ball by Ian Holland.
Good diving save from Ben Cox there.
Yeah, it was more of a save or like a drag back rather than a genuine take. So last ball of his over as he gets the top of his run to make his way. Finch sets himself. And again, on the stumps, on the money, it's a dot ball. At the end of that over, Ken 142 for 3. Bell Drummond's on 70. Finch is yet to score.
Yeah, Kent currently going at 4.9. They need to be going 5.7. So this pressure is building from Leicestershire. Good stuff from them.
We'll do this over and then play some musical chairs.
Yes, if you come into this chair, Molly, then Fred will be in his original chair.
Indeed.
And then I'm going to try and find some coolness. I don't know where I'm going to find that.
To be fair, I think it might be hotter in here currently than it is outside the tent.
I'll let you know. But it is Mo Rizvi to continue in his 5th over on the bounce. And he'll be bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond, who's now on 70. And he's into Bell Drummond, who drives that one. Parried by the fielder. They're going to run off the misfield. They wouldn't teach you that in coaching, but they did it and they got a run for it. There's Rizvi already at the top of his mark, waiting for the umpire to get into position and then decide to make a change in the field. So Eskenazi moves around.
Stop, start, stop, start.
In Rizvi then. Finch hits that. It's in the air. Shouts to catch it, but there wasn't really a fielder around it. Ned Kelly again. Nick Kelly, sorry. Not Ned Kelly, he was a cowboy. Nick Kelly does the fielding.
A good attacking stroke from Finch though. He's thrown his hands at it.
In comes Rizvi again to Bell Drummond, who sweeps that nicely and he'll get 4. Very nice shot from Daniel Bell Drummond. Almost swivels round on it and meets it as it's going past him.
He does.
Lovely looking shot. Moves on to 75 now, Daniel Bell Drummond. So we're now going to play some musical chairs. So Molly, if you fade yourself down, I will continue talking. As Rizvi comes in again to Bell Drummond. He just fends that one off into the onside. As Fred Atkins takes his position. I'll let Fred get settled as Rizvi comes to the top of his mark again. He's into Bell Drummond and bowling. Bell Drummond pulls that one away, but there is a fielder there. It goes along the ground, no chance. So Fred's in position. So welcome back, Fred.
Thank you, Liam.
And then I will pass this headset over to Molly Davis.
Last one of the over, and that's going to be cut by Bell Drummond. They'll get 1 for it. And not really any chance of a second there. So Bell Drummond will keep the strike for the start of the next over. 20 overs remaining. Kent currently 149 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 261 for 7. Bell Drummond 76 not out. Harry Finch 1 not out. Required rate is 5.7. And the current run rate is 5.0. And it looks like we're going to be having... Who is out the far end? Is that still Holland? Looks like it's Holland. Certainly the name on the scoreboard. And we'll go with that for now. Holland into Bell Drummond. And And Bell Drummond will pull that one to square leg. They'll just get one. Fielder down there. Not entirely sure who that is. I think it's Nick Kelly, who is down at square leg, number 55. And that brings the 150 up for Kent after 30.1 overs. To, well, I was going to say a smattering of applause. That might be overdoing it. One person clapped. Holland is in. Finch drives. Finch sets off for a rapid single and grounds his bat in a cloud of dust. Not too much excitement from the fielders there.
Yeah, he threw that with some intent, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I think he was. I think he wants to get going. Does Harry Finch? Talking earlier on, fanciful scenarios. Kent want to win by a big margin to help their run rate. I think the most important thing is you just get the win, and that's not guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination at this point. That's Bell Drummond shows the umpire. Well, the umpire shows the footwork. Square leg. Bell Drummond will just get one for that shot. The square leg ump was rather caught unawares by that one. Seemed to lose his footing slightly. I think, is that Ben Debenham at square leg? I believe it is. So Holland is in from the city end, and Finch will prod that one backwards to a backward point, but it'll be a dot ball. Ben Green will field it.
He's yet to get going, isn't he, Finch? He's only faced the 6 liveries. He's looked solid in defence, but hasn't yet quite got one away.
Yeah, sure he'll feel better when he does. But, back to his mark is Holland. He's bowled 7.4 overs. 1 for 43 so far. Holland is in. And Finch won't get a run off that one. So it's squared up slightly. So no run there. Fielded by AJS Patel. Adam Molliak was saying earlier, a bit of an unknown package for them. He was expecting him to be one of their main, one of the main bowlers that they would have to see off. Holland is back at his mark. Final ball of the over. Into Finch, and Finch prods that one out on the leg side. They'll get one for that if it's fielded correctly. And yes, it is. It's good backing up by Kelly coming in from the square leg boundary. And the score just moves on to 153 for 3.
Yeah, 109 required then from Kent's perspective.
Yeah, it doesn't sound much.
No, but
And yet, whenever you lose a pair of quick wickets, as Kent did, with North East and Denley going in fairly quick succession, just gives a little bit of hope to the opposition. Certainly, they're, I don't know, I think I'd say Kent were favourites at this point, but I wouldn't want to put too much on it. Maybe 60-40.
yeah, I think so. I think we spoke about earlier, didn't we, that if Kent bat 50, they'll probably win. But I think cluster of wickets, especially in the chase, it could be a bit difficult. I think it isn't as easy for sure. It's a good looking shot though, and that'll be 4.
Well, yeah, lovely reverse sweep from Harry Finch. Straight to the boundary. Absolutely no doubt over that one. So whether Denley got out, he played 2 sweeps, didn't he? One reverse, one normal. He got 2 runs from both of them. And then he tried another reverse sweep, and that was the one where he basically got out. He was caught by Alex Green at, I think it was a backward point, but at that point the sweeping was happening so often I couldn't keep track.
Yeah, I think it's a good option. It's a risk-free shot for Finch anyway, because there's no one behind square there. As that's been hammered down the ground, a couple of bounces, and that'll be 4 just in front of us here. So Finch has heard me. He's heard me say hasn't got one away yet, and that's 2 back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, got his eye in as Harry Finch. He's hit that one over Tom Scriven's head.
Convincingly as well.
I know Harry Finch probably would have seen a bit of Mo Rizvi last year. Would have been playing in this competition together. In fact, he would have been keeping wicket at the time.
So Rizvi in then. Again, that's driven, but again, a good diving stop there for a short cover. Is it Stephen Eskenazi?
Yeah, good one-handed grab by Eskenazi there. He's now gone in a little bit.
As Rizvi again is into Finch. That's defended away, but in the gap, so that easily go through for a single then, which brings it down to 100 required for Kent.
Yeah, exactly 100 needed. But Jeff Boycott saying you always think you've got a chance when you've got it down to just double figures, no matter how deep you are.
So 2 balls left of this Mo Rizvi over then. And again, that's dabbed down, but he won't get it past very wide third. So it'll just be the single there for the Kent captain. So Finch then has the strike, who we've seen hit some back-to-back boundaries in this over already. Rizvi bowls and pulls away.
Yeah, I think I'm not quite sure what happened there. I don't know whether Finch pulled out at the last second. I'll have to look at that one on the replay.
There you go, that's just driven down the ground. Eskenazi can't cut that off, so it'll be a single to Finch. And more importantly, that's one more off of the total. So Kent require 99 then, or 98 I should say, off of 18. 164.43.
Yeah, just looking at the run-up of that previous delivery, looks like Rizvi just seemed to lose his run-up slightly, so he pulled out. But didn't delay him too much. One of the shorter run-ups. So we've got 18 overs remaining. Kent require 98 to win. Finch 13 not out. Beldrummond 79. And it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. It looks like
It does.
Ajas Patel is going to come on from the Beckenham end this time.
Maybe they feel that there's more of a chance of a spin getting wickets at this stage. Force an error potentially. Holland put in a bit of a shift, to be fair.
Well, let's see what Patel can do from the other end. In he comes. Finch will get a single here. Just tucking it away for one on the leg side. Kent move on to 164 for 3. Patel in again. Or he would be in again. It's Beldrummond's not entirely happy with his marker down there, so he's just using his feet to get rid of something down there. Beldrummond, it's a full one. They'll get a single for that. And the strike will rotate. So we did have that incident earlier in the first innings. There was a bit of a delay. There was a problem at the Beckenham end with the footmarks. Patel is in. Finch just plays that one watchfully. It's fielded by the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, it was a short delay. Didn't take too long. Just a little bit of groundwork needed in the footmarks. We were back underway fairly quickly. Nice cut shot from Harry Finch. You're only going to get one for it. That's a deep point. It's fielded by Hamza Sheikh, who was the top scorer for Leicestershire with 93. Patel in again, and Beldrummond this time takes a step back, gets it past the fielder at cover, and he'll be fielded at the deep cover boundary by Sheikh again, I believe it is down there.
He's done well out there, to be fair. There's a couple that he's pulled back in.
Yeah, it's another player wearing long sleeves. Patel in again. This time Finch prods him on the leg side. They think about the single, but decide that it's probably not worth it. I think they probably would have got there if they tried that one.
So again, Patel's got through that over pretty quickly. I'm sure the probably plan here is if Rizvi and Patel can bowl in tandem, they might get through these sort of slot of 9-10 overs or whatever pretty quick.
Yeah. We are going to have, who is it? Rizvi's going to continue.
Yeah.
So Beldrummond's going to face. What time is it here? It's 5 o'clock exactly. Believe it's the hottest part of the afternoon. Certainly hope it's not going to get any hotter.
So Rizvi then, he pulls away again. I think that was more of a run-up problem than it was a
Well, I wonder if he's just been put off by those footmarks that we were talking about earlier on. There's a little bit of damage where the bowler's feet was landing right by the stumps.
Yeah. So Rizvi then. And again, that's hit down the ground. Be a single. Kent won't mind that.
Yeah, they're ticking along comfortably enough. Run rate still only 5.5, so nothing to worry about at this stage.
Yeah, Drummond on 82, so he's pretty set, pretty good to go. In all fairness. So then Rizvi is in the two. That's up and over. Is it going to be a boundary? That's brilliant fielding. I think, is that Kelly out on the boundary? One bounce brings it in with his right hand.
Looking at the number, I'm not entirely sure. It might be Holland down there, actually. I can see a 2 at the back of the shirt.
You might be right. It's a very good effort, though.
Well, I think he realised he wasn't going to catch it fairly early.
And that's high up in the air again. Is that going to fall safe? And it will. I think that's Holland come running in again. It's just fallen in front of him, but what he has done is managed to jump in the air to make sure the bounce didn't go over his head.
Well, he's lucky there. Harry Finch, he's got away with that one. Didn't play that one that well, and it's just fallen between two emerging fielders. And he always looks safe. And it wasn't a shot that he'll look back on with any fondness, I think.
Well, he's looking to take the attack to Mo Rizvi. Val Drummond just defending that one. And then more of a tame of fashion, for sure. But yeah, Harry Finch just looks like the batter to be getting on with it. Rizvi again. Drummond hits that again down the ground. Happily take the single, giving Finch the strike. Yeah, out of all the shots that Finch has played off this over, they've all looked to be quite attacking. Into out.
Yeah, one more to come.
So last ball here then from Rizvi. That's defended away and they're going to come through for a quick single. And that is the end of the over then. So
Finch will keep the strike. Kent 174 for 3. Chasing 261. 88 more needed off 16. So again, run rate staying pretty solid. 5.5. Not really any movement on that front. There's a bit of a conflab going on out in the middle here. I think the Leicestershire players are suggesting they'd like a replacement ball to the umpires. So the umpires are actually looking over in the direction
they are
of the replacement box.
I think the case is just in front of the indoor centre.
And right, well, we are going to get a replacement ball. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay here while it's brought out.
Looking around to see.
So it's taking a while, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go.
It's not as if it's the hottest day of the year or anything. No, is that?
Oh no,
that's not even a replacement delivery. So is it sub coming on?
That is.
Kelly is coming on. Or Kelly is coming back on.
So maybe there isn't a replacement ball.
Yeah, it's all a bit confusing. Thought we were going to get a replacement for a second there, but
not to be.
Yeah, Kelly has been summoned back on, and we're going to get back on with the game finally. With Patel to bowl from the City end. He's bowled 5 overs so far for 26, no wickets yet. And he is to Finch. Finch tries to reverse him, but it's fielded at backward point by Scriven. Patel goes back to his mark, rattling through his over very quickly. In he comes. Finch tries to cut in this time. He should get 1 for this one. Does get 1. It's Sheikh who will field that one. Just coming in about 10, 20 yards from the boundary. Yeah, the subfielder that was on it was Tattersall. That's why we couldn't ID him. It was Tattersall that did that one-handed stop in the previous over. In again Patel. This time is Beldrummond. And Beldrummond, just for a second, was out of his ground. Got back quickly enough. No run taken. Still 174 for 3. Kent are in a situation where a couple of good overs can take the sting out of this run chase. Beldrummond will get 1 there. Equally, Leicestershire are in that position. 2 quick wickets.
Yeah.
And I think you'd make them slight favourites.
It's one of these games, isn't it, that you think 2 overs for either side to go in their favour is going to just tip the scales.
Patel in again, this time to Finch, and Finch will drive him out onto the, well, on the side. He thought about it for a second. It looked like Sheikh had misjudged that one. The bounce temporarily deceived him, but he's restricted it to a single. Patel in again, and this time Beldrummond will pull him, and he might get 4 for that, Daniel Beldrummond, and I think he will. There's no fielder near it. It's gone through mid-wicket. There was a fielder sort of short mid-wicket, put a hand down for it, but didn't get there.
It was just too wide, wasn't it? You can see sort of the deflation in his actions as he realised he couldn't get to there.
Yeah, and there was nobody else in the same postcode, so as soon as that got past the fielder at mid-wicket, who I'm just trying to identify, it's the number 28, Eskenazi. It was on the way to the boundary. Now, are we going to get a change here?
I think so. Alex Green.
Yeah, Alex Green is coming on.
Change of ends, isn't it, as well? Did Ben Green bowl from this end?
He did, yeah. Alex Green was bowling from the City end earlier on.
So Rizvi's been removed from the attack here. I think Leicestershire can just sense that a couple of wickets and some control in this game could make the 81 required from Kent a bit more difficult. But for now, it is going to be Finch on strike, as Alex Green is going to be opening things up here from the Beckenham end. And again, that's gone through a lot quicker, but an outside edge will go down to 3rd. They're going to look for 2, but in the end, good work just restricts it to 1.
Yeah, one of those moral victories for the bowler that we were talking about quite a lot last week when we were on air. And that was a game that certainly wasn't good for the blood pressure. The Nottinghamshire, well, both of those games really, Nottinghamshire and Somerset. I think we were having kittens at the end of both of those. I think it's fair to say that the Nottinghamshire one was slightly more comfortable, or the run rate had shot up in those last 2 overs.
So, Alex Green then, again, a bit with width there, but sort of guided down in their very Daniel Beldrummond fashion to deep 3rd. Maybe a bit edgy. I get a single for it though.
Yeah, it was deliberate enough. But, 3rd wasn't so wide that he couldn't deal with that one.
Leicestershire obviously want the wicket, but singles at this stage aren't going to hurt them as much as boundaries. Again, that's width, and that's punched off the back foot straight out to Kelly, who's on the boundary rope. So again, just another single, but there could be overthrows.
That's going to be a buzzer here.
And there is. The bounce took it over the keeper's head.
Yeah, I think they respected Kelly's arm. They didn't want to take it on, but once they saw where it landed, it just flew over the keeper's head. And another run goes to the total.
Good running then from these two. Alex Green then, top of his mark, running into Harry Finch. Again, straighter on the stumps that time, so it's a dot onto the onside as Ben Green does the fielding.
Yeah, he's got a kind of low, high stepping action when he runs in, if that makes any sense. Probably doesn't. If you look at him when he bowls next, you might have some sense of what I'm trying to get at. It's like he lifts his knees, but not very high up.
Okay, let's see if I can sense what Fred's talking about. I understand what you mean. As again, that's a very good delivery. Finch just didn't really seem to move his feet then. Just seemed to swing the bat at it. So it's a top ball. Yeah, his body's very upright and his arms are moving, but he's not really getting the pump of the legs. He sort of moves quite shallow, doesn't he? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's probably easier if you just look at him when he's bowling, and you probably get an idea of what we're on about. It's slightly unusual bowling action, but
Effective.
yeah, it's certainly not bowling badly. I'm going for 3.7 at the moment.
In again, short and pulled away. Straight out to deep fine now, so it will just be the single.
And there have been a lot of shots like that today where seem to have found the boundary rope, just only getting a single when you would have possibly expected more. Ben Dawkins is running on some drinks for the Kent batters. It's like the Leicestershire players might want to take on a couple of fluids as well. But, well, here we are. We've got 14 overs remaining. Kent are 186 for 3. The not-out batters, Finch on 25 and Daniel Bell-Drummond who's on 89. So at the moment, Kent needing 76 to win, and the run rate is only 5.4. They've got wickets in hand, so you would have to say that they're favourites. But as we were saying, all sorts of things can happen here. Pressure can build. Looking around at some of the scores elsewhere in this competition. Gloucestershire needs 74 with 6 wickets remaining to beat Nottinghamshire. They're currently 13.2 overs remaining. Northamptonshire Steelbacks have beaten Somerset by 7 wickets already. So fairly emphatic win to Northants there. Warwickshire 92 to win from 16.4 overs with 7 wickets remaining. They're chasing 311 against Lancashire. So some interesting games in play in Group A. As Finch just fends that one off from Patel, and there's no run. Patel back at his mark already. And Finch will try and push that one out on the offside, but he won't get any runs for it. So a couple of dot balls to start the over. Just keeps the batters honest. And this time Finch is going to get a single. Pushes it through a couple of fielders on the offside. And he'll take one and get Daniel Bell-Drummond on the strike. Daniel Bell-Drummond, 11 runs short of a century here. Been in good form in this tournament. What would really crown it would be 3 figures here.
Yeah, he's had a few good days out with the bat in the 50 over competition.
Patel into Bell-Drummond, they'll get a single. Easily taken. It's that sort of almost like a stalemate, phony war kind of thing where feeling kind of reasonably happy to take, to offer a single. Kent reasonably happy to take it. Finch is back on strike. And Finch should get one for that, will get one for it. Just sort of pushes it between the bowler and the fielder at mid-off. 1 ball of the over remaining from Patel. Ooh, and that one beats Bell-Drummond outside the bat. It's collected by the keeper. Don't know how close that was to his bat. Not any real excitement for an appeal, but definitely a moral victory to the bowler there.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Maybe a bit quicker as well. For sure. It is going to be Alex Green then to continue from the City end, the Beckenham end.
Yeah, I mean, I always say if I ever get the ends wrong, so we are actually in a city, so technically you could say that they're both city ends, but this is known as the Beckenham end. We have a bit of a discussion about what we call the other end. We've never really settled on any better alternative.
So then, Alex Green is into Harry Finch. Short, and it's been pulled, but it's been pulled straight down the ground. And he'll get 4 for it. May not put where he was intended it for it to go. but it's still 4 more.
Yeah, it was an odd bit of cricket all round there. Certainly not where the bowler wanted it to go. I don't think it's where Harry Finch wanted it to go, although he'll certainly take it. And it seemed to fall short of the bowler, and then I'm not convinced, judging by the reaction of the keeper, I'm wondering if he thought that the fielder there should have made a bit more of an effort to stop that.
So Green then is back. Fuller on the money. At a dot ball.
And I believe that was the 50 partnership. Apologies if you said that already. Memory like a goldfish.
No, you think you beat me to it there, to be
Yeah.
fair, Fred. So again then, Finch he's played some really good shots actually when he's settling into his
Yeah, he
innings.
sort of crept up to 31
Yeah.
here as Harry Finch.
So Green again, short. That's pulled and it's out. It's a really good diving catch. I think it's bowled. Green caught Green, but Ben Green caught him at mid-wicket, diving to his right. Short ball, he's pulled it on the downward motion and hasn't quite got it past the only fielder in the ring on the leg side. So could this be the turning point? We said a wicket or a cluster of wickets here could go in Leicestershire's favour. So 193 for 4, Kent. Finch departs for 31 off 35. The skipper's still out there on 90. Big wicket.
Well, it's a big wicket, and it's exactly what Leicestershire needed. They needed to take a wicket soon, because if Finch was in for a lot longer, then it was going to be a bit of a procession for Kent. But they've done exactly what they needed to do. Kent are 4 down now, with, still got some batting to come.
So it does bring Chris Benjamin then, who, is no stranger to hitting a long ball and a powerful shot for sure.
Yeah, Benjamin, we know, certainly in the county championship this year, has been absolutely brilliant for Kent. He's not been bad in limited overs cricket either. He was here at the sharp end this time last week. Hit the winning runs just when it looked like Nottinghamshire were getting back into it. I think there was 21 needed off the last 2 overs. It was the first time that it hadn't quite got to double figures, the run rate, but it wasn't far off it. In fact, it had got to double figures, hadn't it? With 21 off 2. Thinking 21 off 12 balls. And he basically took any kind of doubt out of the equation by just blasting a succession of boundaries. He's still got a job to do here. Kent still needs 69 more to win. Leicestershire have got the wicket that they desperately needed.
So Benjamin then will be facing Green then coming in. He's got 3 balls left of his over. Alex Green. And again, you think a wicket here could be quite interesting.
Well, a wicket here, and I think that Leicestershire are favourites from this point.
As he's in and he bowls. And that's Fuller. Thick outside edge will get him off the mark straight away. I'm going to look for 2, but just settle for 1 after that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think then again, as long as Bal Drummond is out there, you would think
there's enough to come. I
Yeah.
suppose I might be being accused of home pessimism. It's still a fair amount to come. We've got Ekanch, Grant Stewart. Question will be who comes in next, of course.
Joey
out of the 2 of
Everson.
them,
Yeah.
Joey Everson as well.
Green then. Fuller that time beats Bal Drummond. He sort of just doesn't move and it misses the bat straight through to the Cox with the gloves on.
I think if it gets down to Quinn and Parkinson, I'm not sure I'd be sticking my mortgage on Kent to win from that point. Dudgeon can bat though.
So then, last ball here of the Alex Green over. He's started his run, then pulled away. So last ball to Bal Drummond. Short, and he's gone to pull it, but he's missed it, and he's ended up wearing it. He's all right though. Maybe a bit of a slower delivery as well from Alex Green. So 194 for 4 then after 38. Kent requiring 68.
Yeah, we'll see if Patel's going to continue. It looks like... Can't tell at the moment. City End. Is it Rizvi going to come on?
It might be Rizvi.
They might be changing it up here. Looks like Mo Rizvi is going to come on from the City End.
To Benjamin. Yeah, it will be Mo Rizvi, I think.
Change of bowling at the City End, number 72, Mo Risby.
So 12 overs remain.
There's a bit of a conference going on by the wickets. They ask what field Rizvi wants. Rizvi, of course, made that breakthrough and he got Jaden Denley not that long ago.
So they've finished their little meeting.
Yeah, 68 to win still. Still plenty of runs. There's a bit of, well, what's happened here? Someone's thrown the ball to Rizvi and it's not gone. He's not seen it or he's not picked it up. And he's had to go chasing after it, which I guess is not ideal preparation for the start of an over. And in he comes. And that'll be whacked by Benjamin, but he's not got enough on it. And it's fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. It was Ben Green, I think, that fielded that one.
And in the action again.
Yeah. Got his long sleeves back on. And Benjamin will get 1 for that. They might think about a second and they decide against it. So Sheikh was the fielder, just coming in from the boundary. It's a deep point. So just a single. I can feel the tension building here. 11.4 overs to go. Rizvi at his mark, taking a while over this one. I think he's not entirely happy with where his fielders are. He wants Scriven to move around slightly to more a kind of square leg. That's an interesting field. Rizvi is in. And Beldrum will just steer that one through the first slip area. Just pick up 1 for it. It's fielded by Green.
I think he's got a gilet on, the Leicestershire coach, as he walks in front of us.
I think he has, yeah.
So we spoke about
Well, it could. It's potentially an ice vest, but I can't believe he's wearing a body warmer in this. As Benjamin whacks that one, that might go for 4. In fact, he's going to find a fielder. They're only going to get 1 for that. That was a good shot. And it's only picked up a single. Don't try and take a second off the arm of Hamlet Sheikh. And so Kent move on to 197 for 4. Rizvi just aborts his run up and goes back a couple of steps. Comes in again. Rather drags that one, and Bell Drummond should be able to give that one the treatment. I think that's going to be 4. And in fact, it's a 6 for Daniel Bell Drummond. It just didn't look like he quite got hold of that one.
200 in the 39th over.
Yeah, there wasn't a time where I thought that had gone straight up in the air, but he got more of it than I thought he did.
And that, of course, brings up the 200 for Kent. Bell Drummond will steal a single here after pushing it out into the covers, where it's fielded by Scriven. And it's turned into a decent over for Kent. And Bell Drummond has moved on to 98. I'm not going to tempt fate by saying anything, but it's Molly Davis to take the next over.
Thanks, Fred. Put it all on me. So, Kent skipper then will have the strike. I think it'll be Alex Green to continue. You're going to have 1 more over of me. I think I'll be making way for Liam Knight. Probably see you home with Fred Atkins. But for now, let's see what this over can produce. As Alex Green is in and bowls. That's a shorter delivery and he just dropped the hands. Didn't fancy taking that one on.
Yeah, umpires not especially interested. There did seem to be a little bit of inconsistency in the first innings. Certainly early on I thought the Kent bowlers were bowling short quite often. And then towards the end of the innings, was it Ekach Singh who bowled one that got called for a wide? That was head high.
Sort of a valuable dot ball at this stage. As Green is in and bowls again. And that's in towards the hips, but it's just played onto the onside. So it will just be a single that will move Daniel Bell-Drummond one closer.
Well, he's on 99. And I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. Saw it happen to a Leicestershire batter last year. I forget who it was. What was it was Scriven, wasn't it? That's it. The most unlucky dismissal you'll ever see in your life.
So for now, Benjamin will have the strike. Alex Green bowls. Again, worked off the hip, but there won't be a run that time. As Ben Green is there, will collect.
It was the championship game, wasn't it, at Canterbury?
Yeah.
Leicestershire on their way to the title. Scriven was on 94. He hit a ball that looked, for all the world, like it was going to go for a 6. And it was ruled a 4. Then he thought he'd hit a boundary, and it was ruled as leg byes. And I think he either got out on 98 or 99, and it was terrible.
Green again. And again, that's guided down to third. Well, he'll pick up just a single. He looked for 2, but he was turned down.
Yeah, I think that's Daniel wanting the strike there.
So then, Bell-Drummond has the strike. Kent a 206 for 4. And there is 2 balls left of this over then from Green. Green at the top of his run. Bell-Drummond just sets himself. Green's in and bowls. That's just defended down to third. And that will bring up Daniel Bell-Drummond's 100 here at Beckenham. He's batted beautifully, carrying the bat for his team as he raises it up to the dressing room where they stand and they applaud. A very valuable contribution here from the Kent captain as he just meets up with Chris Benjamin to celebrate.
Yeah, brilliant knock from Daniel Bell-Drummond. I'm sure at the front of his mind he'll now be saying, finish the job.
55 needed still. He's aware the job isn't done, but a beautiful milestone for him. So Alex Green then is in and bowls, and that one's cut away by Chris Benjamin. He'll look for the second, and they're going to push for 2, and they get back pretty comfortably in the end. So good over there from Kent. Especially a good one for Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, another brilliant knock from Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain's innings, if ever there was one. He has made his way to 104 balls, 13 fours and 1 6 for Daniel Bell-Drummond as Molly Davis makes way. And I'm going to be joined by the eminence grise of Kent, Liam Knight. He's going to be sitting alongside me for the final 10 overs, or however long this lasts. Leicestershire needs 6 wickets, Kent need 53 runs. Might go the distance, it might not. But one thing you do learn from watching Kent, it's seldom easy when they're in a run chase. I think from the point of view of everybody's nerves, we'd quite like to be a little bit more routine this week.
Yeah, we're used to a close run chase, aren't we?
We are. Now, if Benjamin sticks around, it might be over sooner than we think. As it is, Leicestershire have got to take wickets, you think. You've got to think they've got to get rid of Benjamin fairly quickly, or Bell-Drummond, both of them, really. If they get rid of both of these, they've got a fighting chance. But like you would fancy Kent if one of these is still at the crease towards the back end. Now, who's this we've got bowling at the City end? Is it... Is Green coming back on?
Yeah, it looks like
Looks
Ben
like
Green.
it is Ben Green. Taking his sleeves off. Somebody else in what looks like a gilet there. Could be a hydration vest. Green comes in to Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond will cut that one. He'll get one for that one. It's fielded by Sheikh, who runs in from the point boundary and just hurls that one into his keeper, Ben Cox. What's the crowd in today, Liam? Do we know? It's
just under 1,400.
Yeah, is that about the same as it's more than last week, isn't it? I think.
Not too sure.
I think it was it 1,200 odd last week?
Potentially, yeah. They're more spread out this week. There's lots of people actually, Fred, underneath the flats because that's now in the shade and we can't see over there.
Yeah. Here's Green to Benjamin. He'll get one more here. It'll be fielded by Scriven at third man. Hurled back in. And Kent move on to 211 for 4. Bell Drummond 101 not out. Benjamin on 7. Green's bowling at both ends. On a pitch that is anything but, really. Green back to his mark, comes in. Bell Drummond heaves that one. I'm not sure that's going to elude the fielder, is it? Is there an attempted catch there? He spilled it, and he spilled it over the rope.
That would have been one of the best catches I've ever
would.
seen.
I mean, it went near the fielder. My heart was in my mouth a little bit. I think that's Nick Kelly down there.
So Nick Kelly has just dived like Superman, absolutely side parallel onto the ground, stuck out one hand, and I think for a half a second he's got it, and then he just comes out as he lands. I think his impact has made the ball leave his hand, and it's spilled and gone over the rope, and he looks beside himself.
Well, I think it's fair enough for him to go for that. I think he realises, sometimes in that situation you might be better off trying to stop it, but there you've got to get Bell Drummond out and take a chance. And he's gone for it, and he very, very nearly pulled that off. And he's getting a bit of applause from Scriven for the effort. So, as it is, Bell Drummond lives to fight on. And he's just waiting. I'm not quite sure why. There was a bit of a distraction there, whether it was one of the fielders moving. So Green is going to come in. And that was close. Bell Drummond nearly played on there. Can't have missed by very much. Say, I don't think there's any luck involved in a catch like that where it's gone down. That's just, you've done everything you can. It's not a question of luck there. I think you probably could put that one down to a bit of luck there. Maybe not as close as I thought it was, looking at the replay. It always looks a bit dodgy, certainly from this angle. Bell Drummond this time is going to just take a dot ball. It's play to the field at cover. It's Ajaz Patel. And Green goes back to his mark. Kent 215 for 4. They require 47 to win. In comes Green. 1 ball of the over remaining. Bit of a full toss, that one, and Bell Drummond gets enough on it. He's only going to get a single from it. That one, I don't think that was a deliberate full toss. I think Bell Drummond wasn't really expecting it either. And I wonder if he just got a little bit of a leading edge on that one. Just going to take a quick look at the replay. And sort of came off the bottom of the bat, just went past Green's toe. And it was stopped by a diving Stephen Eskenazi.
There's an important point of order here now, Fred. Earlier we said that Daniel Bell Drummond had surpassed 100 Kent half centuries. Does this now get cancelled out because he's got 100?
No. I don't. I'm not an expert in scoring and regulations, but I'm pretty sure that that doesn't count.
Yeah, so Daniel Bell Drummond hit his 100th Kent half century in all formats earlier on today. So congratulations to him. And he's turned that into triple figures today. Hopefully moving his Kent side onto a win from a Kent point of view.
Well, it's getting to the point. One big over will make this chase lose its elasticity, if you like.
Yeah, Patel's coming back on from the Beckenham end.
Whether they'll want to take Patel on or not, that's another matter.
Yeah, 46 to win, off 9.
And he's just sending a fielder back, isn't he? Having a little bit of a juggle here. Fielder going back to long off, long on, long off. Be easier if we could see, wouldn't it?
In comes Patel to Bell Drummond, who cuts that away. And Benjamin runs well there to force the single. Moves on to the strike. Kent 216 for 4. 45 to win. 217 for 4 now. Benjamin takes his guard from umpire Penn Debenham. And Patel just about to start his next delivery of the 42nd over. He's into Benjamin. He takes a big swipe at that one. He misses it. Keeper removes the bails, but Benjamin's back foot was very much in.
Sam Northeast was given out for that. Not letting that go. It's a bit of a delay here. I'm not quite sure what's happening.
Yeah, not sure, but here we go. We're back underway. It's Patel. Bowls to Benjamin. Tries to drive that forward, but it squirts off into the offside. There's a bit of a juggle routine in the field. They'll come through for 1, so...
Well, it's a misfield, isn't it? It's straightforward. In case the fielder down there, a short third, probably should have got that.
Yeah,
Just spilled it.
Good delivery from Patel. He's just about to start his next delivery. He's into Daniel Bell Drummond, who sweeps that one. I don't think he got much on that. It may well go down for 4. It will. Crucial boundary there for Kent. Come off the bat, says the umpire.
Yeah. Again, one of those shots where you'll take the runs. It's not the shot that you wanted to play. But just looking at it on the replay, looked like it was going down leg side, and he seemed to get maybe the bottom edge off it. Missed the stumps by a fairly comfortable margin.
So Daniel Bell Drummond moves on to 1-1-1. So we're all on one leg here in the commentary tent. It's facing off against Patel, and it's a nice straight drive, but won't beat the fielder. It's Eskenazi.
I have to tell you a quick story about that when we get a lull in the action. Nelson.
In comes Patel to Bell Drummond, who hits that high and handsomely, and he might get 6 for this. It bounces just over the rope. It's going to be a maximum.
Yeah, fair play to Sheikh as well for signalling that that did go over the rope. And now we're getting to the point where I wouldn't say that Kent are safe, but they're certainly heavy favourites from this position. 34 needed to win. Leicestershire are going to have to force a collapse here for Kent not to get home from this point. And it gets us off Nelson as well.
Absolutely.
And what I was going to say was that we are going to have a bit of a delay here. So the day that Kent won the Sunday League, 1995, one of the umpires was the legendary umpire Shepherd, who always stood on one leg and hopped around whenever it got to Nelson. I remember in the celebrations at the end, we all ran on, and my brother actually knelt before him and bowed, saying, "We are not worthy." I think you probably wonder what the hell was going on, to be honest. But, anyway, we've got Green, I think, is going to continue from the City end. He's got 3 overs left. And Benjamin is going to take the strike. Green's back at his mark, comes in, and Benjamin just drives that one forward. He goes straight back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Worth mentioning the other matches going on today in Group A that have connotations for Kent should they get over the line here. teams above them. Warwickshire playing Lancashire, who are currently above Kent. They need 64 runs from 11 overs with 5 wickets left to win there. Gloucestershire need 40 from 7.1 overs to beat Notts Outlaws as well. So this is a big tie for Kent.
They're going to chance a single here. There's going to be a throw at the stumps. It's not going to worry Daniel Beldrummond. And they'll come through for a single. Like, you've just seen the signs here of a chase that's they're almost there. They can smell it. Leicestershire have got to get a wicket soon to keep this game alive from their point of view. But, the top of the group. I don't think their qualification is quite assured yet. It's a different kind of qualification than the Metrobank. Only the top 3 go through. And Beldrummond, we had a single there.
Well, if Notts do lose, then I think... No, Leicestershire still could finish.
I mean, from their point of view, you obviously want to come as high as possible, don't you? Because
yes,
if you come in the top in the group, you sit out the quarter-final stage.
Yep, straight to the semi-finals.
So remember all of this from 4 years ago when Kent almost miraculously qualified for the top 3 and then went on to win it. So Benjamin will play that one on the leg side. They'll get 1 for that. I don't think they'll think about 2 here, and they're not going to chance Kelly's arm.
So the start of the day, Kent was 7th out of 9 in Group A. Should they win this match, should Notts Outlaws lose this match, and Lancashire lose this match day, Kent are right back in the hunt on Tuesday away at Warwickshire at Rugby.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I thought that some of the obituaries that were being written on Wednesday were a little bit premature. You've always got a chance. So Green comes in, and Beldrummond will prod that forward, no run. I mean, I wonder if it's kind of reaction sometimes. People, you're inevitably disappointed in defeat. You possibly maybe go a bit far when you're talking about, you saying, well, that's it, they've had it now. And I thought there was an element of that. Certainly some of the reports I saw, some of the comments I saw, I thought certainly you wouldn't put Kent as favourites to qualify, but win 2 games, you give yourself a chance. And here's Green to Beldrummond, and Beldrummond thinks about a single there. There was a misfield, so they probably would have been all right, but I think at this stage of the innings he just doesn't think it's worth taking a risk because he's got 7 overs left, 31 needed. The required rate is only 4.4.
Still need to get there though, Fred.
Yeah, we still need to get there. No, absolutely. I have seen many chases go south from here. Specifically, I remember a game at the Moat. Kent were playing Warwickshire, and they somehow were almost in an unassailable position. They collapsed, and they were 9 down. They got to the last ball of the game, and I think Dean Headley just blasted a 4, and the place absolutely erupted because we all thought we'd blown it, and everybody was. You can imagine what it would have been like if Twitter had been around at that point.
Patel continues from the Beckenham end. And the glorious sunshine here. All of those clouds have now disappeared, so overheads aren't an issue.
Yeah, I take issue with the word glorious. It's sunshine, I'll give you that.
I'll remind you of that in December.
No, you bring on December.
Here's Patel then. Into Benjamin, who plays out with soft hands and he'll get a single. Could get 2 off the midfield.
Get 2, yeah.
Well run indeed. Chris Benjamin comes back for a second.
And it just seems sometimes that's the sort of thing that happens when you are trying to defend a very low total. You think that things are going against you. I think it was Alex Green down there at short third.
Patel's in again to Benjamin, who edges that thick edge. And they will come through for a single. Gloucester now need 36 from 6 overs. And Warwickshire need 53 from 10.3 to beat Lancashire. Let's say a quarter of the eye on those games. As Patel comes in to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who cuts that away very nicely indeed. He might get 4. Yeah, he beats Kelly. Kelly's done very well on that boundary today, but he couldn't quite keep up with that one. And that's 4 more to Kent's total. They now need 24 to win.
Yeah, you'll feel a bit sorry for Kelly down there. Had that chance a few moments ago where it would have been one of the best catches you've ever seen if he'd pulled it in. Patel comes in again to Bell-Drummond, who's driving that one, but does the fielding of his own bowling, does Patel. Lots of encouragement down here from Scriven and a few of the Leicestershire coaches. Bit of a reshuffle in the field. Backward point is being removed. Stationed in the covers. Patel into Bell-Drummond then. Plays that through. They have to be quick here, and they are. It's a very good single for Kent. 23 to win now. One legitimate delivery left of this over. Required run rate is now under 4. Patel's at the top of his mark. Easy and bowling. Benjamin tries to swat that one, and again they've come through another quick single, and I feel like the fielder's thrown to the wrong end there. Threw it at the wicket keeper's end, and Bell-Drummond was pretty much already there, and Benjamin was still on his way down to bowler's end, so Kent have snuck another single there. This is good running from the pair in the middle. Yeah, the sort of running you get at the stage of an innings. One side's on top of the other side. Things are going their way. Just demoralises them a little bit more when you grab a single in that situation. I wonder who is going to bowl now. If, well, once again, we're going to see Green taking his long sleeves off. Whether he's got ice in that top or what, but how he's dealing with it in this heat, I've absolutely no idea. You ever put a pillow in the fridge, Fred, before you go to bed? I've never done that, actually, no. Trust me, it'll change your life. Don't have a big enough fridge. But you know what, I might give that a go. I'd try anything at this point. As Green, Ben Green, comes in from the city end to Benjamin. And Benjamin will just tickle that one onto the leg side. Backward square leg, and I'm going to come back for 2 here. And, to say, I don't think we've got too long left in this game. 6 overs maximum. I don't think we're going to go the distance here. So I've got a question for any Leicestershire-based listeners. Used to spend a lot of childhood holidays in Leicestershire, staying with relatives in Loughborough. They used to say backwards instead of backwards. So if you're from Leicestershire, do you say backwards point and backwards square leg? You can tweet me at the Spitfire, or there's an email address Liam will give you in a second. As Green comes in and tucks that one on the leg side. Yeah, live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Yeah, sure we've been flooded with correspondence for most of the afternoon, but who knows? 50 partnership is up. Yeah, 50 partnership up. It's worth re-emphasising that Kent was certainly not home and hosed when these two came out. Benjamin has only scored 14 of the runs, but he's done his job. He's been there. He's hung around. If he got out, could have been tricky. Here's Bell-Drummond taking a step down the wicket. They'll get 1. They might think about coming back for a second, and they do come back for a second. It's played towards on a square leg area where there were no fielders in the vicinity. So there were 2 fielders sprinting in from the boundary, but not quickly enough. Bell-Drummond and Benjamin very quick between the wickets. And now Kent need just 17. Bell-Drummond on strike. Green coming in from the city end. 3 left in the over. And that one is driven by Bell-Drummond. There's misfield. They're going to get 1 for it. I think Bell-Drummond was actually going to turn down the single there. And it's been fielded at mid-off, I think. Just bobbled up again. Yeah, sort of hit him in the chest, didn't it? Yeah. This was something we were talking about earlier on, saying that, well, that outfield is parched. There are patches of rough, and I think that hit one of those. In comes Green from the city end. And that one is just fended off by Benjamin. There's no run taken. 16 needed, 32 remaining. "31 remaining, I should say. As the stream is just a couple of seconds behind us here. Final ball of Green's over. And they're going to run a quick one here, are they? Yep, just chasing a single through. One more to Benjamin, who moves on to 16. And that's fielded by Ajaz Patel, who may be bowling out here. We'll wait and see. So you wonder, it's the sort of stage of the innings where you just try something, don't you? You'll try something rogue. Now, you might stick on an occasional bowler who never normally bowls, just in the hope that you will get some kind of freak dismissal. Just been reading the book, Being Geoffrey Boycott, where felt like one of his captains handed him the ball and said, "Right, Geoffrey, you're going to have a bowl." And he demanded to know why. And he said, because the batters at the other end will never live it down if they get out to you. So they're not going to try anything stupid. But what we're going to get here is we're going to get Mo Rizvi.
Yeah, change it up. Bit of a dartier spinner is Mo Rizvi. Hopefully targeting those stumps. You miss, I hit sort of situation. He's in from the Beckenham end. Here he comes then. He's in and bowling. That's out Fox, Chris Benjamin. It's a great delivery. Thankfully for Benjamin, it's not hit timber.
That's the sort of thing he has got on his locker.
15 to win then. Rizvi's in to Benjamin. Cuts that away nicely. Scamper through for a single. Brings Bell Drummond onto strike on 126.
Yeah, they are. They're taking singles that they weren't taking earlier in the innings. Now, I think the fielders are tired. They've lost a bit of zip. That one was well placed just between two of them.
Rizvi comes in again to Bell Drummond. Very emphatically turns down the single there. Rizvi comes in again. That's cut uppishly by Bell Drummond, but it beats the two fielders. Kelly will come round to collect. Launches it into Cox.
Yeah, just a mark of respect for his arm that they don't attempt a second here. Target now down to 13.
Rizvi. There's 2 balls left of this over. As Ben Cox puts the stumps back in. At that striker's end. In comes Mo Rizvi. Seeing him, Benjamin, he's gone through him again. I don't know how that's not hit anything. Either bat or stump. It's a decent over from Mo Rizvi. He's in and bowling. Driven by Benjamin. He'll come through for 1. And that brings up the 250 for Kent. So Kent have 4 overs left here to get to their target. You'd like to think that they are in the driving seat here, but
I think we can say that much.
Need 3 and over.
Always
exactly.
fairly cautious, but think if you were a Leicestershire fan, we were suggesting it was even Stevens here. You might be shouting something at your radio. At this point, Kent shouldn't have any problems getting home from here, but you never know. Looks like Green is going to bowl out here. He's 9 overs so far, 1 maiden, 30 for 1. Economy rate 3.3. Very respectable figures. But he's going to need to take wickets if he's going to drag Leicestershire back into this at this stage. 12 to win for Kent. Benjamin's not going to get any of them there. He just prods that one back at the bowler. Walks back to his mark. It's a bit of encouragement from Eskenazi as he gets there.
Gloucestershire need 30 from 30 balls to beat Notts Outlaws.
How many wickets?
They have 4 wickets left.
Benjamin's going to get 1 here. That's a good bit of running by the 2 of them. And they're going to get another one as well. As they know, I thought they might just take 1 on the overthrow. That's good backing up there.
Warwickshire need 43 from 49 with 4 wickets left to beat Lancashire as well.
Well, that one, no, I wouldn't bet on Warwickshire in that situation. 4 wickets remaining. I suppose it depends who's in. Green back to his mark. 11 needed for Kent here. In he comes. Beldrummond takes a step down the wicket. He's gone for a bit of a heave there. He's only going to get 1 for it. That's it. 1 is all Kent really need at this stage. And keeper doesn't take the ball cleanly. As a wasp invades our commentary position. It's the only wasp that we've seen all day. But if you were predicting it at this point, I think it would be pretty heavily in Kent's favour. In the 90s at this stage, I think.
Infamous Winviz.
Yeah. Here comes Green again. This time to Benjamin. Benjamin is going to just take a single there. They might think about coming back for a second. And they are going to come back for a second. There's a bit of a optimistic throw in. Never really any danger for the batters there. And Kent move down to single figures required. Just 8 to win now. You wouldn't bet against Benjamin doing that in this over. He's certainly got form for that kind of thing. I think if Beldrummond's going to be saying anything to him, it's don't do anything silly at this point. So Green is back at his mark, comes in to Benjamin, 8 needed for Kent. Benjamin is going to get 1 of them here. Just take a single. That'll put Beldrummond back on the strike for the final ball of the over. I think it would be fitting if Beldrummond hit the winning runs. 128 not out. It's been a real captain's innings from Daniel Beldrummond here.
Yeah, technically he's been involved with every delivery of this game so far.
In comes Green to Beldrummond, last ball of the over. And Beldrummond will hoik that one for, is that 4? Is it 6?
It's 4.
I think it's just 4.
I think that's a fair call. It was close to the rope again, but I think just inside.
Well, I was on with Adam Hollyoak earlier when he was talking about the stuff happening on the boundary. And that was quite interesting. I don't know if you overheard that. He was talking about there was a close call down on the boundary by the green seats for 6, which has given us a 4. And he was talking about the reaction from the fielders. So I was asking about what it was like fielding in front of the Kent crowd. Frank, I could have spoken to him all day, actually, about that sort of stuff. Maybe we should do a podcast. Liam is going to take over for what might be the final over here.
So 3 to win then, and Mo Rizvi is bowling from the Beckenham end. Or is he? Dead ball signalled. But Kent require 3 runs from 3 overs for victory here at Beckenham. Rizvi's in. To Benjamin, who sweeps hard, and there is a fielder out there, so they only get 1.
He rather dragged that one, didn't he,
Yeah.
Rizvi? I think
Yeah.
Benjamin probably thought he was going to get the whole lot there.
That was Hamza Sheikh doing well to keep on top of that one as it bobbled towards him. So Belgiumans on strike then, with Kent needing 2 to win. Rizvi's in to Belgium, who drives that nicely, and they'll come through for 1, so scores are level. Kent cannot lose.
Yeah, we can actually say that now. Can't lose.
Imagine a tie from here.
Well, it would be one hell of an effort, wouldn't it?
So Rizvi into Chris Benjamin, who edges that one away, but they will come through for 1, and Kent win by 6 wickets.
Yeah, terrific win for Kent. I think the man of the match, not any real debate, is going to be Daniel Bell-Drummond, who finishes on 133 not out. Chris Benjamin finishes on 24 not out. It's been a really good win for Kent here. A lot of people were writing them off after that defeat at the Oval the other day. And Kent are very much alive and kicking here. They've beaten the group leaders by 6 wickets. Final scores here, 262 for 4. That's in reply to Leicestershire's 261 for 7. And we will be back, or we'll have more coverage for you on Tuesday when we're going to be away to Warwickshire. That game is taking place at Rugby School. And that could be a very interesting afternoon, Liam. There's going to be all sorts of permutations going on.
It could. We'll wait for the other results elsewhere, but if they do go in Kent's favour, it could be a final day shootout to see who qualifies for the quarter-finals and semi-finals of this competition. As a reminder, the semi-finalists are the group winners. They go straight into the semi-finals, whereas second and third place in each group go through to the quarter-finals. We will obviously be hoping that Kent managed to sneak one of those quarter-final places.
Yeah, and just a reminder, in case we haven't mentioned it enough already, that's exactly how Kent won this competition in 2022. Got in through the back door, won their last 2 games against Yorkshire and Lancashire, beat Leicestershire in the quarter-final, then beat Hampshire. Memorable innings in both by Darren Stevens. And then they, of course, beat Lancashire in the final, and it was a full-strength Lancashire side as well. So I think we can wrap it up here. Just remains for us to say, on behalf of myself, Fred Atkins, co-commentators today, Liam Knight, Molly Davis, Adam Hollyoak was in with us for a spell. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks to Clubberly as well for sponsoring this feed. And, well, we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Absolutely. Check the Kent website for all the fixtures at Beckenham next week and in September, and get your tickets to the end of the county championship at Canterbury. As Fred says, thank you very much for joining us today, both Kent and Leicestershire supporters, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.